Oh, I could. It's just use the computers for other
You
things.
don't, but you don't though. That's the thing. But you don't.
Riser, why are you using my words?
These are my original phrases.
Riser,
Feeling.
I'm
And if you don't like that, that's cool.
Riser,
I get it.
I'm like 15 years older than you are. I was using these phrases before your parents even thought about having you.
Like I was in diapers and I was in the room, and then before that, I was in the microcosm, and before that, I was in room, and then before that, I was in the mult no like 20. So I've been in this world called.
Riser, Riser. Do you want me to summarize where we
You're
stand?
not even. What type are you again? Like
20,
19 or some
69.
shit? Oh,
I'm
oh
type
no, you're
69.
not. You're not 20.
I'm type 69. Everybody knows that. Riser, Riser. Let's just summarize as well as we can. In the history of humankind, with Zoot's comedy being a zero, and my gameplay at mini, you are somewhere near the Rhino Room. Do you understand this?
You're not under comedy club.
The Down Under Comedy Club?
Yeah.
Um, can I tell you something funny? This is
If it involves PFAK,
no, it doesn't.
swear.
It doesn't. But nobody calls it TFAK. It's TFATK, dog. Everybody knows that.
Right? No, it's the fighter PFAPK.
No, they call it TFATK.
Okay, well, good thing no one cares.
So, I'm just sending out these random ass emails to people and seeing what hits. And this one guy keeps emailing me, and he's like, "We are a walking group. You have sent this 4 times. Why do you keep sending it to us?" And so I sent him an email back, and I was like, "Oh, is on Spotify um asking for people to um be on their podcast, which isn't just somewhere on there. It has their email, and the guy um emailed me back and was like, "Oh, I had no idea. Can you please send me the link?" So now I'm like, "Oh, okay. Now you want my help." I see how it is. Right? Isn't that the funniest story that you've ever heard? Yes or no? Right, did I have to ask you this question again? Right, sir.
You kind of do. No, I heard it was not funny. It was kind of funny.
Are you to lose? Big dog. Big dog. I'm just gonna summarize this for you as best I can. You're gonna lose, and when you do, the people of the world are gonna celebrate this fact. Like it's 1999. Do you understand what that even means? Yo,
we're doing mini golf.
dog, everybody's waiting on you.
So do you or do you not use that to cheat?
I don't even know what you're about. I don't. Are you a shot? To respond. Right. I hate this. I hate this whole. I'm not good at it, though I'm better than that. Whatever that shot was. Are you ready to get blocked?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
No.
Are you ready to get blocked?
You can't block me. It's impossible.
Big dog.
Perfect. So all the
I've ever. Right. What a garbage.
that was terrible.
Garbage hit.
Thank you.
What did you think of my shot on that? Like, yeah, guys are hate the thing. Right.
Yo,
Yo, Riser.
it's got oh,
Okay, what happened?
I just my mom called me.
Did she want to know why you're playing like such dog shit?
Strategy. My strategy. But
But
no, exactly.
computers, this is not
Oh,
even
nice. No.
this
Why
whole
does
this whole
never
stuff.
come up?
Riser, this whole stuff.
This whole's great. Do anything good. But it doesn't matter. I'm winning.
Riser,
Rage quit.
it's not a rage quit.
Yeah.
It's one of the best shots of all time. You just witnessed one of the best shots in the history of the game.
That was literally perfect. Good job.
Are you gonna hit my ball
Too
now?
bad it literally doesn't matter
Are
at
you,
all. But
hey,
it was a cool
I
shot.
remember the
And
first day I learned
thanks for
the word literally. I was like, way. Are you ready for this? Riser, are you seeing? I'm putting on a clinic. Terrible shot.
Oh.
One of the worst shots I've ever seen. Riser, do you see how this is an
Thank
absolute?
God it just doesn't matter at all.
Are you seeing that this is a clinic? Riser, I've asked you this question like 18 times. Do you see that this is a clinic?
You outright lost.
Big dog.
You got
Big dog. Big dog. That was a
celebrating.
practice game. It was a practice. Dude. I haven't reset.
That's too cool.
Dog, we're gonna play mini golf right fucking now, and I'm not losing.
No,
I'm gonna focus. I'm gonna focus. I'm gonna
I'm
focus.
not playing.
I'm gonna focus. I'm sending you the
wait,
invite.
I don't want to do another one. We can do Scrabble or Care.
It's your favorite hole.
No, it's not.
You looked it up.
I always play. Alright. That's enough brain rot for today.
No, Karam, it's on. I've beaten you 2 games in a row, plus all the others. I have to wait a minute.
You're losing too hard? You got disrespected too hard?
No, obviously you know you would know that. I have no idea what it says when you lose because I've never lost. I'm undefeated. Are you gonna go? Or are you gonna
Do you want
pussy
me to
out?
break, or do you want to?
You're gonna pussy out. Are you gonna pussy out?
Break.
Are you gonna pussy out?
Okay, I'll break. I'll break.
You get such an advantage.
I'm breaking.
You get such an advantage.
You know what?
What are you talking about? Speaking correct English. What is this? What tiles are you talking about, dog?
I don't know. Little things.
They're called Karams, and you know it. You're the one who's a stickler about that.
They can call them whatever. You get disrespect? You don't have the balls to disrespect. Nope. Nope. Are you fucking serious? What is wrong with me?
Riser, that was the worst shot I've ever seen.
I mean, I'm disrespecting you by just getting shitty shots and seeing how many things in a row you can play.
Riser,
So,
are you witnessing this?
I'm taking your strategy for once, and I'm gonna let you sing all of them, so there's only easy shots for me to hit. And I'm gonna make a comeback and brag about it.
Riser,
Does
your
that sound
mouth
good?
is moving, but it's not making sense. Okay? And everybody told me that they wanted me to communicate that to you. That you're taking dog shit shots, you're calling caroms tiles, you're
What?
you're
How did that fucking happen?
big
That
dog.
makes no fucking
Big dog.
sense. Did you see how far the Karen
I
thing
did. I did.
shadow updated me?
I did. Look at this move.
They're fucking mattress.
Riser. Riser, you know you're supposed to make it, right? Maybe you didn't have that setting on, or it was not, you weren't briefed on the matter. Riser, look at this shot. Riser, oh fuck this. Fuck this.
Wow.
You
That's
got
pretty
fortunate and you know it. You have the easiest shots in the history of the game.
No, these are terrible.
Every single
These are
one of
so
these
hard.
is easy. Every single one of these is
These
easy.
are so fucking hard. What are you
Riser, they're all right there and there's nothing in the way. Riser, these are easy shots. Easiest
Oh,
shots
God
ever. Easiest. Disrespect.
No, it doesn't work like that. It has to be at like the very start. You don't even. I mean, you're not even gonna sync this stupid thing, so it's like you're missing your seventh or whatever in a row. Jeez, you imagine trying to disrespect someone and you sync their Karen. You're like in another league of like spectacular disrespect failures today, dude.
Riser, I'm
I have
waiting.
to tip my
Riser,
hat to you.
Riser, you're just
It's like,
ratchet John, dog. Nobody knows what you're saying.
oh, they don't know what I'm saying?
No one knows that.
Look, I'll sync the queen for you. I'm not even gonna. I don't even need the disrespect. I'm not gonna fuck up one of those shots for the 8th time today. But I'm gonna finish you off. Yep, done. Goodbye. Goodbye. Take a lap. Go take a lap.
Riser, Riser. It's a warm
Go
up
take
game.
a
Nobody
lap.
cares. Nobody cares. You have the blacks. The blacks are an advantage. The blacks are a giant advantage. You know it. I know it.
Why can't you just not suck? Have you ever considered that?
Have you ever considered
Wow. Bullshit.
not doing that?
Bullshit.
Riser,
That's such bullshit.
Riser, you have an advantage. A massive
I
advantage.
know.
It's why you never ask to be white.
Oh, I have a disadvantage.
Not being good?
Your tiles are easily.
Why? What about circles makes you think tiles? I'll wait.
I don't know. Gravel brain rot.
That's not a thing. That's the same logic behind oyster sickness.
It's clam sickness.
Whatever.
Dog. Fucking go. If you've ever eaten shitty clam, you'll know.
I don't eat shitty clams, and so I have no idea. All I know is that you're fucked. That's a miss.
Yeah, well,
Riser, that's one of the biggest misses I've ever seen. Riser.
yeah, and you think that being black, is like, you wonder why I take on it because my fucking tiles aren't like perfect.
Why do you call them tiles, Riser?
Silver platter.
Riser, why are you calling them tiles? I'll wait.
How do you know that they're not made out of tile? You don't. That's the thing. You don't.
Yeah.
My son played.
Oh, we're
No,
gonna
I
play
thought I was
about the past.
disrespecting you. I mean, I don't need to disrespect you. That's garbage shot and stuff, but I did it anyway. Oh, such a good shot.
Riser,
Such a good shot.
Riser, are you gonna go?
Dude, look at these.
Riser, are you gonna go?
How many shitty
Riser, Riser,
things of your tiles are there?
Riser. You can't make this.
Oh, no. Now you have a bunch of easy shots to like clear the entire board for you. Like it happens every single game. Oh, shit. Now enough attack. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Oh my lord. But let me go. I think I should get to go again.
Because that was so bad.
It's just your own tiles. Respecting you so hard, I'm intentionally sinking your own tiles. And I still win. It's over. 2 in a row.
Yeah, I beat you 2 in a row the time before. Everybody knows that.
Absolute.
Riser, I'm still fixing my streams. What about that don't you understand?
No one. Wow. You sabotaged my break.
You have an advantage. Your black ones are all on the corner. And they go in the. That's just an advantage. I could look it up. First advantage, dog. Are you gonna, Riser? Are you gonna go? That's terrible.
It's an advantage.
It is an advantage. I know it's an advantage.
Is it an advantage taking garbage shots like that? Is that an advantage?
Riser, everybody's waiting on you. I'm waiting on you. Jeanette McCurdy's waiting on you. Sam Tripoli's waiting on you. Do you even know who Sam Tripoli is?
Of course.
Okay, do you know he's waiting on you? And do you know that you have 3 back wall shots that are like very difficult?
Yeah, and because the black fucking ones are harder, dude.
No, they're not.
I have the most difficult setup, and you have like 10 easy ones in a row.
Are you gonna go? Or?
And then you go and you're like,
oh, thanks for the Riser. Riser. Are you ready for this? the young like think that it's scaring the tiger, but then the tiger knows it can fucking maul that little fucking cub whenever it wants. That's how I am with you. You're the cub, and I'm the champ. You recognize that?
Was that like a impression of like a shitty like my shitty or your shitty impression of my cat and mouse example?
What is your cat? Doug, what is your cat and mouse example?
You little like that. You literally
My friend is to me.
why I want to watch the
You wanted to face?
stupid fucking like kids from that remember their past life shit. That was dog shit.
Did that change your life?
Um, yeah, I mean that kid was totally in the burning building, and that they didn't fucking make that. Oh yeah.
Here's my question for you. Kid was saying all that stuff. Would you believe them? Yes or no?
Sorry, repeat that. Okay, what?
If your kid was saying all that stuff, do you think you believe them? Believe them? Yes or no?
No.
If you
Crap, it's like their name. Like being like the same way.
liar, I'll wait. The most important thing that asked in the history of the world. The
Do you
last
think
time
you'd be? Who would you rather have to face off 1v1 in the hands on the heart from Kansas,
yeah.
or Shania Twain, or
Shania Twain all day long. She's beautiful. She'd be amazing to look at.
okay?
What kind of
Do you think you could get her to take her hand off?
to give me a hand job? Probably.
What did you?
Yeah, Doug.
Cool.
Okay, I have a question for you, and this might be what you would consider, or what many people would consider to be the greatest question in the history of the world. And well, frankly, I've been asked by people, Rabbi, the questions that you ask are better than the questions that have been asked in the history of humankind. Think that Riser is going to be able to contemplate how good? I would say to the people, this is potentially the greatest question that you've ever been asked. And I'm about to ask it. Would you rather do hands on a hard body against Paint Chip Girl, Fire Kid, Brendan Schaub,
Shark Boy and Lava Girl an option?
Nope. Nope.
Wow.
Okay. Brian Callen, Bobby Lee, but he's really pissed off, and he's not cool. Bobby Lee, he's really upset because he has to do hands on a hard body with Brian Callen and Brendan Schaub. Let me ask you this: who do you think wins hands on a hard body? Paint Chip Girl, Fire Kid, Brendan Schaub, the roller skate guy.
Who's fucking roller skate guy again?
He like was in Brooklyn, New York during like the 1970s.
Oh, that doc referencing that document.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pet Cemetery. Man.
You think it's Big River Man?
I would take Big River. I take Big River Man all day.
Got the what? Okay.
He's, he's my choice. I'm gonna send you an invite, and then I'm gonna be. Everyone is waiting on you.
You want to like her own?
Not if you pronounce it like dog shit, dude. You have the advantage. Look at you.
No, they rotated it. They rotated it.
No, they didn't. You haven't looked back. Dude, your little tiles are on the corner. My friend, your little tiles are on the corners. Your little cams are on the corner.
hate it. I'm not one of the black things is aimed right at the corner last time, or the two times I just shot it right in. Now,
Because you cheat.
you changed.
Would you rather have lunch with Mandel or David Lucas?
Oh, David Lucas.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
That's shocking.
that's smart.
Yeah, but why did you just call him David? Okay, maybe actually is a.
End up like
I have a question.
exit.
A podcast of that podcast called America. Why did you put all the? How did you use that?
It's so
You like that? That was new.
this is where really like that, just like that. Good. What are you gonna do now? Oh, I run back to my thing. Thank you.
It's over.
Yeah, no, I got it. Pretty easy a shot. 3 in a row.
I'm watching it in the term, seeing how I'm gonna win this, and it's gonna be easy.
Advantage of like
Else are not. Did you right?
disrespectful.
I didn't. Bob shit. I almost accidentally left.
What do you think the most amount of days Bob Lazar had consecutively for that statement? Wouldn't he be worried about like those like agents fucking him?
Big dog. Are you seeing this?
How is it 5-2?
It's not. It's 6-2. Riser.
Yeah, that shot is not gonna work. That's cool though. It's gonna work.
Riser.
Disrespect you right now.
I don't give a shit. You
I guess
lose.
we
You lose
disrespect
when you
you
do
right
that. You lose when you do that. The universe thinks that's uncool.
No, the universe thinks it's really cool.
Are you proud of that shot?
No.
That's garbage.
What
That
the
is
fuck?
devastating. Riser.
All my cameras are in really terrible spot.
Did you
Are you fucking
did you see
kidding
my
me?
shot? Riser, did you see my shot?
What the fuck, dude?
Riser, what did I do here?
You have to sync the red one. It's called clean. What are you doing? It was right on the.
Riser, I don't want to talk.
Follow
Talk. Riser, I don't want to talk. I want to make the win too easy. What are you gonna do here? This is a terribly bad shot. Okay.
Literati. You want 3 in a row? Okay.
Are you playing?
You want?
I'm not even in the game.
It's probably a good thing.
How many did you get?
I got 14 on the first round. I got 14.
That's garbage.
You're gonna need a lot of switches. Oh, nice. Off to a good spell. No. No. Oh. I want to go for the record. This could be a record breaking round.
You can't get the record. You and I both know it. That was a switch. You got fucked.
No. You need to tie. Oh, damn. Damn. Give me that back, Kingsville.
Were you proud of that?
Not the best. Not the best.
Are you ready for the greatest comeback of your life?
Bigger than the last one. We'll see. We'll see what you do here. Oh, robbed by 2 switches. Damn. 25. Oh, it's over. You got robbed by 2 switches, but yeah,
Yeah. Thing doesn't.
you
Rise up.
This is literati. You want 3?
Thank you. Rise, are you ready for the greatest shot you've ever seen?
That 3 T-shot should have gone.
Riser, you know that was bullshit. Riser, you know that was bullshit.
No.
Riser, you have one of the most difficult shots in the history of the world. And you missed it. And you missed it. Too hard. Riser, you wanted to make that into the hole. You know that, right? Didn't they teach you how to play this? Riser, you're down 1-0.
You think you're gonna get through?
I'm getting it through.
You think that's going through?
Yeah.
You think that's through?
Riser, it just did. It just did. I shocked the world.
Have we ever seen 2 go through even?
Oh yeah, I've seen it. I do it all the time just for fun with Zoot. But that one's definitely not. I held up my end. Riser.
This hole is really bullshit. I'm
Riser.
feeling a rage quit.
Riser.
I'm feeling a rage quit coming in there. Okay, I can still make this.
Riser, but you're not. That's the thing. My
easily make this.
You can't make this. My ball's in the hole. That's garbage. You're gonna hit the corner.
Easily make that.
Fuck that.
Gil.
Riser, do you like this hole? Riser, guess where your
That's
ball's
pretty-
going.
Yeah.
Riser, guess where your ball's going. Riser.
I don't know. Where's it going? Oh, good shot, dude. That was a really good shot.
Thank you.
Did you know that?
I did.
You have to do that once. Anyway. Stay. No. You know where you're. Oh, I don't even have to shoot your ball now. Not even necessary. Youth.
Riser, your ball's going in the water. Off the cow's nose.
Stay.
Are you serious?
That's a mess. Yes. Oh, you left it short. Fuck you. So much.
Dog shit. Dog shit. Dog shit.
Are you fucking serious?
This is one of the worst shots I've ever seen. No cap, as the kids say. No cap, as the kids say. Riser, do you see where my ball is? And do you see where your ball is?
Yeah, if you don't hit a good tee shot, then you will get respect. That was a good shot. That was a really good shot, dude. Good job. Wow, good job, dude.
Riser,
Good job.
Riser, I don't want to hear your voice.
Really good job.
Don't you understand that?
Really good job. Just an all around good job.
Fuck.
Wow. Wow. Thanks, dog. Thanks. No. No, no, no. Yeah, really. Yep. There you go. I'm guaranteed that. Back. Nope. You're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. The best shot?
Yeah, let's see it.
Okay.
Riser, that was really bad.
These fucking arrows.
Riser, that was really bad.
No shitting around in the car. Just try to get it done. Dude, fuck off.
What did you think of my shot? Riser, what did you think of my shot?
This hole fucks me every single fucking time.
Fuck it. You haven't put the ball in the hole on this hole in like months.
Goodbye.
Wait, you just resigned. That's a straight up win for me.
No, it doesn't count as a win if I hit through a line.
Zoot says it does.
Literati.
Dog. I'm
Are
playing
you
you.
scared? Are you scared?
Riser.
You get double blanked?
Riser.
Scared?
I'm gonna beat you so badly in Literati, you're gonna quit.
What's the most disrespectful thing you can do in Literati?
QI.
IX. Here's an invite.
I want an invite to Literati?
Yeah. I'm just telling you now you're not going to win this.
You're up, dog. Whoa, what was that? Riser, it's your turn. Fuck that.
You're losing. And you done, man. Wow.
Fuck this game.
You gotta love play a great room and then you start Jive.
Oh, I was like waiting for the thing to blink red, and I'm like, oh, it's not there. How is that not a word? It's garbage.
What?
I said, how is that not a word? It's garbage. And everybody knows it's garbage. I know it's garbage. You know it's garbage.
Yeah. Wait, no. Alright. Seriously? Seriously? Fucking seriously? What do you think of a setting that would allow you to play multiplayer on the floor?
Too complicated.
What?
Too complicated. What the fuck did you just play? That and live? That was beautiful.
Oh, I sense a mess. How many S's do they give this game? 1, 2, 3, 4 S's? Why was that? Oh.
How many was that?
31.
That's fucking bullshit. How many tiles remain?
Okay. 5.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Are you seriously another fucking mess? just despicable. You need one of the greatest comebacks.
This game is rigged.
How is it rigged, dude? How are these tiles rigged? Explain it.
I
It
got
seems like it's at a disadvantage here more than you. You had all the S's. I didn't have a single S. You know that?
my friend. It's rigged. Do you want me to go into the detail of it? I will go into the minutia.
You had the Q and the X. You had
You had the Z and the J, dog.
no. You did the blank shift even, but you had all the S's.
Okay, you had the Z and the J. Those are better,
You
dog. I'm gonna send you an invite right now, dog. I'm I'm sent. I'm sending you an invite,
and all of the S's, and you lost.
my friend. You have an invite. Everyone's waiting on you. I'm waiting on you. Jeanette McCurdy's waiting on you.
Crazy. That's crazy you lost that game. All of the S's, the Q and the X. You can't blame the tiles on that one.
I am,
you just
and I
can't.
did.
I'm
I
sorry,
did, and I
but
am.
You just cannot.
That's a garbage shot. That's one of the worst shots I've ever seen. Riser,
You just cannot blame the tiles on that loss. I don't know. No matter how you slice it, you just
Riser,
can't.
Riser.
It's not.
Are you gonna water bump me like a
something
bee?
that you do. It's just not something that you're able to do. Good job. Nice shot there. That was fucking brutal. You have to make this.
And I did.
No, water. Do you want me to hit your ball into the water?
Yes. You don't have the balls.
Is it because of the points?
You don't have the
Is it
balls.
because of the points?
Riser, you don't have the balls. You showed it.
On the tile. I mean,
Riser,
blame a lot of things.
Riser, I'm waiting on you to go. Riser, I'm waiting on you to go.
No, I wanna hear your real answer. What happened in that interruption? Why did you lose?
The tiles were rigged, obviously.
Okay. And would you say the carom tiles are also rigged?
No, I won, Karam.
And then you'd also
I won, Karam. Are you ready to get
I'm not
fucked
right.
here? Riser, you ready to get fucked here? Riser.
I can never make that shot.
Riser, you need one of the great shots of the history of the game. Right there. It's a miss. I can already tell it's a miss. Giant miss. You're gonna hit the corner. That's a miss. Miss.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? So you're gonna make this? Are you gonna make? No, you're fucked. No way. Nope.
You're done. You hate this
You're
one.
down. Oh no, you're done. I actually get to go first this time.
That's a terrible shot, though. You just had one of the worst shots I've ever seen. That's bad. Riser, that's a bad shot. Are you gonna go or you just look at him playing around like a bee? Dog. Are you gonna go?
No, I'm not gonna go. Keep doing that. Not good.
Stop.
Terrible, man. Terrible. Terrible ball. I'm already down at the hole. My ball is down at the hole. Your ball is not even. Go in. Go in. Go in. Go in. Wow. I think I'm still gonna be a shot up though. You have. Oh. You're gonna have to make that next time.
Riser, this is the
No
easiest shot
pressure.
in the history
No
of the game.
pressure.
Easiest shot I've ever seen.
No, that's a miss. You're down 2-0. You need one of the greatest comebacks. In a straight game. You need 2 straight wins. Oh, it's not looking good for you. It's not looking good for you. Oh, that's it, folks. Might as well resign now. You can just hit the resign button. Just feel free to go click that button. You think I'm gonna allow you in my space? No. You need a miracle shot. Miracle shot. Miracle shot. Good go. Just resign. Just resign. Rage quit. Rage quit. Oh, you actually may have been able to make it. 3-0. 3-0. 3-0.
Dog, I'm tired.
Okay. Is that why you're losing 3-0?
My question is, why aren't you going? That was garbage.
I mean, I'm at 3 now. It doesn't really matter now. Terrible water gun. Wow. What the fuck? What? No way. Too bad you lost.
Oh, dude, you do have such an advantage. Now I see it.
That doesn't happen every time.
I don't care. It's an advantage. I never get that advantage.
Yeah, you do. You just don't know about it.
No, I don't.
You're just not- uh, you're
No,
just
I
not
don't.
good
None
enough.
of mine are on the corners. No, none of mine are on the corners.
Not
You have such an advantage on cam.
pouring a shoe here is like not good enough.
Dog, you have such an advantage on cam. It's not even funny.
Do you want to be black then?
Baby,
No?
I'm gonna. I don't need that
I'll
advantage.
take white any day. If I wanted a cakewalk, I would choose white.
Next game, I'm black.
Okay. Next game, I got host advantage. I could disrespect you right now. Or I'm disrespecting you now.
Riser, you're backwalled. Do you know that? You're backwalled. You're backwalled. Riser, you're. I'm double backwalled. Riser, I'm double backwalled.
What you
Riser,
been doing?
Riser, I'm double backwalled. Are you gonna go? Riser, that was the worst shot I've ever seen in my entire life.
What are you gonna do? You're down. You're losing.
Riser, just give me
Got the
time,
easy
bro.
one, and now what? What are you gonna pick off the other easy one? Terrible.
Riser, just make your shot. That's all you have to do. Let your play do the talking. That was maybe the worst shot I've ever seen. Hands on a hard body. The guy who made the tape murals at the mall or at the hospital, who slept in the mall, or paint chip girl. Oh wait,
Let's see what I would rather face. Definitely Paint Chip Girl. Molotov is like too good.
he's dedicated. That Riser, that was one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
I was going in my shirt.
Okay, and that again, that's a garbage shot. That's a miss though. I'm just gonna tell you
You
right
never
now.
left the board wide open, right?
Okay, just
You left
go,
it wide
Riser.
open.
Riser, just go. Okay, just go. That's a terrible shot. You missed both of them, and you ended up
I
backwalling yourself.
backwalled myself, and I fucked up. Because I know you're still not going to win. That's the thing.
Riser, I just had one of the greatest shots.
You know, I was standing up for my last shot, which is like a disadvantage. A heavy disadvantage.
Is that my fault? I don't remember when standing up was my fault or
Yeah.
when I asked you to
Should
stand
be.
up. Do you remember when I asked you to stand up?
Yeah.
Riser, Riser, you're backwalled. Riser, you're backwalled. Riser, you're backwalled. One of the worst shots I've ever seen. That was an insult to Karam.
You didn't even know where lunch was, man.
Eurasia, dog.
Yeah, but you didn't know that.
I just told you it's Eurasia. Now, you ready for the best shot you've ever seen?
But you didn't know that.
Oh, fuck.
You
Oh, fuck.
me, and you gave me an easy. You're backwalled as hell, dude. You are backwalled as fuck.
You're not getting this shot. I don't know what you thought that was going to do for you.
What are you doing? Why wouldn't you try to get yours off the back? Do you agree that that might have been like the worst strategy ever? Almost worse than my strategy. Yeah, I don't know what you're doing. Clearly, you're just trying to lose or something.
Yeah, I'm exhausted, dog.
Why would you not de-backwall yourself? Like, are you trying to lose?
My eyes itch. They hurt. I'm tired.
Okay. Well, time to go to sleep.
Okay, I won all the games.
Dominated me.
Doug, I don't want to hear it.
Literati.
Doug,
Dominated.
I don't want to hear Doug,
Literati, Scrabble, and mini golf.
Doug. Don't forget basketball. If you did well at anything, it was basketball. Do you not notice that with the first 12 hours of us playing, I dominated? It's only the last 20 minutes that you've done well because I'm exhausted.
Okay. I mean, that's a cool, whatever that is. I don't even know what that is because it's so garbage.
How don't you know what that is, dog?
Hands on a hard body.
Shania
Sugar Man, Sugar Man, Joe Rogan.
Wait, who? Sugar Man. You mean Sugar Shadow Valley?
No. Oh, you didn't watch that documentary, Searching for Sugar Man?
Didn't I?
No, you didn't. I watched it with my mom.
Oh, wait, no. Oh, that's that guy from fucking from South Africa.
You got famous. You said that.
Whatever. Okay, who do you think would win? I don't care who you'd rather go up against, because that's bullshit. Who wins? Hands on a hard body. Shania Twain, Sugar Sean O'Malley, Alex Pereira, Brendan Schaub, Paint Chip Girl, Tom Segura, William Montgomery, Lucy Snorbush.
I honestly think Brendan Shaw would win. He would just be so annoying, and he'd be talking, and people would be so fucking annoying. Just fuck it off. It's not even worth the $20,000 bill. The Nissan truck.
Okay, how about this one? Hands on a hard body, Shania Twain, Sam Tripoli, Esther Provinsky, Bobby Lee, Kalila, Lily Collins, Hugh Jackman, Niall Horton, and the lead singer from NXS. Who wins that?
Lucy Snorbush.
She was not included. 15 minutes into this Hands on a Hard Body, Miss Pat gets to come in as a custom challenger. Do you even know who Miss Pat is?
No. Okay, I want. Hands on a hard body. Nigel.
Wait. Nigel, the New Zealand guy?
Yes.
He sucks.
Nigel, Marlon Hill.
With or without a split?
With Gigi Allen.
Who the fuck is that?
You don't know Gigi Allen?
No one knows who that stupid slut is.
Okay. She was on fucking some show that I forgot the name of.
Oh, okay. Well, what's the name of the show? iCarly? Because that's where that logic's from.
No, it's like that guy where he like interviews people, but he's like a edgy-ish kind of Dr. Philly dude. Whatever, it's not important. Marlon Hill, G.I. Joel, Nigel, Oliver Tree, Sydney Sweeney, Jamie Lynn Spears, or Jennifer Aniston.
Jamie Lynn Spears, does she have to babysit?
Yeah, she does.
That takes her out of running. You just gotta be occupado. Lily Allen.
Gigi Allen?
Oh, Gigi Allen. Okay. Who do you think's gonna win?
No, the answer is G.I. Joel. Come on.
I didn't even hear that. No, Nigel. Nigel will win.
Get the fuck out of here. G.I. Joel is what that. G.I. Joe is sick of losing and he needs the fucking truck. Give me a hard body.
You want a hard body? Dude, I could. This is an easy one. Hold on.
I have one when you're done procrastinating. When you're done.
Okay, wait. I've got one for you. Hold on. Hands on hard body. We need to say how many people are involved in this because if it gets too many, it's too many to keep track of. I think 5 people involved in hands on a hard body. The 5 are Tony Hinchcliffe, Joey Diaz, Ari, Ari, um, Ari, Ari Shafir,
Armani?
Ari Shafir, David Lucas, and Hans Kim. Who wins?
I was just gonna do one with David Lucas.
Okay, well you didn't, and I did, and I asked you the question. You got hands on a hard body, dog. This is for a 1995 Nissan truck.
Who's the first one again?
Joey Diaz.
Um, Tony Hinchcliffe not gonna beat Ari Shafir. Joey Diaz probably won't make it. David Lucas and Joey Diaz will probably give up at the same time. Yeah, probably Ari Shafir.
More than
He can just zone out.
more than William Montgomery.
Yeah, no, William's not gonna do well at all.
But he ain't ever gonna stop.
No, William, I can tell by his personality, he will get bored way too easily.
Okay, here's my question to you. I'm doing another hands on a hard body. This is all female edition. Christina Przinski, Sarah McLachlan, Madonna, Whoopi Goldberg, and the final person is Rihanna. Who wins that one? I'll wait.
Oh, definitely Whoopi.
You think Whoopi Goldberg is gonna beat Rihanna on hands on a hard body for a 1995 Nissan truck? We don't even know if it's 1995. Some mid 1990s Nissan truck. You really think so?
You think Rihanna is gonna hold on for dear life? Whoopi is going to have the grit that it takes to survive. She's not going to give up. Rihanna, when the going gets tough, she's dipping. She's like, I don't need the money. I'm already famous. Whoopi, it's not about the money. It's about the pride of winning.
What about Sarah McLachlan? She might need it by now.
Sarah McLachlan, I've seen her live in concert, and her big closer was like her little song that she does that's on like the ads of all the
Yeah.
dying puppies in Africa that you have to donate money to. Arms of an angel.
Yeah.
She's not lasting like 8 minutes. If she doesn't need, she's the last person that will ever drive a 1995 brand spanking new Nissan truck. She doesn't want a truck. Maybe she'll donate it to Africa.
I knew this girl who, a real sweetheart. But I didn't know that much about her, and I was at her apartment, and somehow we got to talking about, I forget exactly what, but I'm like, oh yeah, those Sarah McLachlan commercials. They make me sad, but they really pull at your heartstrings. And she knew all about this, and I did not know that the girl that I knew had started a dog charity herself, and so she was all in on this dog charity world, and I had no idea. And I'm glad I wasn't like super rude about them because I mean they are sad. They're really good. Whatever place does those in the future, I will be a spokesperson for you just because of those. Sarah McLaughlin and I, we will do hands on hard body just to help these animals. All right, so you don't think Sarah McLaughlin has it in her?
I mean, it depends. Is she doing it for the animals?
Yeah, yeah, totally.
Okay, fine. That's gonna be close
That is gonna be
between
close.
Whoopi and Sarah.
Okay.
It's gonna be a bloody knuckle finish. It's gonna be a bloodbath out there.
Did you ever watch? This is before your time, but they had something called Celebrity Deathmatch.
I've heard of it.
Oh, dude, this show was so funny back in the day. It was so funny that it would rival the Super Bowl halftime show when they would have it. Like, a lot of people would switch from the Super Bowl halftime show to watch Celebrity Deathmatch on MTV. Okay, so what was it? It was claymation, but it was done really well. And they would have like Christina Aguilera versus Britney Spears, and they'd have these two claymation dolls just absolutely beating the shit out of each other, like in a wrestling ring. So uh, that's what Hands on a Hard Body reminds me of. All right, how many people do you think should be involved in our Hands on a Hard Body? I think five's too many because I even forget them. What if we say four people Hands on a Hard Body? Unless we say it has to be more. But like that's this.
4 or 3.
No, there's too few. Standard is four. And then afterward, the question can be asked: Who would win in an all-out cage match, or if they were tag team cage matches? Okay, how about this one? This is one of the best ones ever. Joe Rogan and Joey Diaz versus Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen.
Hands on a hard body. Oh, I'm going with Fire and the Kid on that. They're desperate for sponsorship money, and if you tell them 3 days with a hand on a car for 20 grand, so they can sell them a fake prize or a fake game contest.
This would be the first. This would be the first truck giveaway that was actually legitimate, of which they were a part.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how about this one? In a fist fight, who do you think would win? Joey Diaz or Lee Sayat?
Who the fuck is the second person?
You don't know who Lee Sayat is? The Flying Jew?
No.
He's Joey Diaz's partner on all his podcasts. He's a short, stocky, bald Jew.
Oh, I've never ever seen that guy. I don't watch his podcast.
Okay, then I have to give you somebody you know. All right, Whoopi Goldberg or Joey Diaz in a fist fight? Who are you taking?
And Whoopi Goldberg, they're ninja stars.
You can't bring weapons into it. That's why I said fist fight and not a ninja star fight.
What about brass knuckles?
Okay, yeah, we'll give. Okay, how about this? She gets two sets of brass knuckles, and Joey Diaz gets one.
Oh, Joey Diaz got a set of brass knuckles. I guess the women. I think, yeah, Whoopi might be first on that one.
Okay, Joey Diaz gets no brass knuckles. Whoopi Goldberg. Wait, hold on. Answer this one. Joey Diaz, no brass knuckles. Whoopi Goldberg with one set of brass knuckles, just one set.
Wait, Joey Diaz has 0 brass knuckles.
Joey Diaz has 0 brass knuckles, but one fungi toe, which he always talks about that he got blowtorched off in the valley, but it still comes back. And he, I have to tell you this, and he likes to cut it really, really short. And he's had it for like 20, 30 years. And then he likes to take the shavings off because it stinks really bad because of all the fungus, and he likes to grind up the shavings in his weed grinder until he makes it into a powder, and then he smells the powder.
That can't be real.
Oh, it's definitely real. That I wouldn't make up something like that. Joey Diaz talks about his fungi toe all the time, and he said that he even tried to get it. There was a place that had like a Groupon somewhere in the valley, and they blow torched it, and it was so bad. The Asian ladies who had to blow torch it, they were wearing their masks, and they couldn't take the smell, and that still didn't work. And he likes to cut it really short, and then he likes to take the nail and grind it in his weed grinder until it's in a powder, and then he likes to snort the powder or smell the powder, I guess. Oh no, he sprinkles it on weed.
What's the
Wait. No,
fungi powder?
yeah, he sprinkles it on weed and then smokes it.
I don't think that's healthy to do. What? I don't know if I believe the last part.
No, he does. He puts it on weed. He puts it on a bowl.
How do you know he wasn't just lying?
Dude, he talks
Have
about
you seen him?
he talks about this fungi
Is there
toe.
photo evidence?
I must have heard him talk about this fungi toe 10 times.
So you think he's really smoking fungi gel?
Well, what he does is he takes the powder that's ground up, that's already in his weed grinder, along with his weed, and then he smokes that. He loves the smell of it. He also waits to.
But the Asian ladies can stand the smell of it?
They could not stand it. No, even with the masks, they did not like it.
So that's disgusting.
Well, my thing is how fungi is.
Yeah, no, the fungi toe is a good repellent. I guess in the fight. Like, don't.
Yeah, so Whoopi might be fucked on that one. Truthfully, men just have a like more testosterone and muscle and stuff. I'm taking Joey Diaz in that one. Sorry, Whoopi. And she's gonna say, but I got brass knuckles. You know what? I'd probably take Whoopi in that one. Whoopi with brass knuckles, one set. If she hits Joey Diaz in the head, he's dead.
Yeah, and then it's like running out and stuff. And, like, you know, like those heavyweight pro fighters in the UFC?
Yeah.
Like, buddy like David Lewis or whatever,
Why do you,
barely throw a punch after like 5 minutes, so you just wear him out.
why aren't you calling him Derek Lewis? Because that's his name.
Oh, I thought it was no. I don't know.
Here's my
Okay, I
okay.
have one for you.
Hit me with it.
Fight.
Okay, I'll fight.
It's who's the other guy? Oh, you don't know Jay Baruchel. Okay, Tom Green
Okay.
versus Nathan Fielder.
Nathan Fielder's just got that like attitude of.
But he has Detective Wolf or Investigator Wolf as his coach.
Isn't that supposed to help him?
That is supposed to help him.
Okay. Yeah, Nathan Fielder all day long.
Wow, you think Tom Green would get dabbed on by Nathan Fielder?
Nathan Fielder's just like somebody who could stare at. Okay, here's what tells me everything that I know. You know that one.
Hands on a hard body, Nathan Fielder would be pretty good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Remember, he did that thing where people had to be like, "I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you." You know what I'm talking about?
No, is that on Nathan for You?
Of course it wasn't. Any true Nathan for You fan would know this. They did something where,
What episode?
dude, I don't know what fucking episode. You hear this, asshole people? Okay, they have this one where you can watch it on YouTube at your own leisure. Nathan Fielder was like they brought in a bunch of actors, and they were going to rehearse lines with Nathan, and they had to make eye contact as long as possible, and just say "I love you" to Nathan. And some of them would be like, you could really see like the more they said it to him, the more they really fell in love with him. Even like dudes, it was just like something about saying it that much made them want to love him.
Crazy.
And he kept a straight face the whole time. Like any normal person would start laughing because like some people start laughing, but he just kept a straight face. And the fact that he could do that makes me think that he could put his hand on a hard body for a long time. And Tom Green would be so bored. He'd be like, dude, this is so stupid. I want to go do something else.
Oh yeah. No, I agree. Nathan Fielder would do well.
You know, actually, Nathan Fielder is like my dark horse for the best celebrity hand on a hard body contestant. He's like thin. He doesn't have
He'd find a loophole. He'd be the one guy to find a loophole
a.
if there's any person to do it, or be him.
Yeah. What do you think his
He'd
loophole would
figure
be?
out something. Like, I don't know, screwing with like the date, the competition, or something to make people think like it ends early or something. I don't know.
I think he would.
Or he'd trick people to get taking their hands off somehow.
I think he would have some kind of like he would wear like some kind of trench coat. He would read in the rules that they didn't say what you had to wear, so it doesn't say you can't wear a trench coat. And then he would have some kind of like skeleton set up so that he could secretly be sitting while doing hands on a hard body. What's up, Tony? How you living, pimp?
Hello, how are you?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good? Did you change my name on your podcast yet?
To episode number two. I episode number three. I will do it number two.
Okay. Did you see it was wrong?
Yeah.
Did you add it to the title?
Yes.
Okay, good. What's good, son?
So I finally figure out how we doing that episode with the Brazilian.
Okay, how you doing it?
I am doing that like I will going to do a website like we did like you and me did. Okay.
Okay.
And I will going to have with me YouTube translator
Okay.
with me, and and I hope he will going to say something in Portuguese that parents will understand, and they will going to try a translator for me,
Okay.
and and after that I will going to do AI for everything, and they are going to do on the moon. But like the first laugh, first like first like on the other side will be me in English, and he will be on the he will be speak Portuguese. What do you think about that?
Whatever works. I would just use Google Translate, but if that works better, that's great.
I hope. I hope.
Okay, we'll go for it. When's your podcast with him?
3 hours.
Okay, well, best wishes to you. Why don't you practice it?
I I finally realized some ways how to do it. So I will gonna practice like soon, but I'm happy. I finally like how we do it, like how
Okay. Well, that's great.
Google Translate. But I'm going to look to the Google Translate, right? Use it.
Okay. Well, go download it and practice it. You only have 3 hours to test it, so go get it fixed.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when you're done, come back in here and let me know how it went. Okay.
Okay.
Excellent, Tony. Go practice it. If you need my help, let me know. Okay.
Okay.
All
Bye.
right. Take care, my man. All right. Riser. Hands on a hard body. Who are the 4 people you think who would not care to do it at all? Bobby Lee. Do you think Bobby Lee would want to do it? Riser, what is this? You think you're better than everybody now? Do you people see Riser here? We're doing hands on a hard body,
Yeah, yeah,
and he's
yeah.
jerking
Can you hear
himself
me?
up. Yeah, I can fucking hear you. Yeah, I can fucking hear you. Go ahead.
All right, I'm back. I'm back inside, so calm your horses.
Okay, it's hold your horses. Now let's get this done. Do you think Bobby Lee would care about doing hands on a hard body? Yes or no? I'll wait.
Um,
Because I don't think he would care at all.
yeah, I think so. No, yeah. He's so I live in fucking StarCraft.
Okay, that's StarCraft. That's not hands on a hard body.
If you can get him riled up enough to think that it's like a thing that's like a video game, then it'll be amazing.
Who wins hands on a hard body? Quentin Tarantino, Michael Bay, or Christopher Nolan? I'll wait.
Uh, Stanley Kubrick isn't there.
This isn't zombie apocalypse
Nolan.
hands on a hard body. This is director version of hands on a hard body. I don't even know what they look like.
Christopher Nolan.
Okay, what do you think of my idea that Nathan Fielder might wear like a thing that allows you to sit while wearing a trench coat?
I don't think he'd be that obvious about it. I think he'd be a lot more subtle. I think the likelihood of him creating some sort of like major distraction or whatever is a far more likely option.
Okay, what about this one? This is the most important question you may ever be asked. Who do you think wins in a fist fight? Nathan Fielder and Joey Diaz versus Brendan Schaub. I'll wait.
Oh, it's a 2v1?
2v1, dog.
Unfortunately, I still have to take the Schwabster.
Yeah, dog. I've seen him fight 2 guys at once and he just destroys them.
I've never seen one of his fights, but I'd imagine since he's in the UFC, he's probably good at it.
Yeah, dog.
Do you want a hands on a hard body?
Yeah, dog.
Okay. I'm trying to think of. Okay, Ray Kroc, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos or Larry Fink.
What about Zuckerberg?
Did I say Zuckerberg?
Well, Ray Kroc's dead, and Ray Kroc's been dead for a long time, so he's dead. So not him. So the
Okay,
Jeff
Mark
Bezos,
Zuckerberg. Then.
probably Elon Musk. Elon Musk is bigger than all that. Oh, hands on a hard body, not fist fight. It was not Larry Fink. He doesn't have the stamina for it. So it's basically who has a better body between Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos from a standing position. I mean, neither of them, they don't need a mid 1990s Nissan truck, but we have to say with all of these that bragging rights are really big because none of them need a truck. Um, I think Elon Musk has it.
Uh, I mean, yeah, maybe. I don't know. They could all get pretty competitive.
Okay,
In a fight, though, I'd probably take Zuckerberg for sure.
my question to you is: you're taking Zuckerberg over Elon Musk? That's a dumb move.
Dude, Zuckerberg is like a jujitsu guy.
Do you know how
Training
tall?
every day.
Do you know how tall Zuckerberg is?
Tall enough to whip your ass in combat.
He's like 5'7". Elon Musk is like 6'2".
Does Elon Musk know a bunch of jujitsu or?
Yeah, he does it too.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't take this seriously. I've never seen him once in a jujitsu thing. He doesn't have time to do jujitsu. Mark Zuckerberg does it like every day.
Okay. I'll just tell you when they were gonna fight, it was like 4-1 odds in favor of Elon Musk.
Yeah, I would have won then.
Okay, that's a cool story.
Well, it sucks that they canceled it, man. That wasn't cool.
Okay,
Biggest fight in global history.
perhaps.
Fucking ChatGPT got rid of my. There's like this. Are you serious, man? There used to be this like tool that was like the Nathan for You bot that you could use, and it would like react and answer just like Nathan for You. But I don't fucking see it anymore. Or like these apps, but there's like a GPT. What the fuck? Nathan for You. Or the Nathan Builder. Dumb Nathan for You. I think that's here. Okay. I hope this is it. That's so annoying that I got rid of it.
Ugh. Uh, oh fuck.
Hey, Johnny. Oh, wait. Let me read through this first.
Are you going to bed?
In a little bit, yeah. near loophole. Spend months convincing organizers that a hand reflected in the truck's chrome is philosophically equivalent to touching it.
Hilarious. So, wait, but how is that?
Extremely slow celebration. Every hour you quietly graduate or congratulate yourself with a 5-minute speech delivered while never moving a single finger. No one knows why this helps, but morale drops around your competitors.
I would do that one.
Competitive boredom. Recite a 14-hour presentation on municipal parking regulations so everyone else voluntarily leaves. You haven't cheated. You just weaponized zoning law. Bring a public notary. Every time someone questions whether you're touching the truck, have the notary formally certify that your index finger remains embarrassingly thin. Acquire the prize first. Purchase the truck from the dealership before the contest begins. Then, while you're resting your hand on your own property, politely ask everyone else to stop touching the truck because it's making you uncomfortable. That's smart. Do you think any other celebrity would be better than Nathan Fielder at Anthem Harvard?
Yeah, like people have done like Survivor. They always make those people do really shitty stuff. I think Joe Rogan would be really good at it too.
That'd be a cool. I mean, I guess kind of Mr. Beast has done. Maybe I think he's done like hands-on a thing on like a jet or whatever, but it hasn't been with like celebrities. I feel like if you got celebrities to do it, it'd be cool, but they may not have the motivation as just a regular.
Dog, their time is worth so much that it's like, you want me to spend how much of my day for a fucking truck? No, like normally it's hard to get them in the same room for like an hour, let alone like 3 days, where they'd be exhausted and stuff. And they just don't.
Sleep deprive yourself.
They just don't need it. And then imagine if it were like for charity, it'd look bad because they gave it up for charity or whatever. Are you ready to lose?
Yeah, dog. If you want to lose, I mean, I've won 3 in a row. I kind of want to end on the high note.
Okay, well that's too fucking bad, dog. You're not winning on shit. I'd let you win. You didn't even win. I just didn't consider it to be real. But I will tell you this: everybody's waiting on you. I'm waiting on you. Jeanette McCurdy's waiting on you. Zoe 101 is waiting on you. Zoe Deschanel's waiting on you. Guys, did you know Zoe Deschanel's waiting on you?
I finally heard back from the town about the permit and everything is good.
That's baller. Did you just find that out?
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations. That's great.
Yeah.
So when are you going to do it?
soon, I think. I have basically everything.
You don't have the things that you needed to get at the dollar store or whatever.
Yeah, I need pylons and I need to figure out the sign. I'm gonna make a sign to stay there.
Is your mural going to be hands-on or hybrid body related?
That would be pretty fire, yeah. Just 20 people holding a 1994 Mazda truck.
It's a Nissan
Sorry,
truck, dog.
I ended
Why?
up changing the design.
Why would you call a Mazda truck?
No, that's cool.
Why would you call a Nissan
Lincoln
truck
Fielder?
a Mazda truck? Why would you call a Nissan truck a Mazda truck? I'll wait.
I'm pretty sure it's a. You said Mazda. I didn't say Mazda.
You just said Mazda.
It's a Nissan.
Yeah, it is.
No.
You just said Mazda.
No, it's a Nissan.
I know. You just said Mazda.
No,
Yeah.
I said Nissan.
You just said Mazda. And you're
Oh,
down
is
one.
this some type of bullshit to distract me?
Well,
I said fucking Nissan, dude. You literally have to do every single sly little tactic to try and cheat. Terrible. Terrible. Instant karma. Way too hard. I don't know, I'm fine. Why didn't it go further? Thanks, dude.
that doesn't help you.
It does help me. I'm gonna make it now. Right off the gnome. Right off the gnome. Thank you. You do not have to do that. You totally have to. I once again a tee shot that you stole from me, and you don't even know how to do it correctly. You don't even know how to do it correctly. You don't know the angles. FIFA World Cup doesn't know the angles.
That's
Fuck.
that's a
Well,
worse
I
shot.
used to be able to do it every time. I don't know what happened.
What's it called? Shadow.
Yeah, the shadow update literally ruined the game.
Riser, what are your thoughts on my shot?
Oh my god.
Riser, you're painfully bad.
No, we're trying.
Oh,
Wow. You just can't. Come on, game. Alright. You wait till I'm sleep deprived.
Riser. Oh, you got fortunate. Riser, you're fucked though. You're gonna be down 2-1 right here. There's no way you get this.
No?
Impossible.
Oh, yes, go. Damn. Off the gnome. Gnome me. Gnome. Gnome. Go. 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 Go.
Sure.
Oh my lord.
You know that you're down by
That was
one.
so close.
I mean, that's cool.
Did you get nervous there?
Not at all.
Fuck this hole. This hole sucks. That was terrible. Whatever the fuck that was.
I think it was one of the smartest shots I could have ever had. Do you want to know why it was so smart?
Oh, you're gonna go look where the hole is. Nice. Oh yeah, stay there. Okay, good.
What a shot.
Thanks, man.
Don't you dare.
Wah, wah, wah. You should just try and make it. But you can. But you can. But you can. Fuck. so hard. That green is evil. What hole is this? 4? Is this the last hole, or what will do?
Do you need me to tell
I
you?
don't even tell you the hole.
I know.
Why don't they tell you the hole?
I don't know. I didn't call the president of Plato, dog. This is hole 5, baby.
No, it's not. No.
Riser, it's over for you. It's over for you, Riser. It's over for you. It's over for you. You need to hit this. This game is over. You lost, and it's done. It's done. You're done. You're done. You're done.
That was the 4th hole.
You're done. You're done. You're done. I beat you.
I mean pool.
Doug, you are terrible at pool. 8 ball or 9 ball? I'll wait.
I don't care anymore. The one with the triangle. The diamond one. Or you could play carom.
I beat you in carom the last time we played.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
You just make stuff up.
Oh shit! I sent it to the wrong person. I sent it to the wrong person. Okay, you're
Where's
up.
my carom?
You have it, dude. How about you accept it?
You need me to send it?
Oh, you were supposed to send it to me.
Are you gonna rage quit?
Dude, you got such an advantage. It's not even funny.
Oh my lord.
Riser,
I purpose missed my shot just because you're moaning. Okay, can't cancel the game then if you want to be.
okay, cancel the game.
Okay, cancel it. Go.
I'm not canceling it. That's bullshit, dog.
Cancel it. Go.
Dog, it's bullshit,
Why are you so freaking cancel it?
dog. Are you gonna,
This is raw.
Riser? Are you gonna go?
That's why they have to give you the one freebie. 1 in every 8 times.
Riser? Do you know who Livy Dunn is?
Yeah, she's doing some baseball player, dude.
Yeah, his name's Paul Steens. You don't even know about the Skeens clan. You don't even know about it.
Why are you so obsessed with Livy Dunn for?
I don't give a shit about that bitch.
Do you know what university she went to?
LSU? Next question.
What's LSU?
Louisiana State University, dog. Everybody knows that.
Okay. What colors are they?
Yellow and purple, dog. Everybody knows that.
Good job. What university did your boyfriend go to?
I think University of Texas. Oh no, he went to LSU as well. That's where they met.
What the fuck? I signed both. Oh, that's the one right on. That sucks.
He went to LSU.
Word.
Are you ready for one of the best shots you've ever seen?
Garbageous shots I've ever seen.
Are you gonna go? Riser, are you gonna go? You lost a mini golf. Riser, you lost a mini golf.
LSU right now.
You lost a mini golf. That was terrible. You made that? That's garbage.
You're the worst mini golf player
There's never been a worse player.
Karen I've ever played.
That's a miss. One of the worst misses we've ever seen. You're never gonna make this shot. Not in a million fucking years would you ever be even close to making this shot. Not even close. Look at you having to double check all your shit. No, no, no. You're that's overlap. That's bullshit. Bullshit overlap.
No.
You know that's bullshit overlap.
What the fuck does that mean?
You know what it means.
What is this?
You know what. You know what.
Oh, I see. Or you can't adjust this whatever.
This is a tough shot.
Why am I always in the lead and then I have to deal with your bullshit fucking shit in the way? Like every single time. Every fucking time.
That's a miss. You're gonna put my ball in.
You mean your tile?
It's not a tile.
Definitely not a ball.
It looks like a ball.
Oh, who knows it's not a ball? Okay, you might be done. Oh yeah, you're done here. Yep, yep, yep. You're done now.
With choke
Yep,
artist.
Yep.
The greatest choke artist known to man.
It's over.
Send me the invite.
First.
I'm waiting on the invite.
Okay.
Where's my invite?
2-player live.
Dog, where's my invite? Dog.
Dude, chill out. Alright, here's your big giant advantage. Good luck. My brain is so trained on like the fucking black ones that's confused. Wow, great job. This is bullshit. Why am I overlapped? Oh my god. Fuck off.
I'm gonna disrespect you. My friend, I'm gonna disrespect you.
Wow, you hit your disrespect shot for the first time in ever. Wow. Only took you 8 tries. That's a pretty good ratio. I have 1 out of 8 disrespects actually ran. That's pretty good. I say that's a pretty good ratio.
That's a cool story, Riser.
You know it doesn't count as a disrespect in this.
Then you've
Why
never
are there
won.
fucking things in my fucking way? Fuck
That was the worst
Guys.
shot.
What is this bullshit? Look at this distribution. Wow. I guess I have no choice, but it's just a new thing. Go in. What? Come on. Look at all your tiles. Literally right in the stupid cop already. Bullshit. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Oh, I got one. Yeah.
Beautiful movie. Beautiful movie, Riser.
Uh,
This is an easy shot. I don't know why you're struggling.
Newfie shot and back-to-back new. Back-to-back Newfies. You lost two in a row.
Yeah, well, I wasn't paying attention, but frankly.
You,
Riser.
that I will we'll be doing next
You can't hit the corner. That's an illegal break. That's an illegal
No.
break. That's an illegal break. Dude, you
No,
can't
it's
do
not.
that. That's fucking unfair.
How is it unfair?
You're not allowed to do that.
So when I call your little bitch break illegal, that's totally fine, and you say, oh, that's okay, but I can't do my little bitch break.
Oh, so you're admitting it?
No, I'm saying you have to pick one or the other. You're being, look at this. Look at this domination.
Riser.
I almost feel bad.
1 o'clock in the afternoon. We've literally been playing these fucking games for like 15 straight hours. And I'm gonna now show you how good a player can be. Did you see that?
Hey, you knocked one of mine in.
I don't think I did.
Yeah, no, I think you did. Thanks.
You're backwalled.
Michelle Obama.
You're backwalled.
Castro.
You're backwalled.
Michelle Obama or Miranda Castro.
Run around a Costco all day long.
Really?
To have sex with?
No. Hands on the hard drive.
Well, you didn't specify.
I did specify. It was implied. Based on previous conversations.
You have to admit, a lot of my conversation has to do with. What would you do? Riser, what'd you think of that shot? What'd you think of that shot? Riser.
Not even paying attention. That was cool.
This is a scratch. Psych. You're never getting that.
Oh, what the heck?
That was one of the worst shots I've ever
That's
seen.
terrible. And you have such an easy carry. Oh, you're going for the easy one first? Don't fuck up.
Riser.
Don't fuck up.
This is how G's
It's like
ride.
the same thing every time when
Riser.
it's like
That's how
I
G's
do
ride.
the board.
From the north to the south to the east to the west.
Just have this duration of all time.
You lost. Riser, I don't know what to tell you, but I think it's time we go to bed.
Yeah.
It was really great beating you more times than I can count. And I think that you should recognize that I'm the superior Karen player and the superior basketball player and the superior golfer and the superior Scrabble player and the superior streamer and the superior person and the superior hands on a hard body chooser. Hands on a hard body. Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, George W. Bush, Bill Clinton. Who wins?
Michelle Obama.
That's the correct answer. Good job. Yeah.
Alright.
He's all dressed out. Shout out to Riser, folks.
Peace.
Peace. Oh my word. Just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, unbelievable. Oh.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to incendiary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tio for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or you can find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. All right. Welcome back to more Shabbatites V excitement. We're really going to get into some of the more technical stuff around Shabbatites V. We're going to talk about how what was at some level a very fringe movement became a dominant movement in the Jewish world in the middle of the 16th, 17th century. And eventually how you would think that the death of Shabbatai and the death of his prophet, Nathan of Gaza, would have spelled the end for the entire movement. But as you probably know, dying is not really an impediment for Messiahs. Messiahs die all the time. Their believers keep on believing in them as if nothing happened, whether it's Jesus of Nazareth or Menachem Mendel Schneerson of blessed memory. People continue to believe in their Messiah's death is just a speed bump on the way to eternity. And so we'll turn to that and how the Shabbatian movement continued after Shabbatai's death and how it thrived all the way probably at least into the 1880s, maybe even later than that, especially in Turkey. Although we don't know what its status is these days in Turkey. So what is the recap for tonight? Well, the recap is there was a guy in the 17th century that believed he was the Messiah, and so did half the world of Jews. That's the recap. There was a guy, Shabbatai Tzvi, who was declared a Messiah by a relatively minor Kabbalistic healer in Gaza, Nathan of Gaza, Nosson Gaddafi, and he was declared Messiah in 1665, although he had messianic pretensions as early as 1648. And between 1665 and 1666, half of the world's Jews seem to have accepted his messianic claims. And this is evidenced by the most classic example of the evidence for this is the prayer books that get printed. The prayer books that have pictures of Shabbatai Tzvi in them. The prayer books that have prayers for Shabbatai Tzvi. The letters that come over and over again from major rabbinical figures all over the Jewish world that affirm belief in Shabbatai Tzvi as the Messiah. And we talked a bit last time about the life of Shabbatai Tzvi, the sort of the ups and downs of his life, the things in Gaza and things like this. So we talked a bit about the life and times of Shabbatai Tzvi. But what we didn't get into last time is exactly how he's supposed to be the Messiah. How does that work exactly? Right? So what exactly did it mean to say that Shabbatai Tzvi was the Messiah? And how this dovetails in a really important way as a part of our discussions here on Kabbalah is that one can only understand the messianic claims of Shabbatai Tzvi or of Nathan of Gaza by understanding how that was justified. And that was justified by Kabbalah, basically. It was justified, underwritten by Kabbalah. The Kabbalah enabled Nathan of Gaza and at some level Shabbatai Tzvi to develop this messianic story that allowed Shabbatai Tzvi to claim that he was the Messiah for Nathan of Gaza to greatly popularize his messianic claim. There's a couple of things to know that are important about Shabbatai Tzvi and Nathan of Gaza and his prophet and how they're quite different in terms of their relationship to Kabbalah. The first thing that's really important to know is that they don't really have the same education. Shabbatai Tzvi is kind of a yeshiva dropout. He's very talented, he's very smart, and of course he's very charismatic, more charismatic than anything else I suspect. But Shabbatai Tzvi doesn't have a very strong grasp on Kabbalah. He certainly knows an education level when it comes to Kabbalah and Shabbatai Tzvi and Nathan of Gaza. Now, Nathan of Gaza, which is really important to know about Nathan of Gaza, is he is hyper aware of the developments in Florian and Kabbalah. And I mean hyper aware, he is so well educated that if you read some of his Kabbalistic works, which are among the technical Kabbalistic texts at the time, he knows very subtle differences between different schools of Kabbalah. So he even knows differences between how very technical ideas in Florian and Kabbalah are being debated among very high-level people in that world. For instance, people like Israel Sarug and Chaim Tal. So Nathan of Gaza is someone who knows these conversations. He is a technical maestro when it comes to developments. He's at the cutting edge at some level of some of these developments. And it's going to be really important because how Nathan of Gaza is going to justify Shabbatai Tzvi's messianic claims are going to be by appealing to and, what's the right word, augmenting, changing, corrupting, whatever word you want to use. He's going to be relying heavily on Florian and Kabbalah, but he's going to do his own thing too. He's going to do his own thing. We'll see this in just a moment. Shabbatai, for him, his messianic claims, which we can see in his letters, are not justified by appealing to complex ideas of Florian and Kabbalah because he doesn't know much about them. He's claiming that he's the Messiah because God chose him and because he has a relationship with God. That is to say, Shem and Shabbatai are friends. So when Shabbatai calls God by God's name, hey, Shabbatai doesn't imagine he's doing something transgressive. He knows he's not supposed to do it. But he has this intense personal relationship with God that he can call God by God's name. So for him, for Shabbatai, it has nothing to do with some very complex Kabbalistic mythological stuff. It has to do with the fact that God and Shabbatai are close. That he and God have a relationship. And that relationship is one of anointing. It's one of, I've been invited into the wall of Godhead and I have a relationship with Hashem. Now, that to you might sound really Christian. That might sound really, really Christian to you. And in fact, one of the things that Shabbatai talks about all the time is Christianity. He talks about Jesus. He says, one of the things I'm going to do in this whole messianic business is redeem Jesus. He's very influenced at some level by Christianity. And part of what I think makes the Jewish world very uncomfortable with Shabbatai is not his transgressive behavior. His transgressive behavior gets really overplayed for reasons we'll talk about later. But it's not his transgressive behavior, it's his syncretism. That he's okay with the idea of incorporating Christian elements, with incorporating secular elements, with incorporating Islamic elements. That's what worries the Jewish establishment. It's his syncretism that makes them really angry. Of course, he does these transgressive things and that pisses them off too. But really, it's the syncretism that really gets them. And I think that's something that's come forward new in the scholarship. And we were just talking about this before the recording started, is that part of what's going on now in the scholarship, we're now beginning to realize that Shabbatai Tzvi was much more at the helm of understanding what was going on than the previous generation of scholarship, mostly Gershom Scholem, thought. Scholem basically thought that at some level, Shabbatai Tzvi was a yeshiva dropout who had no real understanding of Judaism, much less really Kabbalah, and that he was a mentally ill person that rode on the coattails of the great prophet Nathan of Gaza. That was the theory that really, you read Scholem's work, that's the theory that goes. More recent scholarship, I believe, other kinds of folks, Pavel Machenko, that we really now know that's not true. Because we have letters from Shabbatai Tzvi explaining why he thinks he's the Messiah. And he gives very different reasons for why he thinks he's the Messiah as opposed to why God thinks it. So we're getting a much more complicated vision of who Shabbatai Tzvi was, his theology, his ideas of his own messiahhood. We're getting those ideas, and this shows you that the scholarship is continuing to evolve. So let's get into Nathan of Gaza's theory, right? Let's get into Nathan of Gaza's theory, because that's going to really tie us back to the Kabbalah in a big way. So what does Nathan of Gaza think? Why does Nathan of Gaza think that Shabbatai is the Messiah? So it has everything to do with Kabbalah. It has everything to do with Lurianic Kabbalah. So just to rewind a little bit, right? You'll remember from the Lurianic theory that God was originally an infinite fullness, and that fullness filled the entire everything. And that in order to create creation, God had to contract God's self, and that act of contraction is called tzimtzum. Well, when God contracted God's self into the tzimtzum, that left behind a void, traces of the divine. There are sort of fragments of God left behind. I always imagine, you ever like poured out oil from a like a cooking pan? There's always oil left, no matter how much you tip it over, you can't quite get all the oil out. The traces of the oil, the traces of the divine life, the Rishimo, coated or fragmented all over inside of the Tahiru of the Lord. Well, some of those aspects of those traces within the divine void contain elements of divine judgment. Remember, divine judgment in the Kabbalah is always thought of when divine judgment is checked by other forces, that is evil. It's unbridled judgment, demon. Well, those elements of being, of unbridled judgment that remain inside of the Tahiru in terms of the void, those elements of unbridled vengeance and judgment, they sank to the bottom of that void. And as they sank to the bottom of that void, those elements became sort of the abyss, the sort of demonic world at the bottom of that void of the gap where God zoomed. That area, by the way, is called the Golem, and Maria Kabbalah is called the Golem. It's the unformed world. It's just a chaos. It's a total bubble. It's this chaotic nightmare where all the evil has sunk to the bottom of the void. All right, so when God shoots God's light into that void, at the very tip of that sphere, at the very tip of Yesod, at the tip of God's phallus, I suppose, at the tip of God's Yesod, the tip of that sphere that light plunges all the way in to the void, to the Tahiru, and the tip of that, and this is where Nathan of Gaza comes in. It's not Lurianic Kabbalah, it's Nathan of Gaza. The tip of that void shoots all the way into the very bottom of the void, of the abyss where the demons are, and the tip of that is the soul of the Messiah. The soul of the Messiah is the tip of the spear, the tip of the light going all the way in. And as soon as it reaches the bottom, it comes back up. And all of God's remaining judgment in Ein Sof floods into the void, the demonic abyss, the golem, and the soul of the Messiah is the only thing good left at the bottom of that chaotic, nightmarish abyss of evil. The soul of the Messiah is born, is deposited, according to Nathan of Gaza, at the very bottom of the abyss. And that abyss is filled with every form of evil imaginable. Every form of evil imaginable. The soul of the Messiah is born there, put there. And there, the soul of the Messiah becomes infused with all this evil. And it's only through this unimaginable process where the soul of the Messiah has to redeem itself, has to climb out of this horrifying abyss of evil, that in the process of redeeming itself, eventually it pulls itself all the way up, right, through these horrific world of what I call the Tanaim, the dragons. The text that describes this is called First Tanaim, the treatise on dragons. As the Messiah's soul fights vigorously, strives vigorously to purify itself, re-purify itself of all this evil, eventually the soul of the Messiah reaches sort of the event horizon, right? If you want to think of the black hole, it's like a black hole, but eventually the soul of the Messiah gets to the very top of the event horizon, right? And just barely pop through. Now, when it barely pops through this horrific world of demonic power, it's still corrupted deeply with demonic power. It's still completely, it's still evil. And so it's still some battle of good and evil. It's still deeply polarized between really, really good, it's the soul of the Messiah, and really, really bad, right? The evil world of the Klipot, the shards. And as it climbs out, it eventually crosses back through the event horizon of evil, which you can't do with the black hole, but it crosses through. And it's still influenced all its evil, but as soon as it climbs out of the world of Klipot, it has to find a body. And when it finds a body, the soul root finds a body, whose body did it find? It found the body, according to Nathan of Gaza, of Lord Shabbatai Tzvi. And folks, that explains Shabbatai Tzvi. That explains these, according to Nathan of Gaza, these illuminations and these dark mysterious, this manic behavior, manic depression. It explains why he can be completely righteous and in love with God, and yet do these transgressive things, where he says that the 17th of Tammuz or whatever is a feast day rather than a fast. And it's that. It's exactly Shabbatai's manic depressive psychology and manic depressive religiosity that for Nathan of Gaza is actually proof of his messianicness. Because inside of Shabbatai is the struggle of the messianic soul against the world of evil. And for Nathan of Gaza, this entire process is the final act of his history. Once Shabbatai is purified of all of his evil, then everything will be right. He is embodying, according to Nathan of Gaza, he embodies this final titanic struggle of good and evil. Now, what did the apostasy mean? Right? Because again, Nathan of Gaza formulated this idea in 1665. Nathan of Shabbatai apostatized in 1666. Well, we have two completely different theories about what's going on here. We have Nathan's theory. Nathan's theory is that Shabbatai is plunging himself into the world of evil, that is to say, Gentile religion. Nathan of Gaza has nothing good to say about the Gentile. He's plunging himself into the world of evil in order to basically undermine it. That is to say, he's destroying it from the inside. Nathan of Gaza's theology is always the idea that Shabbatai is plunging himself into this to destroy it. He's like a double agent. He's sneaking into the world of he's not really apostatizing. He's pretending to apostatize, to plunge himself into this world, to undermine it, to destroy the Qibla. What we now know from Shabbatai's letters, right? We have another view. Again, it's actually Shabbatai's view. Shabbatai also thought he was the Messiah. Shabbatai's view was that he's actually he's plunging himself into this in order to redeem Islam. He thought of himself as a redeemer. He wasn't going into Islam to destroy it. He thought there was positive things in Islam. He thought there was positive things in Christianity. And the idea was that ultimately, by plunging himself into this, by plunging himself into Islam, he could redeem the world of the Muslims, and that would be part of the grand redemption. There's two very different theories. Notice that what Nathan thought was happening is one thing, and what Shabbatai was happening is something completely different. So notice here, even the Shabbatian movement isn't coherent in terms of what they thought was happening in terms of Shabbatai's messianic mission. And that's not surprising because if you look at early Christianity, it's not clear that early Christianity really understood what Jesus' messianic mission was. And there was a huge debate about that. Paul thought one thing, James thought another, Peter thought something else. It's not clear that anyone really had a clear idea that Jesus' messianic mission was X, Y, or Z. And so that's why you have these big debates in the church, ditto with the Shabbatian. Now, what's key about this, right, is that we have three important interlocking things that make this important. The first is all of them agree that whatever Messiah means, it does not mean the traditional idea of Messiah, which we talked about last time, which is the idea of a political Messiah. This is a spiritualization, the same thing that the Jesus movement did with Jesus, the Shabbatian movement does with Shabbatai, ditto with further, we have this quasi-Lurianic justification for Shabbatai's claim. Now, what's important to note about these sort of quasi-messianic justifications for Shabbatai's messianic claims is that they're going to be the ones that largely stick. Now, it's a case that some Shabbatians did have some letters of Shabbatai, but largely what's going to stick is going to be the Lurianic, quasi-Lurianic read. I say quasi-Lurianic because a lot of this is not Luria. This is Nathan of Gaza sort of riffing on Luria. Riffing on Luria is a kind way of putting it. But yeah, it's riffing on Luria. And third, this is all part of a larger apocalyptic agenda, as we mentioned last time. Again, I cannot emphasize this enough. The 17th century, the mid-17th century, was an age of hyper-apocalypse. I mean, folks who remember the 1990s, and how apocalyptic that was. You have Branch Davidians, you have Y2K, you have all this stuff, you have Heaven's Gate. It was a very apocalyptic time. We'll take that and turn it up to 50. And that gives you some sense of how crazily apocalyptic the 17th century was. So this is part of a much bigger apocalyptic world, and Shabbatai's messianic claims are all about the end of the world. And to give it a sense of that, I want to read a letter of Nathan of Gaza here, just a chunk of a letter from Nathan of Gaza. I'll read it relatively briefly, just so you know kind of what the mood felt like. This is a letter big wig dude in Cairo. I'm actually the guy that made Shabbatai die. So I'm reading the translated line by Nathan of Gaza. Quote, nowadays, we again face opposing forces. They are wholly ineffective, however, and injure no one but themselves. For the final end is now upon us. Again, the apocalyptic level, the final end is now upon us. This being so, Nathan writes, you must not wonder why, by what special merit our generation has come to deserve it. In addition, there are these dreadful agonies, inconceivable and limitless, that Rabbi Shabbatai Tzvi has suffered on behalf of the Jewish nation. Consequently, he has full power to do with this nation whatever he pleases, to justify or, shalom, condemn them. He may justify the most depraved sinner in existence, even someone like Jesus, or condemn anyone who doubts him, even if he is the most pious person alive, to unspeakable torments. You must treat the following principle as absolutely certain. The Jewish people cannot attain to life other than by believing these things without any sign or miracle. All this is God's purpose in acting in this generation, worthy to the beginnings of the redemption, the beginnings of the redemption. You must have no concern whatever for those who do not believe, even if they be your close personal friends. And then after that, what ends up happening is that Shabbatai describes the outline of what Nathan of God thinks is going to be roughly a 100-year period in which everything else is going to go down, and you get a sort of timeline about how this thing is going to go down, how Shabbatai is going to go, and all kinds of stuff. It's very, very bizarre. But anyway, that gives you some sense of the fervor that Nathan of Gaza puts on to all this. Now, as we mentioned, Shabbatai died, and so did Nathan of Gaza. In fact, after Shabbatai died, Nathan of Gaza kind of redoubles his efforts, and he argues basically that Shabbatai's death is a kind of illusion, that Shabbatai is not dead, he's just hidden, right? That was an idea to be found also in Shia and Islam, that he was occulted, and at some point very, very soon, he would reveal himself again in his full glory. Again, are they leaning on Christianity at some level here? It sounds like it. It sounds like very Christian, that he's just hidden. So this is a kind of, it's Shia, kind of Ismaili, kind of Christian, that Shabbatai is not dead, he's just hidden. Now, what ends up happening in all of this, right, is that there is something of a combination that's already happened in Shabbatai's life, or into his life, where some Sufi ideas have begun to enter the inner circle of Shabbatai's theology, and those Sufi Islamic ideas begin to form a kind of synthetic theology. And that synthetic theology allows for the idea that, again, Shabbatai might be included, he's actually not dead. And what we have is over and over again these predictions that Shabbatai will appear on this year and this year and this year, and of course he never does. And eventually Nathan of Gaza, well, he dies. Nathan of Gaza dies, and as soon as Nathan of Gaza dies, the movement begins to fracture. Because of course, when you have Nathan of Gaza, who's probably one of the more talented Kabbalists of his day, unable to basically continue to steer the movement via his theoretical Kabbalah, the movement begins to fall apart. And the first person to really pick up the reins of this movement will be Abraham Cardozo, himself a very strong believer in Shabbatai. He would travel all around the Eastern Mediterranean basin, but also in Europe. He would be proclaiming the gospel, so to speak, of Shabbatai Tzvi, and he was murdered in 1706. So he was a huge promulgator of Shabbatian doctrine until he was killed. Now, the other side of this is that once Shabbatai died, the women in the movement really take up the reins. And again, is it surprising? No. Think about Jesus. The moment that Jesus died, who were the only people there at the grave? It was the women, right? The Marys, right? We have the women there. The men all scattered. And so women in a big way hold the reins of the movement very early on. And in fact, there's really great studies about Shabbatian women prophets and how the Shabbatian women prophets really both made the movement work, but also propelled the movement after Shabbatai had died. Now you'll remember that Shabbatai remarried after his first wife died, and his second wife, Aisha, or Yocheved, she went by both names. Actually, Aisha, or Yocheved, declared that her younger brother, Yaakov Corrido, was in fact the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi. So what we have, again, is the use of Lurianic Kabbalah, the idea of soul roots, and the Ruach HaShemot, the idea of incarnation. show that there's a continuity of Shabbatai's soul. He's not dead. He's just reincarnated. He's reincarnated, of course, into the younger brother here of Aisha Yocheved. And what ends up happening in this whole process is that there is some pressure being put on these quasi-Shabbatian Jews, Muslims, that are there living in places like Salonika and in places around the Shabbatian movement. Remember that part of what happened with Shabbat is he was condemned for not being Muslim enough to exile all the way in what is now Montenegro. And so some of the people around him that stayed around him, about 300 families or so, these were Jewish believers in Shabbatai who had never converted to Islam. And eventually, with Aisha's pressure, probably she's getting pressure from the Ottoman Empire, they all convert. Right? We get a mass conversion of about 300 families who do convert to Islam in 1683, some years after Shabbatai died. That core of about 300 families, right, which is the size of basically the synagogue of Oakland, that core is going to form the core of the post-Shabbatian movement. And over around the century, right, we have about that number grows to about 600 families, and over time, what ended up happening is in that time period, in the generation after Shabbatai's death, the new faith of the Shabbatian movement would take effect. And basically, the new faith looks something like this. There is a Torah that's composed of 18 laws. There are 18 laws that make up the Torah of the Shabbat movement. They do not have relationship with Jews, and they have outward relationship with Muslims, but they don't marry with Muslims, and they don't bury their dead with Muslims. So they don't associate with the Jewish crowd. That's obviously if they've been actually they're not Muslims, they're not Jews anymore. They're Muslims now. But what's important is they still follow an underground form of Judaism made up of 18 laws, and that they only marry within their own rights, and they only bury within their own rights. And what ends up happening is this group of converted Muslim Jew Shabbatian people, they don't actually observe Islam completely, and they dissimulate it. They lie about the degree to which they're really Muslims, and this actually has a precedent in some lodges in the Sufi movement. This is an idea called taqiyya, not taqiyya, and not taqiyya, not the Hebrew word taqiyya. This is the idea that you can hide your Sufi beliefs if those Sufi beliefs get you physically in danger, if they can endanger you. So what they're living is basically a dual life. They're living quietly as kind of Jews, but publicly they're living as Muslims. And if they're still not quite Muslims, they're still certainly not Jews. There's something else. And this something else is going to eventually evolve into its own religion. Now, inside of the movement, as you might imagine, there are further fractures. The two major fractures, there's going to be three major fractures within the Shabbatian movement that all occur. The first major fracture is that there's going to be another incarnation of, so-called incarnation of Shabbat Tzvi and Gracia Russo, who's known in Turkish as Osman Baba. He'll die in 1720, which, by the way, is telling you how close we're getting to modernity, by the way, at this point. And he's declared to be one of the really important, he's declared to be the legitimate inheritor of the Shabbatian movement, the reincarnation of Shabbat Tzvi. So this is going to break the movement into two different groups. The smaller movement, which is the Yakubi movement. The Yakubi movement is actually very close to Sunni Orthodox Islam in the Karakashi movement. And the Karakashi movement is going to be much more syncretistic with Judaism. It's going to maintain some relationships with Judaism, but it's going to be much more heavily Sufi influenced. What's important to know about the Karakashi movement is they're going to have missionaries. And those missionaries are going to be sent to Eastern Europe. Again, where is this movement developing? It's developing primarily in Salonika. It's developing in places like Montenegro. They're going to move their way into Central Europe, and eventually they're going to reach the core of Central Europe in the Podolia region in Poland. And as you probably know, the Podolia region in Poland is going to be absolutely core in all of this. We'll get to that in a minute. There's going to be a third and final split. This is the Kampansi movement. This is a period, this is the group that rejects the whole reincarnation theory. They reject the idea that Osman Baba is in fact the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi, and they say that only Shabbatai, that there have been no reincarnation Shabbat Messiah, and this version, right, the Kanchi movement is the idea that Shabbat is the only form of the Messiah. That group, which is actually pretty close to the very popular Mevlevi Sufi order, which I imagine folks know the Mevlevi tribes of the whirling dervishes, because of the famous whirling dervishes in the Sufi movement. So they're very close to them in a lot of ways. It's that part of the Shabbatian movement that's going to go on to become the one that will survive eternity. That one will survive eternity. We'll talk about that in a minute. So by the early to the mid 18th century, these groups would become the core of what we call the Shabbatian movement in the Ottoman Empire. And collectively, they're referred to as Dunmet. Dunmet. And this word actually means apostate, and many of them would not call themselves Dunmet, but I would call them something like Conversos or the Shabbatians, but the name Dunmet is stuck. Now, you might be asking how many of these Dunmet were there in the Ottoman Empire. Well, they have a bit of a problem in terms of growing themselves because they only married within their own family, led to all kinds of problems. So there were probably, we guess, somewhere between 10 and 15,000 Dunmet in the Ottoman Empire at the turn of the 20th century. So at the turn of the 20th century, there were 10,000 of these Shabbatians living in the Ottoman Empire. They were practicing Jews of a very strange type. They lived inside as Muslims, but on the inside they lived secretly as a kind of Jew. And they knew, I think, that they weren't completely Muslims, and everyone kind of knew they weren't really Jews. They kind of did their own thing. They buried their own dead in their own graveyard. They would bury each other. They lived in the same part of Salonika, and eventually Istanbul. They were their own thing. And everyone in Samoa knew this. Now, what's important about the Dunmet is that there are two things that are really important that are known about them, is that they became very well educated and very, very wealthy. This is all often true for very tight communities, right? That is to say, they became skilled craftsmen, they became skilled tradesmen, and they kept their money indoors, and they become actually quite educated and quite wealthy. And they were some of the earliest Turks to turn toward the West in the process of sort of modernization. And as the Ottoman Empire began to fall apart, the Dunmet formed, in some level, the core of the Young Turks. And the Young Turks, as you probably know, are the folks that led the modernization of Turkey. They revitalized the Turkish language. In many ways, they formed the core of the process in which Turkey was modernized. And in many ways, these Dunmet, which we now know as Dunmet, formed a pretty core, pretty significant element of the Young Turk movement, which means they played a pivotal role in the development of Turkey as a modern nation. Now, the tide of that would all turn. In fact, I think I said this right. I think this is on the slide. The first foreign minister for the new government of Turkey would be Arakeshi Dunmet. So the first foreign minister, that's a big deal. That's a high-ranking member of the Turkish government, was Dunmet. So now the problem with this is, as the 20th century wore on, Turkey and of course Israel came into loggerheads about all kinds of things. And what ended up happening was that there was a huge anti-Semitic backlash in Turkey. And that anti-Semitic backlash caught the Dunmet. Dunmet were thought of as secret Jews. And the idea they were secret Jews was even more terrible because they were, conspiracy theories and stuff that led to Turkey. And so many of the Dunmet basically completely abandoned any Judaism, and many of them just ceased being Dunmet. They became completely secular. They became completely secular. The question now these days, by the way, is, are there any Dunmet in Turkey at all? And we don't know. I think I mentioned this last time in my last lecture on the Shabbatians. I had a student in a class I taught her Shabbat to be. She came from a Dunmet family, and she said that in Turkey that she would ask other people, and they would say, yeah, I come from a family of Karkeshi people, or I come from a family of Kompasi people, but no, I'm just a secular person. My father was secular. My grandfather may have visited, whatever, a tomb of someone, but no, there are no practicing Dunmet left in Turkey. The problem with this, of course, is we don't know, because part of what the Dunmet do is they don't tell anyone they practice. They practice this idea of takia, which means they don't make it public that they are, in fact, Shabbat. So are there Shabbatians left in Turkey? practicing Shabbatians in Turkey, the data seems to indicate that it seems to be an extinct religion. But I'm leaving the door open to the possibility that they're still over there, but I think that the odds of them actually surviving are pretty low. That gives us some idea that the dogmatism of Shabbatianism continued to thrive and thrive all the way into at least the mid 20th century and in Turkey, where it was not born. Now, I mentioned, right, the Karakashi sect, the sect that holds from Baba, the reincarnation of Shabtai, and to get some idea where we are, we're on 1720. That sect, the Karakashi, were much more willing to mix Judaism and Islam. And remember, it was that sect that sent the first post-Shabbatai missionaries into Eastern Europe. Now, you might wonder, why in the world would anyone listen to this in Eastern Europe? Why would Jews hear these guys out? Shabbatai's dead. He's been dead for generations. It was a huge disappointment. It was a disaster. This entire thing was a disaster. Why would any Jews listen to the idea that Shabbatai is the Messiah, despite the fact that this entire disaster has happened? Well, the first thing is that news of Shabbatai's death actually happened really slow. It took a long time to get to Central Europe. And so, unlike in the Ottoman Empire, where the news traveled very fast, by the time the news got to Central Europe, well, things were very slow. And frankly, people weren't terribly educated. Jews in Central Europe in the early 18th century, Jews in Central Europe in the late 17th century, early 16th century, or late 17th century, yeah, they're not terribly educated. This is a very, very rural, very superstitious, very mystically inclined group of people. Remember that the Judaism of the Ashkenaz, the Ashkenaz, have historically been very interested in the supernatural and very taken with those kinds of ideas. Secondly, knowledge of Kabbalah at that time was very, very piecemeal in that area. Now, knowledge of Kabbalah in other areas was much higher, but at this point, early on in late in the 17th century, knowledge of Kabbalah was very, very piecemeal, very fractured. What's important to know about this is those people coming in, some of these Karakashi missionaries carrying the gospel of Shabbatai Tzvi, had a much higher degree of Kabbalistic education at some level than the local people did. So this is very impressive. Further, Orthodox Judaism in this region was much, much more oriented at the level of practice than belief. What really mattered for these people, and this is true for many factions of Judaism, is it matters much more what you do at some level than what you believe. And so belief was a bit more weird. You can have a much more broader range of belief and still practice Judaism. You can believe all kinds of things, like werewolves, vampires, and stuff, and it was okay as long as you practice Judaism in a nominal way. And further, these communities were very precarious. You're talking about a place where during right before Shabbatai's life, he experienced a giant pogrom that killed 100,000 Jews probably, and this entire area was subject to constant problems with the local population, where there were constant pogroms. So there's also just a level of instability and fear and messianic claims in environments like that, where there is a kind of precarious existence, are much more, they become much more tenable. It's much more easy to convince poor, uneducated people who live a precarious existence of the existence of a Messiah that will save them, as opposed to other people. And again, that's true. You see that playing itself out lots of times in history. When the Shabbati movement landed in Central Europe, in general, it kind of took. And it's always going to kind of take in Central Europe. We'll talk more about it today. Now, what's important to know about this is what ended up happening in the aftermath of Shabbatai Tzvi's apostasy in 1666 is that most people deconverted. They rejected his messiahship. What typically happens in the Jewish world? Someone gets to be the Messiah, they don't follow the rules. Well, what ends up happening is that typically the rabbis that were almost always the anti-Shabbatai people were the Messiah, or the rabbis in local regions like Manasseh in Israel, for instance, Amsterdam, and Manasseh in Israel, who was anti-Shabbati the entire time. Once the fervor of the Messianic movement ended, Manasseh in Israel basically able to rein this flock in and kind of shepherd them in the aftermath of this disaster. So in many ways, Amsterdam is really typical because Amsterdam was hotly messianic, very messianic, maybe one of the largest messianic centers in the world. And then after the 1666 apostasy, people were really disappointed. And Menachem ben Israel, the rabbi of the community there, was able to basically shepherd them through the disaster. What ends up happening, however, in Central Europe is that some of the rabbis that were converted and some of the rabbis infected or influenced by these missionaries, some of these learned rabbis continue to hold their faith in Shabbatai in private while in public denying it and remaining Orthodox. So we have people that are secretly maintaining some kind of Shabbatian ideas, and yet at the same time, publicly, they are not holding on to them in public. We call these people crypto Shabbatians. And what ends up happening is that as Kabbalistic ideas begin to make their way into Central Europe in the aftermath of Shabbatai, you can sort of imagine Shabbatai as the wave that reaches in, and that when Shabbatai the Messiah claims that Shabbatai brings this wave into Central Europe, what gets left behind after he leaves, after he sort of washes out, Messianic claims wash out, what gets left behind is a Kabbalah. So he brings in the Kabbalah, and then he comes out with this, apostated or whatever, and what's left behind is the Kabbalah. And so, as he leaves behind, as the movement leaves behind these Kabbalistic traces, the rabbis who are left behind with the belief in Shabbatai Tzvi as the Messiah continue to believe in Shabbatianism as a Messianic movement, all the while still holding on to these Kabbalistic ideas, and it's the Kabbalistic ideas that still continue to convince them that he is in fact the Messiah, that maybe he is a cultist, maybe he is actually just diving himself into the deep recesses of the code, and that he will eventually redeem them somehow, right? This is all part of the plan. And what ends up happening is that very early Kabbalah in Central Europe is always at some level tinged with a Shabbatian element. All of Kabbalah in Central Europe in the early 18th century, late 17th century, tinged with Shabbatian elements. And what we have are a lot of crypto Shabbatian works, right? Chemdat Yamin, Shevet Musar. We have other kinds of movements, other kinds of texts that are incredibly influential. We'll talk about that influence in just a minute. And this ultimately erupts in the Emden Eibishutz controversy. And the Emden Eibishutz controversy is a situation where two very, very, very prominent rabbis, one of them, Eibishutz, is declared to be a Shabbat. He's declared to be a crypto Shabbat. And he denies it. He said, no, I'm not, no, I'm not, no, I'm not. And this debate, by the way, was not settled in their lifetime. Both Emden and Eibishutz eventually died. And for a long time, people believed that Emden's critique of Eibishutz was that he was not really a Shabbat. Now we know he probably was. He probably was. We actually have good reason to believe now that he was in fact a Shabbat, crypto Shabbat. In fact, to this day, it's not even clear who was and who wasn't. We still don't know who was a Shabbat and who wasn't at this time period. And this would be a minor issue if it weren't for the emergence of the most important Jewish movement in basically the modern period, and that movement, of course, is Hasidism. And so in many ways, the disdain between the Shabbatians and the anti-Shabbatians, the crypto-Shabbatians and their condemners, is also going to track to the rise of Hasidism and the Mitnagdim, and Misnagdim, the people that condemn them, the opponents of Misnagdim in the century that comes later. Now, I'm going to make some really controversial statements that will make people who are very amenable to Hasidism maybe a little upset, but the data is now showing, the evidence is now showing that early Hasidism and Shabbatianism, there is a relationship there. It's obscure and it's difficult, but there are so many overlapping elements of both early Hasidism and European Shabbatianism that it's, I think, undeniable that at some level, the movement, the Hasidic movement, at some level, is at least influenced by Shabbatianism. I don't want to say an outgrowth of Shabbatianism, I don't think that's true, but the idea that they're completely distinct, I think, is no longer holdable by the Hasidic movement. They would deny it, but I think it's there. So, why do I think that? Well, it's, for instance, things like the engaging in transgression for the sake of heaven. This idea that they suffer on behalf of the community, for the community. The emergence of both of these movements, the Shabbat movement and the Hasidic movement, both emerge in the exact same region of Poland, the Podolia region. The Baal Shem Tov is from there. We'll talk about Hasidism next time, but I'm just saying at this point, I do think that the Hasidic movement and the Shabbat movement there's some overlap. Both of them are very influenced by Kabbalah, Lorraine Kabbalah. There's an antinomian streak in Hasidism, obviously you can find that in Shabbat as well. There's this stuff about sort of physical stuff that the Hasidic people do to be that seems to be also overlapping with some of the Shabbat as well, although typically the Hasidic movement is largely collectively Jewish law-wise very conservative, but there's still an antinomian streak, and there's even legal innovations in Hasidism that are not found in the Messiah movement. For instance, the wearing of tefillin during the Moed, that is deeply influenced by Kabbalah. It is not to be found in more Litvak style Judaism. It's an element that comes especially in Hasidism. As you probably know, the world of Hasidism is very court-like, it's very royal. Rebbe is treated almost as a kind of king, and there is a quasi-messianic attitude towards the Rebbe's in the Hasidic movement. We know that Shabbatian texts played a huge role in early Hasidism, especially Yamin. And in many ways, the Misnag movement, the Litvak movement, the movement that was very saw in many ways Hasidism as a extension of the Shabbat movement. And early on, when the Vilna Gaon really goes after the early Hasids, he really claims that under the hood of it all is Shabbat, that they actually are Shabbat. Now, I think that in general, does the Vilna Gaon overplay his cards? Maybe he does overplay his cards. But is he completely off base? I don't think so. I think the Vilna Gaon's not crazy. He's not a fool. I think he's not just being political or saying political. I don't think he's just writing some law. I think there's actually a relatively strong argument to be made that there is a strong influence of the Shabbatian movement in Central Europe, especially in the Podolia region, on early Hasidism, before we get to Hasidism. Now, in Podolia, the region I just mentioned in Poland, this movement continues to change and it continues to mutate, and it will mutate into perhaps its most absolutely bizarre form under the leadership of Jacob Frank. Jacob Frank was born into a Shabbatian family. He left Podolia to move to the Ottoman Empire. He joined up with the Karkashi sect. In fact, Osman Baba was a witness at his wedding in 1752, folks were in 1752, FYI. Like, this is 25 years or so until, the American Revolution. So he moved back to Podolia, and he begins to practice a kind of pretty serious quasi-transgressive form of Judaism, and we have what is called the Lansdorf affair, where it seems like in a synagogue he may have had a naked woman who was called the embodiment of the Torah, and they were doing some kind of sex stuff in the synagogue, dancing around this naked woman who is thought to be the embodiment of the Torah. And in 1751, him and his followers were excommunicated by the local rabbis. Now, there's an idea that gets attached to Frankism and Shabbatism, which is called Mitzvah Haba'ah Avera. This is sometimes translated as redemption through sin. This is a complete misreading of what's going on in Shabbatism. In fact, almost everybody knows this idea. I think it's misguided. This idea of redemption through sin, that you have to commit sins to become redeemed, this idea of Mitzvah Haba'ah Avera, this idea never occurs, and to my knowledge, any Shabbatian rite. It gets hoisted onto the Shabbatians over and over and over again, that what they're doing is engaging in antinomian behavior, they're engaging in violations of Jewish law in order to pay some redemption, in order to plunge themselves in the mode and redeem the mode, in order to somehow redeem themselves from sin. There's just virtually no evidence of this. What they were practicing, Shabbatai Tzvi never makes that argument, either the things of Gaba. This term, Mitzvah Haba'ah Avera, which is an idea actually found in the Talmud, has even the idea of this is just ridiculous, and it's unfortunately gotten promulgated by a bunch of anti-Semites and stuff who have these vast conspiracy theories that somehow all of modern Jews or all kinds of people, George Soros or whatever, that these people are somehow part of this Frankist lineage of the Rothschilds and all this stuff, and that they're really secret Frankists and they're engaged in horrifying sins. The more sin they do, they redeem themselves. And so this entire anti-Semitic conspiracy theory is rooted in the idea of the Frankists and the Shabbatians practicing this idea of mitzvah vera. But the truth of the matter is, they never did this, and that was not what they were up to. And I would say that anyone who wants to believe in this, just show me in the Shabbatian literature where this is before. I don't know if it ever is. I couldn't find a single thing. What Frank does argue is that what's happening is that he is inaugurating a new Torah. That the new Torah that he is inaugurating is a replacement, right? So we have the Torah there, yeah, right? And he's inventing a new Torah. He's conjuring into being a new Torah, the Torah of this world. And that new Torah is going to inaugurate a new religion he calls Da'at, wisdom, knowledge. The Das is how you would say it in Ashkenazi Hebrew, but this idea, he's bringing a new form of the Torah into the world, and that new form of the Torah is going to be this thing that he calls a religion called Das, or Das. Now, after all of Israel relatively quickly, what ends up happening is Frank are arrested, and they flee to Istanbul, they convert to Islam, like many Frankists or many Shabbatians at the time. And what they end up doing is sort of making a deal with the devil. The devil, I mean, here, Catholics. And what they end up doing is they argue that they represent a camp of Jews who are influenced by the Zohar, who reject the Talmud. And that the other camp, the anti-Shabbatian, the anti-Frankists, accept the Talmud but reject the Zohar. Now, of course, Jews accept, and the Shabbatians are trying to correlate with the Catholic Church, basically, so that the global Jewish population can't basically condemn them. The Shabbatians argue with the rabbis in the 1940 debate, and the bishop is the bishop is the person who's going to side with whoever, and the bishop obviously sides with the Shabbatians and against the Talmudists, and the Talmud is condemned, and there are dozens of copies of the Talmud burned in Poland. Now, what ends up happening, again, history's always funny, the bishop that sided with the Shabbatians in Poland in 1757, he dies. The bishop emerges, who is no longer a friend of the Shabbatians. At this point, Frank declares that he's actually the reincarnation of Osman Baba and Shabbatai Tzvi, and he begins to reveal his new religion. And what ends up happening after that is that, this gets so complicated. There's a local bishop that wants to basically prove the blood libel is true, and in order to prove the blood libel, the idea that Jews sacrifice and kill the host, sort of classic anti-Semitic nonsense, he holds another dispute in Lvov in 1759 of the blood libel, but the anti-Talmudists are declared to be not really Jews, and they are to be converted. And Nathan and Frank on September 1759 basically side with this bishop, and this bishop stands to gain an enormous amount of land and all kinds of stuff, and also the Jews, including Frank, also stand to gain an enormous amount of privilege by converting Catholicism. 3,000 Jews are converted to Catholicism on the 17th of September 1759. It's a disaster. I don't think Frank himself even thought this was going to happen. Now, Frank, being, I think, completely full of himself and I think, just delusional with power, holds that this is part of the plan. Just like Shabbatai had to convert to Islam, well, Frank, being the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi and Osman Baba, he's going to himself plunge himself into the world of Catholicism. And after he converts, he lives a life of a Polish noble. He lives a life of a Polish noble. He's wearing fine clothes, doing all this stuff, but at the same time, he is very heterodox behavior, and And in a way that the Turkish court would accept Shabbatai engaging in very strange behavior, the local Catholics aren't having it. They are not having it. Eventually, they arrest Frank, and he is basically sent to prison in a monastery for 14 years. So he's arrested and sent to a monastery for 14 years because they do not want to deal with him. The Catholics are not playing around, perhaps in the way that the Turks were. In 1772, Russian forces invade Poland, and they release him. They actually release him from this monastery where he's being kept, and he kind of coaches up to members of the Holy Roman Empire. He gets comfortable with Joseph II. He meets Paul I, the future Tsar of Russia, and it's in that time period that he writes his principal Frankist Shabbatian work, a text called The Collection of the Words of the Lord, which is published in English now. What ends up happening is that he gets into a kerfuffle with Joseph II, the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. He's expelled from the court, and he ends up settling, and eventually he dies of a stroke in 1791. In 1791, right, we're like in the middle of the French Revolution at this point, right? 1789, we're just not far off of the terror. At that point, about 1791, his daughter, Ava, takes control of the movement again. It's women who rescue this movement. There are about 25,000 Frankists, that is to say, Catholics living as crypto Jews in Poland in the late 18th century. And what ends up happening is that Ava Frank leads the movement into the future, basically building a giant court around her. She claims that she's the daughter of all these Russian royalty or whatever. And there is a huge Shabbatian center at both Warsaw and Prague, both under her control. And she lives like a princess, folks. I mean, people, like the amount of money that she spent to maintain her lifestyle basically bankrupted the movement. And when she died in September of 1816, the movement was so heavily indebted that it began to collapse under its own weight. I mean, she lived like a monarch in areas that she lived in. By the 1880s, we know the movement sort of living on, although many people at that point had begun to realize just being Catholic is a better idea than trying to maintain this bizarre double life. And so many people through the 1860s and 70s began to convert and began just to be Catholic, continue to be Catholic. And by the 1880s, we have very little evidence that people are practicing crypto Judaism anymore. They're no longer Shabbatians, but they're still very emotionally connected to Ava Frank. And when Ava Frank became sort of a cult of personality all of her own, it became less about Shabbatai Tzvi and less about Frank and more about her and her cult of personality. And what we end up having is people basically by the 1880s have largely converted to basically literal Catholicism, although some people deconvert. Some people deconvert and go back to Judaism, so there's a bit of a split there. The evidence that split, you may know this family. It's a very Catholic family. They're a pretty Catholic, pretty famous Catholic person. I'm not sure I'm going to pronounce their name wrong, but you probably recognize the Wojtyla family, right? You probably know who that is. That's the family of John Paul II. That's the family of John Paul II. There is good evidence, good reason to believe that the former Pope, John Paul II, is a descendant of one of the converted Frankish families, right? Now, that's the side that became Catholic. Obviously, John Paul II is pretty Catholic, and he's come from his family. On the other side, another group of families that deconvert, they go back to Judaism, kind of live Turkish-style Judaism, like the Young Turks. A very liberal, progressive form of Judaism is the Brandeis. And of course, the Brandeis, as you may know, Louis Brandeis became the first Jewish Supreme Court justice. And when Louis Brandeis died, when they were going through his effects, one of the things they found in his family inheritance was an image, a picture of Ava Frank. He came from a Frankish family, and he kept this heirloom. Now, does that mean that Louis Brandeis was a Frankist and a crypto Shabbatian and blah, 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 blah? No. He probably was a liberal Jew, just like many other liberal Jews that you recognize from lots of places anywhere in the United States at the time. But he maintained an image, a picture of Ava Frank, and he comes from a Frankist family. Do I think he was a practicing Shabbat in any form or fashion? just not as ridiculous anymore than I think that John Paul II was trying to think. Frankism, although what I want to point out here as I wrap up tonight, Frankism and Shabbatianism had a huge impact on the development of Judaism. Huge impact. The idea that you can't study Kabbalah until you're 40 and married and all that, that's in response to the Frankism, to the Shabbatian movement. The internal reality of Judaism is the rise of Hasidism is probably at some level of Frankism, part of, or at least a Shabbatian, of an expression of a kind of Shabbatian. The intense hatred of the Hasidic movement by Amos Nadim is probably part of their anti-Shabbatian movement. And again, we have prominent families who emerged in the aftermath of the disaster of Shabbatianism and Frankism, both in the rise of the world of Turkey, the rise of the Young Turks, the rise of the Turkish national movement, and then we have families who are very prominent Polish families, like the family of John Paul II and the family of Brandeis, who ultimately emerged from the Frankist movement, from the Shabbatian movement, are part of world history in a big way. There are even neo-Shabbatians. There are neo-Shabbatians. In fact, my channel, the Esoterica channel, I have a couple of books from neo-Shabbatians. I expressed the idea that Shabbatianism was a disaster for Judaism. I'm not going to apologize for that. I think it was a catastrophe. But I think if someone finds Shabbatites to be an interesting spiritual figure, better than them. But what I was going to hammer home tonight as I wrap up this lecture tonight is that we cannot imagine Judaism coming into modernity without Shabbatites. Shabbatites is the bridge in many ways of Judaism from the world of medieval Kabbalah, and he is the bridge to modernity. Hasidism, the Haskalah, Zionism, all of that at some level has to be seen as in the shadow of Shabbaticism, as in the shadow of the Shabbatian movement. All of the Messianic stuff in the Chabad Lubavitch movement, Reform Judaism, all of it. At some level, it is in the shadow of Shabbaticism. And there's no way that we can deny it, I don't think. And so, in many ways, if you want to understand modern Judaism, you have to understand it in some level as a response to the Shabbatian movement. And in that way, in a big way, Shabbatai Tzvi is still around. Because in many ways, we are living in the shadow cast by this peculiar Messiah who apostatized to Islam and continued to be Jewish or something. So, to drive this point home and to put a fine point on it tonight as we wrap up, modernity, Jewish modernity, is in many ways in the shadow of Shabbaticism. And the more we learn about him, the more we understand him, the more we understand the movement that came after him, whether it is the fractures that in his death or the Frankist movement or what have you, the better we understand Jewish origins in modernity, whether it be the Haskalah, the Hasidic movement, the Snagin, whatever. They're all in the shadow of this guy. And I think it's quintessentially important to understand him, think of Gaza, the theology, the Kabbalah really is in many ways downstream of him. And so Shabbatai Tzvi, a Messiah, in many ways, in a lot of ways, I think of Judaism in some ways, pre-modern Judaism, we're part between two Messiahs. And that's Jesus of Nazareth and Shabbatai Tzvi. You can look apart Judaism in some ways, medieval ancient Judaism between those two bookmarks. And that modernity is in the aftermath of Shabbatai. So, whether you like him or not, whether you're embarrassed of him or not, whether you think he's crazy or not, whatever, you certainly can't deny, I don't think you can deny that we have not, as a Jewish population, come to a real grasp of the impact that he made. And I think that we're worse off for that, and the better we understand Shabbatai Tzvi and his Messianic movement, his vicissitudes, the better we will understand Judaism, the better we will understand Jewish modernity, the better we will understand Zionism, and all of that. And if we don't do that, welcome back, and thank you for joining me explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work of providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, primitive philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. And Frankism was especially bad. We're talking about a situation where Jews have been systematically repressed for centuries in Poland, and then they were brought by the thousands into Catholicism. And as you can imagine, the moment that they converted into Catholicism, and ditto when they converted to Islam, converting back was not an easy thing. We should not forget that converting back out of Islam is a death penalty. That's a process. That's a death penalty case. And of course, no one has to remind anyone about the horror of the Spanish Inquisition. Converting to Catholicism and then trying to convert back, it's not going to happen. This is a one-way street, and Frankism and Shabbatism were a disaster anyway for thousands of Jews over the course of a century. And I think these should be considered forced conversions at a certain time because they were predicated on the idea of some apocalyptic pretension. Things were ultimately going to come to an end really fast. And that never materialized. Again, this got delayed and delayed and delayed. And secondly, the reason why these conversions from Judaism to Catholicism and Islam, the mystical jibber jabber that Andre Roosevelt constantly changed, it was never systematic. There was never any spelled out theory about why this is supposed to happen and how it's supposed to work. You have a bunch of charismatic men at the center of this movement who benefited greatly from these conversions. Frank benefited greatly. Shabbatai, in his own way, also benefited. And this is a situation where I think people were led into conversions that were, I think, forced by the charismatic leaders of that movement. In the same way that I don't think people like Jonestown killed himself. I think they were murdered by Jonestown. I refuse to characterize what happened in Jonestown as mass suicide. That was mass murder precipitated by Jim Jones. And so I think that in many ways these conversions were forced. They were forced by the Germans, not some leaders. And to be clear, an argument can be made, I would make the argument, that this is what happens when mysticism goes off the rails. This is what happens when rationalism is abandoned. This is what happens when you allow emotion and you allow fervor and mystical belief that you don't really understand to basically run ramshot. And that at the end of the day, I'm very sympathetic to mysticism, I'm very sympathetic in many ways to Allah. This is the gutter of Kabbalah. It is mass conversion, and it is a disaster of the Shabbat movement. Now, what's interesting about that is that given this disaster, given the extraordinary disappointment of the Shabbat movement and mass post Shabbat in Kabbalah. Because Shabbat to me and the Frankish movement and all that stuff that we've been talking about, that's an aberration. And it was sort of like a night where everyone was like a bender. You know, everyone was there, they went to New Orleans, they got trashed, they did all the things, and they went back to their own, and they shook off the bender. And so you can think about Shabbat movement as kind of a big bender. Went to New Orleans, they went down there, got trashed, big coat, and they did all the things. And when they came back home, straightened up, and it's over. And so I think of the Shabbat movement as a kind of bender in the history of Judaism. So what happens in the immediate aftermath of 1666 and Shabbat converts? Well, obviously the first thing that we've already talked about, there are people who are diehard believers who do everything they can to convince themselves using every tool they have in Kabbalah and Torah to convince themselves that Shabbat is the Messiah, no matter what. No matter if he apostatizes, no matter if he dies, no matter if the movement splits into three groups, no matter if they all have to work with all of them, there's always someone out there willing to do the work and try to convince everyone that this is true. And there are diehards in every religion, there are diehards in almost every belief system, and no matter what happens, they will convince themselves of what they want to believe. That's one camp we spent a lot of time talking about, though. They're out there. They're going to be out there into the 1880s, probably. Also, in the immediate aftermath of 1666, there were a ton of people who realized this was a catastrophe. They were people who believed in Shabbat. In 1666, when the apostatized, they realized, oh man, this is really bad. And what's also particularly important about this is that the people who, at the very beginning of this, realized this was a disaster, people like Menachem and Israel, those people who knew from the very beginning this was going to be a crazy thing, never did focus a moment so far as that happened. From what I know in Judaism, there's never a major I told you so moment where people gloat and people say, I told you so, and you can go jump in a river, you believe in this guy, and now you're marking back in the tree, marking back in my tree, trying to get back to synagogue, you are happy to pray to this idiot. Now, he's abandoned you, and now you can go somewhere else, go be Christian. What's incredible is the Jews and the rabbis who've seen people make this mistake welcome them back. And to my knowledge, I don't see it. Told you so. They just didn't do that. They were very magnanimous, and they began to do the work. And what was the work? The work was, let's just pretend this never happened. Right? Let's just pretend this never happened. So what did they do? The second camp, the people that realized they went back to doing what they were doing before Shabbat. They went back to intellectual labor and tried to make Kabbalah work. That is to say, systematizing it. Trying to figure out how the Berberian Kabbalah lines up with Proto-Arabic Kabbalah. They went back to the heavy lifting of trying to do Kabbalah in a pretty systematic and careful way. Now, that's not to say they just ignored it completely. They realized that something inside the Berberian Kabbalah, something inside of the Kabbalistic impulse was dangerous. Because it's going off the rails. It's going off the rails, crazy off the rails. So began slowly how to implement safeguards to prevent this from happening. This could have led to real serious problems. Can you imagine what would happen if all those Jews were found on those boats and began to sail in the Mediterranean to reach Palestine? It could have been terrifying. Tens of thousands of Jews would have died. They could have been denied entry into the Ottoman Empire. And who knows what would happen? They would sail back to Spain. We're going to arrive as refugees in Christian Europe. This could have been much, much, much worse than it was. And they find it's actually very much bad than it was. So the rabbis began very carefully of beginning the business of putting bumpers, basically, on the Kabbalah to prevent it from going off the rails again. And what do those bumpers look like? The main thing is public Kabbalistic teaching, especially advanced Kabbalah, just stop. It's just not. You just cannot teach people cease of teaching Kabbalah public. They cease teaching it public. Now I know that makes many of us grin. That makes many of us think, oh, these elitists, how dare they hide this? Well, you gotta put yourself in their shoes. These people were playing, it's like toddlers playing with fire. These people were not prepared to deal with this, and they were able to be convinced of something basically insane. But they are early crazy public ideas, they were able to basically convince themselves. So what ends up happening is that the first thing is that Kabbalah, public Kabbalah teaching begins to withdraw, especially technical. Then a creeping kind of legalism begins to creep out. And that legalism takes the form of safeguards. You need to vet who can learn this stuff. And how do you vet? You vet them based on all kinds of other factors of stability. One of those things is like they're open up. You don't teach a 13-year-old Kabbalah. You should, according to this act. You have to wait. How old? Maybe 40. And that was the number they said. I bet folks have heard that number. Well, do you want to teach Kabbalah to a bachelor? No, because a bachelor might get so crazily Kabbalistic, they're just married to God. They don't want to actually get married to a woman from a traditional perspective. But they need to be married. They need to have a job. They need to have kids. They need something anchoring them to this world. I've actually heard somewhere that Air Force pilots have to be married to kids or something like that because they don't want them getting in like $15 million, $30 million flying around. The idea is that you need to anchor in this world. You can go to the world. You can go to the Kabbalistic angel, go to Spirit, fine. But you need something anchoring you in this world. You need a job, you need kids and a wife, you need family. You cannot just be Kabbalah. That's unhealthy. So they begin to try to implement things at the community level that ensure that people who are ill, people who are drunks, people who are other kinds of things are anchored in the world. Now again, that sounds maybe it does sound illegal. But is it reasonable? I think it's reasonable. Is it reasonable in just what happened with Chad XP? It's very reasonable. I think it's very imminently reasonable. So again, I think it's not a bizarre idea. Third, there is a shift away from cosmological speculation. That cosmological stuff has led to bizarre ideas about how the world got created, how Messiah became implanted in the world, like we talked about last time with the Truth to Nine, Truth Dragons, and Messianic speculation is ground to home. That's over. We're just not going to do Messianic speculation. By the way, that's a return to Talmud. Talmud is very clear. Talmud says do not speculate about the beginning, do not speculate about the end. Speculate about now. Right? Speculate about now. Don't deal with Masa Bereshit. Do not deal with the end of the world. Deal with now. That's a return to very Orthodox Judaism. And we're going to see that when we get to Hasidism in a minute, Hasidism is the epitome of mystification, the mysticism of the now. Hasidism says now, the now. What is happening right in front of your face? The literal thing, the world you're living in right now is more mystically important than what happened back then and what's going to happen. And so Hasidism is going to pioneer the mysticism of the now. So they really take this to great heights and represent an enormous use of Hasidism. So there's a shift. What does the shift look like? There's a shift away from what's going on here. Right? Because trying to figure out what's going on here, that was dangerous. So what's the shift? The shift is into here. The shift is into here. Right? The shift is into the mind and the heart. It's about personal piety. And so it's all about fixing you. We are not focusing our attention on trying to become a Messiah anymore. That was a disaster. We're done with that. What we now focus our attention on our inner piety. And so the shift in the Kabbalistic language is now more inner. Not messianic saving the world stuff. It's about saving you in your community. And that's where intense piety comes in. Form of these things we'll talk about in a minute. This idea of kavanot, intense spiritual concentration, and following Jewish law very seriously. Remember, part of what people were very upset about with Chapter XP, the Shabbat movement, was the rejection of Jewish law. And so what ends up happening is that Jewish law becomes front and center, just like it was early on. Remember, the Zohar is highly legal. The Zohar never said you could expand the law. In fact, the Zohar is very clear that the law, that Kabbalah without the Jewish law, without Kabbalah, without Halakha, is not have been, thank God it wasn't thrown out, the baby with the bad one. I'm glad, very glad. But we have to admit that I think the kind of safeguards that get put on Kabbalah aftermath of all this are not unreasonable. What's also important about this is this story sometimes gets told from a superhero-centric perspective. Surprise, Eurocentrism, here it is. The truth of the matter also is that Kabbalist centers are also appearing all over the Jewish world. In many places in which Shabbat is never took a big hold. And those places are going to be places like Morocco, places like Yemen, although Shabbatism was very popular in Yemen and Morocco, Kurdistan, northern Iraq, Aleppo, and Baghdad, also in Jerusalem. Jerusalem, you will remember, was a holdout. Jerusalem and Shabbatism from the very beginning. So these centers in the Arab world, not in the European world, are going to be the first to come back online, and they're going to begin producing an enormous amount of Kabbalistic literature. Now, the sad truth of that is that a lot of the literature is lost, especially as Jews fled Arab lands, or expelled from Arab lands in 1950. A lot of that literature has been lost, and most of it, to my knowledge, remains manuscript. When I say manuscript, I mean handwritten books from the 16th century, 17th century. So there's not even printed editions of these books. But we know, and I know this because of other scholars who kind of surveyed the literature, there is a mountain of published literature out there, heavily working on systematizing Lurianic Kabbalah at this time. One of the real interesting personalities that appears in all this is Athna Barzani. Athna Barzani is probably the first woman rabbi that we know of. Like someone who actually may have really held that title. And she was a Kabbalist, and she seems to have had supernatural power. She lived in Kurdistan in what is now northern Iran. And her father was very charismatic. He died, and there was no one basically taking his place. Such a father. And the only person that qualified was his daughter. And so by default, his daughter took his place. And Athna Barzani becomes basically, I think, the longest person, real rabbi, and she's an active Calvinist. And there's a great children's book about her, too, by the way. I don't know if I've seen the children's book recently. There's a children's book about her. I can look it up or look at it. But it's really neat. She's just a really incredible character. She's just a really incredible character. Powerful woman in Kurdistan. And I think it's important to mention that we have one of the few women Kabbalists in this time. That's the thing. So I just want to make sure the name has the word on it. There are two major centers that emerge in this period in the world of Kabbalah. One in Jerusalem and one in what is now Poland. What is now Poland? I'm already telling you sort of the world is dividing again. Poland's going to be a center of Jewish life, of course, and Jerusalem will be as well. The first one is Beit-El, the House of God, founded by Yemenite Kabbalah. Right? We haven't talked much about Yemenite Kabbalah. There were tons of Yemenite Kabbalists. And Beit-El was founded by probably one of the most erudite Kabbalists of his day. I wouldn't say he's probably the most erudite Kabbalist of his day, Shalom Sharabi. And Sharabi's physical school, the actual school that he taught in, survived all the way to the 1920s. He was only destroyed in an earthquake in Jerusalem. You could have gone there in the 1920s. The physical school was still there. And Kabbalists in his school were still alive as late as 1969. He had one of the longest Kabbalistic universities, basically, in the world. And so, again, so much of the way we're taught Kabbalah is so Eurocentric. But the truth of the matter is, this is a Mizrahi Jew, Yemenite Jew, running one of the longest functioning Kabbalistic schools in Jerusalem. So he died in 1777, and his Kabbalah becomes very important. Now, the main thing they do in the school of Beit-El and that in order to gain the infinite access to the infinite light of the Godhead, you have to focus just like a radio wave, or any other kind of thing. If you have unfocused energy, it doesn't do anything. It's only by focusing that energy, that focusing that spiritual energy, that you kind of get on the wavelength of God. It's not super New Agey, but it's the reason why they use New Agey people use the metaphors they do. They're not bad metaphors. And the idea is that you have this wild energy, this wild spiritual energy, and you have to focus it. You focus it in prayer. Prayer is the lens that focuses this energy, and that the way that you focus it, the lens of prayer is focused using these kavanah. And Sharabi's Siddur, and published in Gid's Siddur, it's called Hebrew, and his Siddur includes hundreds of these kavanah. And these kavanah are sort of like micro adjustments of your soul. Focus your soul during prayer on various aspects of correcting and repairing and shaping your inner life. How exactly you want to connect to God or connect to the various aspects of the Sefirot, how you want to support your soul as it reaches up into the spiritual, this eternal world. And so it's through these kavanot, these very complicated kavanot, which were actually written down and memorized in their exam, the kavanot exam. You have to know how to pass the exam up, apparently. This was a very rigorous school of Kabbalah. And notice here again, it's about the interior life of the Kabbalah. It's not about some other stuff. It's about learning to focus your spiritual being upon God in a radically sharp, defined, focused way. What's interesting about the school is that two things are interesting about it. One is that it was incredibly student teacher oriented, which is to say they did not teach this stuff publicly. You could not go listen to a lecture of Beidel publicly. You had to be fed in, you had to be tested, you had to declare it, you had to have incredible levels of education to even knock on the door. So this was a school that heavily prioritized a high level of rigorous Jewish logic. So this is not just sort of fly-by-night people singing songs in Latino. You had to rigorously apply yourself to Judaism. You take exams. This is Kabbalah at its most spiritually athletic. Further, you could assign basically an NDA. You could never teach this stuff publicly. And secondly, you had to sign a letter of agreement that you would pledge yourself to the school of Beidel, and that you would pledge yourself for your entire life, and you had to pledge yourself in the whole time. So you had to pledge yourself even in the whole time that you would only study with other members of Beidel in the whole time, in the base midrash, in Olam Haba, in the house of study in the whole time. Beidel would be there, you guys could go study there. And so even the idea here is you have to dedicate yourself to bring it to the school. And so again, a high level of rigor, and there were people still matriculating to Beidel all the way through the early 20th century. And like I said, the last character of the school of Kavanot of Shalom Mizrahi Sharabi, blessed memory, he died in 1969. So this school lasted for centuries. The other major school here in Poland, right, in Brody, what is now Poland, and this was known as the Klois. So the Klois was much more like a spiritual fraternity. It wasn't an actual school in the sense of Beidel, where you went to a place and learned. It was much more like a spiritual fraternity with various kinds of people moving through it, and more people sort of meeting in sort of a general organization of spirituality. I don't want to keep that here. It makes sense that it was something like a spiritual Kabbalistic fraternity. And it also focused heavily on Purim and Kabbalah. Notice they're all hunkering down on Purim and Kabbalah. That becomes the basic standard of Kabbalah for them. But the main thing you'll notice about this is it's primarily attracting Lithuanians. So the Lithuanians, folks that we'll see in a minute, are a bit more elitist, and they're much more intellectualist, right? So there's a high level of intellectual systematizing Kabbalah and really, really hammering out exactly a kind of systematic theology of Judaism that is basically rooted in Kabbalah. Now, they do publish a lot of their work. We actually have a ton of work published by different books. So they did publish books. These books are very technical. I tried to look at some of today and early books, and I could hardly have to tell some of the stuff. You have to. The level of Kabbalistic education, the level of Talmudic education, the level of these guys. These are geniuses who are piling this stuff on. I was trying to read some of this stuff today. It's like quantum mechanics. I mean, it's so high level. Their books do survive. Early modern books. You can read them online if you want to. Check them out. Like I said, I really struggle to make even their 10 sentences make sense to me. Kind of barely can follow it. It's like trying to read Deleuze or some kind of like crazy book structuralist people reading that. Although it's that challenging. Their works are also published, but there are no translations. There are no manga. I don't know if they and you're beginning to hear a common thing now, right? They only exist at this time. They've never been reprinted. They've never been translated. The reason for that actually is very clearly, I was going to spoiler tell you it's the Holocaust. The Holocaust is the complete cultural interruption of Kabbalah. It amputates an entire people, not just from their families, but it amputates people from their entire world. And basically, this stuff is that's what happens to you for your life. You just can't save this stuff on the market. It's terrible. So much of this literature is basically work, and it's going to take 3 generations of scholars to basically bring it back. It's going to take that at least 7. It is a monumental task. So use this time period, by the way, I think probably some of the most sophisticated Kabbalists ever read. And language here, that they're just so few people with the skills to bring them to learn. Hebrew skills, Kabbalah skills, Bible skills. It's just amazing. It's the level of Kabbalistic scholarship of this time, the 1750s, 1800s, even in the 90s. The level of Kabbalistic scholarship is so high that never recovered. And it's going to take hundreds of 200 years probably to recover to get Kabbalistic scholarship back up. This school is typically a bit more rationalistic. And when I say rationalistic, what I mean is they're intellectualists. For them, they're trying to systematize Kabbalah into a system of basically Jewish theology. They're trying to formulate a Jewish theology that makes sense. And for folks who know a little bit about the Litvish world, you can probably tell I have a great deal of sympathy for the Litvish world. I am more heavily identified with the yeshivish Litvish world. Although I still have a great admiration for the Hasidic world as well. But as you may know, folks who study the Talmud, the famous Brisker method emerges out of the Litvish world. The Brisker method is known to be they compare balanced equations. It's like doing it's like your balanced table stuff in chemistry. It's like taking things apart from a molecular level. And so the Brisker method is infamous for its skillfulness. Making tiny disagreements, analyzing things in tiny detail as opposed to how do you apply all this? They don't care. They're like, no, we must very strictly understand every single logical relationship. So this is the world that produced some of the greatest logic textbooks and Jewish logic, some of the greatest logic textbooks in Halacha. The Litvish world is famous and infamous. And what this gives rise to is a heavily individualist culture and a heavily elitist culture. And as you might imagine, and again, when I say elitist, I mean that in both the good sense and the bad sense of that word. I mean that in the good sense that these are elite scholars. And again, when I say elite, I don't mean elite in just a bad way. These are the smartest, some of the smartest Jews in the world working on it. They are this is the Nobel Prize winners of Judaism working in Kabbalah and stuff. Now, that also gives them a sense that they're superior. They do see that these Alkite Jews, these poor Jews, these Polish Jews, working in the fields in Shtetl, barely can read, scratch together an education during this endure. They do think of themselves as somehow better. Not somehow, they're better. better. I mean, in the same way that I think a Nobel Prize winner is going to think a high school C student in physics, that is not going to compare. They're just not going to compare. And there is an intellectualist, I mean this now in a negative sense, an intellectualist milieu that develops in the Sunday world, where they really do believe that, yeah, poor, illiterate, Muslim Jews, they can do their very best, maybe they want to defend God. But can they really serve God? Can they understand God? Can they really do the heavy lifting of being a rigorous Jew? Not really. They're never going to be really pious. They're going to have a middling piety, sort of a pumpkin piety. And so this intellectualist elitist trend is going to take hold in Central Europe, especially among the Litvak school. And again, that's not for me. I have a lot of sympathy for the Litvak school, but that trend does take hold. It is into that trend because of reformers in that way. So Hasidism is an interesting kind of movement in lots of ways, obviously. The main thing that's interesting about it is that it is neither Shabbatian, although it bears a lot of similarities to Shabbatianism. We'll talk about that in a minute. So it seems to have preserved many of the attractive things that made Shabbatianism popular. So it seems to have kind of produced Shabbatianism without Shabbat. It has so many of the elements of Shabbatianism, but it doesn't have the kind of interior heresy of believing the guy's Messiah. So it has all the infusion, all of the emotion, all of the passion, all of the messianic expectation, but it does not seem to Shabbat experience. Not Shabbat. Probably. The other thing is it doesn't go as intellectualism either. It doesn't go in the direction of the Clois. It doesn't go in the direction of the Litvish world. It's a unique way of sailing between a real difference in the Jewish world. Whereas the Litvish world was very intellectual, very elitist, it doesn't go that direction. And it doesn't go the absolute antinomian direction of diffusion and joy and do whatever you want in the Shabbat world. It sails in between them. And unsurprisingly, it's going to be the world changing in the Jewish world. In many ways, Hasidism is for most people at this point just Orthodox Judaism. It will be that successful. Hasidism will be that successful. So it's begun, of course, by the mystic and practical Kabbalist. When I say practical Kabbalist, you should read something like magician. He was basically a Jewish magician. This was a thing that was practiced back at this time. It was a kind of practical Kabbalah where you would make amulets and you would do mystical herbal treatments and do all kinds of what we would now recognize as basically Jewish magic. There was a bunch of these guys. They referred to themselves as Baal Shem, good names. And Israel ben Eliezer was known as the Baal Shem Tov. And he, I should not say he, he was a mystical healer. He did a lot of relatively parochial jobs. He was a meal in synagogue, some kids. He was never much of a person outside of the movement until he really came into his own as a kind of extraordinarily innovative and charismatic preacher of a new kind of Judaism. And this new kind of Judaism was heavily mystically involved. It involved teaching mysticism to the public, although in a very modified way. We'll talk about that more in a minute. And it was a very inclusive form of Judaism. It was a Judaism that was accessible to anyone. It was not a Judaism that was a Judaism of elite scholars. It was a Judaism that could be accessible to anyone walking along the road for a day's journey through life. So the Baal Shem Tov bring to bear all of the enthusiasm of the Shabbat movement, but incredibly important, but a halachic rigor that anchors it in traditional world Jewish life. So it does the work. Right? The Baal Shem Tov he squared the circle. He squared the circle. He could bring the energy of the Shabbat movement, but he could also anchor it and locate it in the world of rigorous halachic Judaism. And there's a slogan literally means in Aramaic, there is no place devoid of God. So there's no place devoid of Him, or whatever. There's no place devoid of God. Everywhere is God. Everywhere is God. They say if you take the gematria of Elohim, right, and the gematria of Teva, nature, they add up to the same thing. Elohim and Teva are the same thing. God is nature. Not like Spinoza, a little bit like Spinoza, right? They say, look, there is no place. God cannot be anywhere other than where God is. And there can be no place devoid of God, therefore everywhere is where God is. Now, not everything is God. There can be deists, not pantheists. And they say that, yes, there are things that are not God. All kinds of things. Everything around you is not God. But hiding underneath them all is God. There is no place where God is not. And so the thing that one must do is one must learn to focus on the immanence of God. One must uncover the reality of God all around yourself and you. And this task is to show that God is in all being, God is in all things, God is in all habits. That even the task of changing the tire, the wheel on a car to the blood, is an act of piety if you see God in it, if you find God in it. And so the idea here is that God is everywhere. And piety, the task of piety, is to uncover the divinity all around you. But God hides God's self. You never see God's face, you see God's back. So God's back is seen all around us. You seek God's face in the most tiny things that you do. That is, of course, I think, the core of the message. It's a profoundly beautiful poetic thing. So the task is not just to follow Jewish law, which you must, because Jewish law is the primary gateway to God. But it's to realize that everything allows you to approach God. Everything that you do, everything that you are, allows you to cling to God, to make more ideas and lessons. That by clinging to God, by uncovering God, everything you do, take a sip of wine, the sweetness of the wine is the taste of God. That the light of the Shabbat candle, the light in the Shabbat candle is an entrance into seeing the light of God. And so they cover your eyes before you see them for the first time at Shabbat. So that when you uncover your eyes, see them, you may see them without the cover of the back of God, peer directly into the light. There is a shield. Right? That is testimony. Just the light of the candle reveals to God. Everywhere is God hiding. And the process is there to find God. And then, of course, where do you find God most profound? In you. Because you're made in the image of God. You're made with cells and Elohim. You're made in the image of God. You're a mirror of God. Everything that is you is in some sense an aspect of God. But the mirror is dirty. You have to clean the mirror. How do you clean the mirror? You undergo a process called tohayu. You can clean the mirror in all creation. Right? You empty it. And as you empty out, as you create what is, what's left behind, the creation of what is, the vayesh, it's just God left. And so you purify your mind. You don't think bad thoughts. Maybe you think bad thoughts, you convert the bad thoughts into good thoughts. You see a beautiful woman walking around the road, and you lust after her intensely, feel the lust. Let the lust wash over you. Feel the passion in your body. And know that the beauty and the love that you feel the woman walking down the road is just a pale glimpse of how much you crave to love God. Convert the feeling of the lust, of the sin, of the avera, convert it into the passion you have for God. So it's not about blotting out things. It's not about not feeling things. It's not about going under, sitting back, rolling around in the snow. Don't feel things. Feel it. The sin is real. You convert the sin, redeem the sin, give to the Yuvera a tikkun, give to the sin a reparation, and you'll elevate yourself. You'll cleanse your ego. You'll elevate yourself to the. So all of these things allow you to approach God in your everyday life. Everyday life. Everything around you hides God and is God. You can approach those things in their physicality. So much of Kabbalah is so intellectual in the religious world that you so figuring out how the spirit do this, where things go, how do things empty itself out, what are the shards left behind, and how the shards fall in this part. It's just like an intellectual thing. Constantine said, what really matters for those people is they must encounter the physical world, the world around them, the work around them, the food they eat, the bed they sleep in, the clothes they wear. They must encounter all those things. That's what they need to talk about. Not as some endless trying to figure out spirit stuff. Now they don't abandon it. For them, what matters is worship through avoided Vagashi, right? Worship Avodavagashi. Worshiping in one's physicality. That physicality is the gateway to the kingdom. That the body and sex, the body and eating, the body and feeling your body, even injury, can be avoid the Vagashi. Can be a way to approach Hashem, access God. This is a radical democratization of mysticism, where everything becomes an avenue to mysticism. Everything becomes a gateway to divinity. Now, this all gets focused in on the leaders of the movement. The leaders of the movement become these incredibly charismatic, and they were miraculously charismatic people with supernatural powers. You all hear stories of people who can look, they can see things happening for hundreds of miles away, and all kinds of things in the Hasidic world. We've got stories about these leaders. These leaders establish courts, dynasties. When I say courts and dynasties, these revis, these tzaddikim, right, these revis, they live like kings. And they have the ability to intercess on behalf of God. They're so righteous that their soul brushes up against God. And if they pray for you, then God can. Even if they're dead, even if the refuge is dead, if you leave letters in his grave, on his grave, his spirit, his soul can still reach up to Hashem and communicate your desire and prayers even beyond death. And that custom is still practiced today in the Hasidic world. These Tzaddukim, these Rebbe's, are almost divine. They're saints, basically, and you imitate everything the Rebbe does. If the Rebbe drinks a little bit of schnapps before this, you should drink schnapps. Because he's discovered some secret way of accessing this. If he dances like this, you should dance like this. Everything the Rebbe does has some inner deep meaning, and the Rebbe is in many ways the gateway to God. So the Rebbe's, the leaders of these Hasidic dynasties, become quasi divine figures. And these courts get established all through these years, and they are fabulous. You're talking about dudes wearing hats that cost thousands of gold coins. You're like guys wearing silver garments that are like knit through with gold and silver thread. Because again, your very clothing is a gateway to God. And the more beautiful you are, the more you glorify yourself. Of course, at some level, it helps you to be more connected to God, because God's king. Then maybe you should be a bit like a king too. And so the outfits they wear, and to this day, the outfits they wear cost tens of thousands of dollars for a coat. $40,000 for a hat. Because it's all about the glory, the mode of the rest. So they establish these courts, and these courts go on to become the central pillars of the Hasidic movement, even to this day. So you probably know some of these courts. The Satmar court, which is now split between two brothers. That's massive dispute since the former Rebbe of the Satmar guy, the Satmar movement, is the biggest Yisrael Orthodox, the television show, that depicts the Satmar dynasty. Probably folks know what's about the Lubavitch movement. Chabad is a philosophy of Hasidism. The Lubavitch dynasty. The Lubavitch movement is primarily known for its kiruv, which is to outreach. They are a very outward-looking Hasidic movement that wants to bring people into Judaism, and they want to bring people into Judaism. That's infamous parts. But the Tanya is probably the most famous. There are tons of Kabbalistic texts written in the Pacific world, and never let anyone tell you they lack intellectual or spiritual rigor. It's simply a lie perpetuated by people that I typically actually sympathize with, but it's those are incredibly deep, incredibly powerful concepts. Now, as you might imagine, this faced enormous kickback from the non-Jewish world. They had just dealt with the Shabbat fiasco. You've got people doing damn headstands during prayer as part of their Apodaca Pagash Yuri. They're like, you people are out of control. You're just Shabbatians. Right here, you're all British Shabbatians. You're bringing all the stuff that could have led us to the tradition of Shabbat speak. You need to stop it. And they were led by the Gaon of Vilna. And the Gaon of Vilna was a vociferous opponent of the Hasidic movement, the Lithuanian school, typically being referred to as Misnagdim, opponents, right? Typically, sometimes I'm kind of misnogged in my personality, misnogged in my Judaism, which is funny because I have lots of friends. I'm more misnogged and more Hasidic, obviously. But this was a brutal feud that raged for a couple generations. And I will say that in all honesty, the Misnagdim are completely wrong here, folks. The early generations of the Hasidic movement, the first couple generations of the Hasidic movement were pretty out of control. Especially, again, you have to think about this in the aftermath of the Shabbat Tzvita. They are terrified that it's going to go off the rails now. They're going to get one of these rabbis to pop off and say the Messiah, and we're going to have to deal with the exact same disaster. And I've gone through some of these already in a previous talk, but you can begin to see the Mishnah perspective. The Tzaddik looks kind of like a little Messiah, right? The Rebbe looks a bit like a little Messiah. There's sort of a transgression for the sake of having an angle here. There's kind of like that you have to experience sin of lust, and you have to convert it to God. You should feel lust, and you convert it to feel lust for God, love for God. These Messiahs like, no, don't feel lust. It gets a murder. Why would you cultivate the feeling of lust? You cannot do that. You cannot convert it. You cannot minimize that feeling. You cannot feel it and convert it. So they worry this is kind of the cultivation of their sins. Both of these movements have emerged from those. There's no denying that. Both the Hasidic movement and the Shabbat movement in Europe emerged from the exact tiny regions of Poland. And many people thought they grew up in the same area. Also, they are popularizing Kabbalah. Remember, right? Looks like the time by they are trying to bring Kabbalah back to the masses. That's one of the things that the Kabbalists at the time are trying to stop. They're like, no, these people were led astray by these ideas. Not because the ideas are bad, maybe not because the people are inherently not people of understanding them. They just can't understand them with their level of education. You cannot get these ideas to these people because you'll fall off the rails again. Hasidism says no. You bring them along, you educate them. You teach them. You give them a little bit at a time to raise them up so they become understanding of God. So there's a much higher degree of willingness on the part of the Hasidic world to incorporate Kabbalistic ideas into their connection to the masses that were the establishment of the mission. They worry about Apodaca Pagash moving, they worry about this coffee and communism, just people doing weird stuff, doing handstands, cartwheels during prayer, people screaming during prayer. One of the Hasidic dynasties that exists, Carliners. Carliners are the most metal of all of the Hasidic people. They're the most metal because they're infamous for screaming all of their prayers out loud. So if you ever go to a Carliner shul, which I've been, they just scream during the prayer cycle. You can imagine for a bunch of anti-sexual university trained Jewish Kabbalists, a bunch of dudes screaming all the time, crying uncontrollably. That's people crazy. This is a Shabbat thing, right? So, Apodaca Pagash early on was very worrying for this. The court setting with these Rebbe acting like kings. Shabtai did that when he was there to take down laws. It's Shabbat, diet Shabbat. It's Shabbatianism light. It's Shabbatianism that has all of the same dangerous ingredients. Like it leads to the problem we just had. It's just not there yet. And so they were terrified of this movement. And they were terrified of the movement both because they wanted to continue the integrity of Judaism, but also because they were terrified of what would happen if the Shabbat thing popped off again. If there were another one. And again, I know it's easy to kick them in Nagim as this sort of like intellectualist or, I don't know, fogies or whatever. They were trying to shepherd a movement in the aftermath of a disaster, a spiritual disaster. And the last thing they wanted was the ingredients of that disaster becoming popular again. Now, what's happening and what's incredibly important, and I think that this is what makes obviously proof of the proof of the tasting or whatever, the Hasidic movement was ultimately not Shabbat now, Shabbat again. And how do we know that? In a generation or two, it became very rigorously alive. To this day, if you go to a Hasidic synagogue, they are halakhic today as well. Now they have weird halakhic stuff. They follow a different minhag. They're lit by people that follow a much more Sephardi style minhag, which is odd because they're in Central Europe. They might put the felon on their Moed, which is unusual, specifically Kabbalistic thing found in most of the Hasidim. I don't believe that they do mostly do some unusual things, but at the end of the day, it takes a lot of conservative. They come down the side of old school Kabbalah, which was Jewish law. It's the unique gateway to God. And rigorous following of the law of the Halakha is a fundamental aspect of Kabbalah. So for all of the excesses, for all of the support, for all of the studies, for all of the rabbis, for all of the usual things that they do, for all the corporals that might do their prayers, screaming things and whatever, at the end of the day, the law is the law, and they don't break it. Both sides of this equation, both the Nagim and the Hasidim, they spend generations they execute each other like everything. It's a dreadful situation. I think local authorities have intervened on their role occasions, things like this. Also, I should point this out that in the defense of Hasidim, again, to identify more of the TikTok world, they will say that the Dash, the founder of the Hasidic movement, was one of the Calvinists that actively opposed Lincoln. So, from the very beginning, they were opposed to things like Lincoln. Dash was the founder of the Hasidic movement. So, again, he was opposed to Calvinism, taught Calvinism. So, I just want to, again, we all have our biases. I want to make my bias. I'm much more pro the Litvak world than I will go nature. Not ever misrepresent the richness, the genius, and the deep spiritual power of the Hasidic movement. To make very clear that while I'm saying it is on some level with the Hasidic world and the Shabbat world, I think that it's homologous, not one of common ancestry, and not one in which the Hasidic world was a crypto Shabbat. That's not modernize it, to adopt it, to adapt it, modernize it, we'll systematize it with Cordovero, we'll turn it round and round. But moving on to Common Legends, I think that there was no major publishing innovation, systematic innovation after Luria. I think that there was such a shell shock after chapter. So Luria and Kyle Love and all Kyle Love basically that exists now is some species of Luria. We are all living in the shadow of Luria. And again, I think the reason why there was a new kind of Kyle Love after Luria, basically shell shock. But as you might imagine, there's a dark cloud on the horizon. Right? And depending on how you view it might be a dark cloud, or it might be the clouds surrounding the party. It could be a dark cloud because what you might see coming is rationalism. What you might see coming is logic. What you might see coming is modernity, which strips the world of all spirituality, subjects it to the law of mechanism and logic, mathematics and science, and it robs the world of spirituality. That might be the dark cloud that you see coming. If you see something else, you might see the same thing and see something completely different. You might see the clouds of darkness finally parting after 1,000 years of darkness. The mysticism of random speculation about a world that no one has access to, a world of backwardness and superstition, a world where people believe in all kinds of nonsense. You can't prove it. And you might see the clouds parting, the sun shining through, or love, logic, and math, and science. If you're on team B, then the Hascalah, the enlightenment, is your buddy. Then what's about to happen is that the enlightenment is tearing through your menage, and it's making enormous strides. Because the revolution's beginning, huge gains are being made, and human rights. Right? This is the time there's the French Revolution, American Revolution. There's a huge impulse at this point in the menage, both towards science, towards math, towards logic. In the Jewish world, in Central Europe, there are some Jews who are beginning to look out and see that these non-Jews may be honest. And they begin to engage in the Jewish version of that enlightenment process. The enlightenment of Newton, the enlightenment of Kant. Again, the same year that Shabtai Tzvi apostatized is the same year that Newton invented calculus, discovered the fundamental nature of light, in order to make the world different. That shows you how the world is so different. Shabtai is apostatized in Turkey. Newton is fundamentally unlocking the secrets of physics, light, and math. And by the time we get to the 1700s, the Jewish Enlightenment is beginning to take back. The Hascalah will begin to take back. And what's going to spur to see is that in the aftermath of the Hascalah, we'll talk about next time, the arrival of enlightenment Judaism, that we're going to see a huge shift in how the 19th and 20th centuries will represent both an incredible loss of the Kabbalistic world. I mean, the loss of life, the Holocaust, of course, but also the rebirth of Kabbalah. The fact that we're having this conversation right now means something's changed. We are modern Jews, for whom most of us would declare heretics by the very people who study the past 50 years. All of us live in them, probably. Many of us have never been allowed to study Kabbalah. You're not Jewish according to their rules. You're not Jewish at all. We are, at some level, the inheritors of what's about to change. And we're going to see this interesting travail of Kabbalah into the 19th, 20th, 21st century, where we'll undergo some of the most horrifying feats, and where we'll rise from those ashes. And some of the most important Kabbalistic texts are now available for the last 5 years. Zohar, first tradition, are now available to us. So next time, folks, we're going to turn our attention to the 19th, 20th, and 21st century. Talk about the sort of vicissitudes of Kabbalah in the aftermath of the last major Kabbalah innovation, Sufism. We'll talk about sort of the most talking about Kabbalah, the story is the happy Kabbalah survives, thrives, focus on that process. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden of Judaism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work and provide accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics of Kabbalah, alchemy, culture, math, and philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects of starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how new ideas develop over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has always existed, that we haven't, or that Kabbalah is one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly in the ages that are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of this incredibly complex development, from the classics of ancient Israel to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate the developments of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully enable you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to the congregation of Sophia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here of Esoterica. If you want, find the entire series on the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or you can find these episodes after autumn of 2021 if you want to watch the entire series. You can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics of esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your participation. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Alright, everybody, I really can't believe I'm saying this, but after 13 sessions, we are now on session 14 of this, what was supposed to be a 9-series exploration of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And of course, you know, to you, I can basically be teaching this class one day a week for the rest of my life, still not exhaust all the things there are to say about Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And I'll be also very honest, this last session is going to in some ways be the thinnest. It's where my expertise really runs out, and I'll be very frank about that. that. It's just honestly the case that my expertise, I hit a wall, and my wall really is really with pessimism. I don't know nearly as much about pessimism as I probably should. So learning about pessimism and everything from roughly the 18th to the 21st century is where my gap is. Yeah, everyone has gaps in their knowledge. It's important to acknowledge the gaps in our knowledge, not to pretend we know things we don't. And it's definitely from pessimism more than that's a real gap in my knowledge. Not that I don't know anything, but there are certainly people out there who know a lot more than I do. In fact, I'm just invited a good friend of mine to give some talks, maybe a Tivoli City talk at my region casino about pessimism. I really feel like I gave it short shrift and it deserved a lot more attention, a lot more deep attention than I gave it. And so I reached out to a good friend of mine who knows a lot about pessimism to maybe do a lunch and learn. So we'll see if that works out. But at any rate, welcome. I would say welcome to the end. Not the end. It's welcome to the ellipsis, the dot. Because of course, Kabbalah is not going to go away. I'm saying Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah is doing actually a lot better now in the early part of the 21st century than it was doing in the middle of the 20th century. The middle of the 20th century, I would say that Kabbalah, in someone who's at death's door, and it's doing much better now. So in a substantial way, we're not saying goodbye to Kabbalah or goodbye to Kabbalah. Rather, we're saying dot. It's going to continue to grow and change. Never really one of the exciting things about development in the security world, where we're in this sort of new and dynamic Kabbalistic thought. And if we do end up in Palestine for a few months next year, I'm looking forward to kind of getting into that and seeing what's going on in the Kabbalistic world there in Jerusalem. Well, as we marked last time, the sort of post-Shabbatai world is, I would say that it's actually more sophisticated in many ways than the Shabbatai world. The Shabbatai world is marked by a relatively thin understanding of Kabbalah, really. And that's part of why the Shabbatai scheme was so successful, that people really didn't understand what was going on. They weren't really versed in Kabbalah. And when you read something of a very technical nature, you can be overwhelmed by it, by things that simply aren't really true or deep. They can sound deep, but in fact they're not. And I think that's true of a lot of things that went on in Shabbat. It sounded Kabbalistic and had a couple of veneers. If you scratch the surface even a bit, you realize that the kind of reasoning that justified the stuff that went on with Shabbat's being framed was, I think, pretty facile. And I think that when people actually scratch the surface of it and realize that this is just, gold gilding, they abandon it pretty quickly. So the years after Shabbatai Tzvi, the prophecy, and after the whole business, what you get is a kind of conservative backlash in the world of Kabbalah, and that shouldn't be surprising. This whole Shabbatai business is a complete disaster. And so what ends up happening is it's kind of a closing of the ranks. That is to say, in the Kabbalistic world, after this, what people are doing is returning to the period, returning to the Kabbalah much like it was in the period before Shabbatai, where things were a bit closed off, a bit more guarded, a bit more silent, which I think is probably not always for the worst. And so the developments within Kabbalah, in fact, the developments of Kabbalah since then have been relatively conservative, which is to say, we don't see major developments outside of Florian and Kabbalah. There's never really been a significant movement to Florian and Kabbalah. It's at some point become commentary, footnotes to the Rise of Florian. And so that relatively conservative moment, that relatively conservative movement marks Kabbalah from about the mid-17th century all the way until now. And as we talked about last time, two major Kabbalistic schools developed in the aftermath of everything. One of those in Jerusalem, led by the Mizrahi rabbi Sharabi, and another in Brody in Poland. And those two will become the central schools, so to speak, of Kabbalah schools in the period after that. But of course, it's worth pointing out that Kabbalah also developed very highly technical Kabbalah in Baghdad, in Kurdistan, in Morocco, Marrakesh, huge Kabbalistic center. So Kabbalah continued to develop in the aftermath of the Shabbatai business, especially in the Sephardic world, really rich. And I think that had a lot to do with the fact that the Sephardic world was much more stable than the Ashkenazi world at that time in terms of social stability and Jewish education. Again, I think I mentioned this several times ago that a lot of the people that were resisting the Shabbatai movement were people who had only recently come back to Judaism. And so they don't really penetrate Judaism in a very profound way, in a way that, for instance, the community for education. So the smart world is a bit less affected by the whole thing. And so it's not surprising that in Jerusalem, who never accepted the whole Shabbat business to begin with, they excommunicated him as soon as they could. That leave one of the largest Kabbalistic schools in the aftermath of all of that developed. Not to mention last time, the two Kabbalistic schools take very different directions. The school of Bethel in Jerusalem is going to take the form of really intense concentration or Kavanah prayer. And that school, again, will last basically until 1969 when the last adherent of that school died. He's one school lasted for hundreds of years, although very tightly guarded, very disciple-student oriented. And of course, the other is a Klois in Poland, and that is going to be largely influenced by Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah and Jewry. And Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah is going to be mostly marked by intense intellectual Kabbalistic speculation. And so out of that will going to flow a mountain of highly intellectualized Kabbalistic systems that are going to basically try to do the work of systematizing Lorraine Kabbalah, especially with the old Cordoveran system from the type of this period also saw, as I talked about last time, the rise of Hasidism. Hasidism is probably the most important, probably the most important movement in Judaism, probably in the past 300 years. Hasidism will spawn an entirely new system of Judaism, social relations, customs, and dress. All kinds of things have come out of the Hasidic world. The whole thing has solved the enigma that I'm sure all of you are very familiar with come out of the Hasidic world. And so it's from that world where we have to focus on extreme piety, but also piety that's meant to find the divine every day. It's a piety in which God is looking all about things which you can't see God. The divine is everywhere. I think of the line from the Quran, you can easily imagine the Hasidic Rebbe that have written the Quran says that Allah is judgment. That image in the Quran always comes incredibly provocative. And I can easily imagine someone like Ahmed Breslau having written something just like that. So the idea that the divine is that close to you. The obstacle is just you. You and your ego are fundamentally you and your lusts and your desires. It's your desire to get rich or to have fame or to be loved by someone or whatever. It's these things that get in the way of your relationship with the divine. Because the divine, the Hasidic movement is right there. You just have to do the work of the tool of erasing the barriers between you and the divine, and it's in the erasure of the barrier that one can experience the divine in the everyday, including even in the movements of one's physical body, the sound of a bird. Some of the Rebbe's were even alleged to be able to understand the language of the birds. They would listen to birds sing. So they're singing, they're talking, they're having theological debates that the Rebbe's could understand the Beilis Rabbis, and that Beilis Rabbis allowed them to hear, little debates among the rabbis of the birds. Always thought it was plenty of sitting in the forest, listening to the birds, rather than just hearing what the rest of us, normie people that only hear the birds. The Rebbe's, they would hear birds, they hear the debates among the birds of God. And so I always found that to be a very beautiful example of Hasidism, where it's not just, you're not just hearing bird sound, you're hearing theological debates among the animals. So again, according to the Hasidic idea, it's the deep desire to experience the divine in every aspect of life, and to cleave to God in the Vegas. The Vegas is clinging to God, and you cling to God, and one thing you do this at some level by cultivating a relationship with shamanic character in the Hasidic world. The Rebbe sometimes they're exotic, seducing, they're these righteous people who have a unique relationship with God, they're intensely holy. And of course, these Rebbe go on to set up various courts, and those courts really operate a bit like royalty. Those do operate a bit like royalty even to this day. And so you have a loyalty to the Rebbe, to your Rebbe, and Hasidic encounters the divine primarily through the Rebbe, and it's in that Rebbe Hasidic relationship that Hasidism really grows up into some important plans throughout today. We'll talk a little bit about how that got a little stranger, especially with the Chabad Fathers movement, which we forgot to mention much in the later slides. So we can talk about that a little bit as well. But we'll see how that goes. discovered or invented calculus, which he discovered it at the same time as Leibniz. There's a debate about that. It's also the same year that Newton discovered the nature of light, and also basically figured out Newtonian physics, which it knows now. They published all that in 1666. It's called the Year of Miracle. So at the same time that Newton is figuring all that out, inventing calculus and all this stuff, that's the year Shabtai converts to Islam. So it's difficult. I know that for many people, for me too, when I think about Shabbatai's conversion, I think it's like an evil thing. Like something that happened a long, long time ago. And I think it somehow did not have happened a long, long time ago. It feels very private. It feels like I could just sort of, we could play chess. It's going to be like Star Trek. And they happen at the same time. They happen the exact same year. And so what's coming down the pipe, and what I think the Jewish world did not see in the aftermath of this entire Shabbat, because it wasn't seeing light. The Enlightenment happened all around the Jewish world, in France, and in North America, and in England, and Holland, and Germany. The Enlightenment was developing a huge, completely new worldview that was dynamically breaking from what had come before, with its emphasis on rationality, its emphasis on science, its emphasis on logic. And so we really get philosophers like Descartes, like Spinoza. Spinoza's philosophy rejects that the God is separate from nature. It's just nature. Nature is God and God is nature. It's the same thing. We're getting to mechanistic philosophers. The philosophy believes that all of nature is like a giant machine. If you study it carefully, you can understand how it works. If you understand how it works, you can predict it, and therefore you can make it do things. This is incredibly mechanistic philosophy, which is in many ways really wonderful and things like that. Inside the Jewish world, they never saw this coming. It just sort of lands on their doorstep. When I say landed on their doorstep, I mean what I really mean is Napoleon showed up. What people call the world spirit or the horseback. Napoleon shows up in Central Europe, and remember, he marched all the way to Russia. So everywhere Napoleon went, recall, he brought with him the Enlightenment ideas. His army was a sort of enlightened army. Russian army were ever enlightened. And Napoleon brought with him the metric system. He brought with him French revolutionary ideas. He brought with him the idea that if you're a citizen of a country, then you should have equal protection under the law. There should never be second classes. Either you're a citoyen or you're not. If you are a citoyen, you have the rights and privileges of everyone else that is protected by the rational law. Of course, I'm not saying Napoleon was perfect or anything like that, but he was a big enough deal that they all thought at some level represented the very movement of Geist, the very movement of God, in the realization of Godness in the world. And of course, Hegel got disappointed with it later, but he made a big impression on the young Hegel. And so this is at the same time that this is taking on. And so when these two movements come into conflict with each other, there's going to be a break-off in the Jewish world where some Jews are going to become very attracted to Enlightenment values, and they're going to incorporate those Enlightenment values into the Jewish world. And that is called the Haskalah, the Enlightenment. And I think for almost everyone here in this class, and almost probably everyone here in my voice, all of us are pretty enticed to some level by Enlightenment ideas. The idea of equal protection of the law, you can't be just killed because of what you believe in, that we have a rational system of weights and measures, like we do in this country, but many countries, most countries in the world, that the scientific, the very fact that I'm talking to you through this machine is proof of the success of this life. So for many Jews, the Enlightenment was a solution to so many problems in the Jewish world, both in terms of the inner backwardness world, what they call it, a superstitious world ruled by elite dynastic rulers who divine the will of God, who knows how to bring these things out, and they believe in werewolves and vampires, and they believe in all this stuff in Kabbalah. Many Jews were very disenfranchised with that and wanted to rush into the role of the Enlightenment, and they did. They did. In fact, most of the Jewish folks here, I imagine for many of the Jewish folks in this class, are the children of the great-great-great-grandchildren of the Maskell, of the Enlightenment folks. But the Enlightenment was very, very, very successful, for better and for worse. So what ends up happening is that this new kind of rational integration of Enlightenment values with Judaism continues. reality of the modern Judaism is at some level, all of it is a response to the Haftarah. It's all a response. Either you double down on tradition and you retreat it into the world of the dynastic world, of the city world, of the living world, or you drift it off into the secular world and you try to make it go at either assimilated or you try to balance out both. Assimilation was the largest, the earliest way to go. So what we have here basically is a choice between some level of assimilation, right? As much as the countries will allow you to assimilate, whether it's the French, the Germans, and as you know, the terrifying history of how this will go, it will fail assimilation. Ultimately, that was a failed strategy to not protect Jews in the end. And neither did God, by the way. It wasn't like already people were protected when the first camp was rolled in. And so what we have is this dualistic, a polarized world by the 1700s in which there are Haskalah Jews and then there are traditional Jews. The whole becomes polarized. Polarized. Now, that's not to say that Kabbalah stopped. If all the kinds of things that have not stopped the Kabbalah hadn't stopped them, whether it was the Crusades or Vehement or whatever pogroms would stop Kabbalah, well, this whole enlightenment thing didn't stop it either. And so many of the traditional centers of Judaism in the medieval or in the early modern world, they continue to produce Kabbalah as if nothing was going on for them, and they may have not even known. And so, especially in the Hasidic world, there's a huge outpouring of literature. It's the time period where the folks in the Chabad movement, any folks that I have contact with, they began very rigorously developing there. Also, it's worth pointing out that the Chabad movement becomes sort of the intellectual center in many ways of the Hasidic movement, more interested in the world of mind, the world of intellect, as opposed to just the world of emotion. And so the Chabad movement actually becomes much more of a rigorous system of Hasidic philosophy, as opposed to just having or whatever. So this is a period of people like Rebbe Nachman of Breslov, which I imagine most folks have heard of. Nachman of Breslov is probably one of the most famous Rebbe's of this time period. He's of course known for his deep spiritual reflections and his existential morphing experience. He was a person of great highs and great lows. I guess most historical people who read end up remembering are kind of manic depressive in this way. So, I mean, Rebbe Nachman is known for this extreme joy, extreme sorrow that he was feeling. And ultimately, he's going to be brought to the Hasidic movement. We'll talk about it in a minute, but also the Nanach movement, which I imagine if you've ever been last time in Israel, you will at some point encounter some Nanach guys, smell as pious as they are. They wear the in-fat Nanach written on it. They listen to techno music and just around. Pious to a fault. So those guys are out there. They're dealing with the neo-Muslim world. Of course, also at this time period, probably one of the most important modern Jewish philosophers in this thing is also writing. This is a Ram called Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, probably the greatest traditional Jewish mind of the early modern period. And Luzzatto wrote a mountain of stuff. It's really bad. I was looking up something today and I'm like, my God, this guy wrote 50 books. I've probably read one or two of them. He wrote 50 something books. Enormously huge output. But the Ramchal is known as the young man for having had a spiritual experience where he had a body or a spiritual teacher begin to reveal him all kinds of spiritual things. He was relatively young when this happened, and you can imagine that in the aftermath of the Shilas, no one wanted to hear about anyone talking conspiracy at one point. So he kind of got kicked out of Italy a little bit. He kind of got expelled from Italy, and this led him on a journey to Europe. And in the journey to Europe, he ended up writing like a ton of stuff. His two most famous books are Derech Hashem, The Way of the Lord. Derech Hashem is probably the most systematic collection or systematization of Judaism that incorporates both philosophical issues and Kabbalah into one system. Derech Hashem is a really great one. If you want to study it, it's a fantastic text that really does the work of sort of philosophy today. All those philosophers won't look like they do, but textbook that they're trying to get to systematize it very system, but also there are a lot of encyclopedic text that is going through and trying to list things and describe what things are. One of the problems that comes along with more technical Kabbalah is that the Hebrew language just isn't actually that good at doing philosophy. There are a lot of technical reasons why this is. German is a far better language for doing philosophy even than English. And Hebrew is a sort of clumsy language when it comes to doing philosophy. And it's also a bit of a clumsy language when it comes to doing Kabbalah, ironically enough. And so a lot of the technical terms in Kabbalah are very, very confusing. And a lot of what happens during this time period is the encyclopedizing of Kabbalah. And one of the more famous encyclopedias that gets written at this time is one of the books I would love to see translated. I have it downstairs, but I can read it. You know, translating it is beyond me. But it's the Sefer Tanaim. Sefer Tanaim is an encyclopedia of the Klipot. The Klipot, as you may remember, are the shards left over in the process of creating the world, and those shards that are left over are actually demise. So the demons that sort of form the Floridianic world, and it's an encyclopedia of all the demons. And so we actually get a systematic account of the evil detritus left over from the creation of the world here in the 18th, 19th centuries. Sefer Tanaim is a fabulous original one. Greek, unfortunately, Hebrew translation. Now, as you probably also know, in all of this, through the 19th century, the amount of anti-Semitism in Europe doesn't go away. Anti-Semitism has always been there in Europe, or in European anti-Semitism. Well, the anti-Semitism gets a new added dimension. As you might imagine, as it becomes more and more part of secular civil society, there's also anti-Semitism that emerges as a disgusting the level of discrimination of Jews in secular civil society. The most famous and infamous example of this is the Dreyfus Affair in the 19th century in France. And so, with this uptick in anti-Semitism and the ongoing reality of anti-Semitism, there's sort of two or three distinct ideas basically about what to do about it. One idea is the traditional idea: double down on being pious, God will protect you. And it's a growing theory for many thousands of years, but that theory no one's given up on today. So one is double down on being pious, God will protect you. The other theory is that at some level, you just get out of Europe. Europe is just a death trap. We've been living in Europe now for 1,000 years, and for 1,000 years, it's just this nightmare. It's just been pogrom after crusade, after blood libel, after witch hunt, after whatever. It just here is never going to accept us, and at some level, eventually going to come to kill us all. It's just a matter of time. Turns out they're right. So what do? You leave Europe. You pack your bags and you leave Europe. And in the mid-19th century, that idea takes the form of secular Zionism. This is where Haskalah Jews and white Jews decide as a group that the situation in Europe is basically untenable for them to live. And this is the emergence, of course, of very, very nascent Zionism. Now, it's two things I want to know here about really early Zionism. It was entirely a secular movement at first. In fact, it really didn't have much of its back in the 20th century. And so Zionism was a secular, largely socialist movement, although not all of it was socialist, not all of the socialists the way we recognize it now. And that movement, while it did accept some messianic themes, and it was sort of, apocalyptic in its narrative and its way to talk about the world, it wasn't really influenced by Kabbalah. But I think that it was, if you read a lot of the language of the early Zionists, you will see a lot of the exile redemption language. You will see a lot of language that is coming in from the Kabbalah, although I think it's mostly through the social process, right? So let me make that more clear from a finer point on it. The Zionist movement early on was never influenced by Kabbalah directly, although I think that there is some messianic and some Kabbalistic ideas that are into Zionism, mostly because of sort of social osmosis as Jews, and they've been raised in Kabbalah and Torah. So that's one part of it. The other part of it with the Zionist movement is that from a religious perspective, it was completely remote. It was completely in a favor. The religious world rejected Zionism very early on. And when I say the religious world rejected Zionism, most of the religious world still rejects united with the toxic ideology that harmful to Palestinians and it is irreligious. It's blasphemous. It's straight up heresy. And so this early, even I think even the reform movement very early on, even the reform movement in Germany, at the very beginning of the reform movement, they rejected Zionism in two major conflicts. So even at the very far progressive end of the Jewish world, Zionism was very unpopular at least to start, and it remains unpopular now. For anyone who's folks have been watching the very wonderful show Shtisel, some box of music things, you'll know in Shtisel, right, every time that they bring the Zionists up, Shulam's brother always says he refers to the Zionism, he refers to Zionism Shulam boys, evil people. You know what it's called? Shulam evil. And so this is a thing that develops early on in response to Zionism. So it never became religious until much later. In fact, I would say that in many ways it wasn't until Rob Cook who will talk about it in a minute, and it certainly wasn't until like after the Iraq War that in a big way you get the religious side of the that becomes a relatively minority. The Kabbalah point continues to develop, right? It's not like again, it's not like the Kabbalah stops. It's like, oh yes, this slide. Look, there's an extra thing down here I want to talk about. I'll fuck this slide up. But anyways, the one last thing I want to talk about here is that in the 19th century, what also happened non-Jewish world is that sometimes what's referred to as the occult revival. The occult revival was a renewed interest in occult sciences, alchemy, and sort of a romantic interest in this stuff. And what you get are people like Ebenezer Sibley and Barrett, who are people that published the Vegas. You have a bunch of people really interested in the occult again, and this sort of occult revival that occurred primarily in the 19th century also incorporated some older elements of Christian Kabbalah, and they ultimately developed a new form of Kabbalah out of Christian Kabbalah that is referred to as the Hermetic Kabbalah. And this is a completely non-Jewish, occult-centered version of the Kabbalah, primarily used for engaging in ceremonial magic. So we have elements of Freemasonry being combined with elements of Renaissance magic, and then that being fused together with some elements of Kabbalah, and that develops what we now refer to as the Hermetic Kabbalah, which is another third branch of Kabbalah that is developed. There's Jewish Kabbalah with the K, there's Christian Kabbalah with the C, and now it's developed eventually in the early 19th century, 20th century, Hermetic Kabbalah with the Q, and collecting into occult practice operating instead. So again, in the 19th century, Kabbalah undergoes another mutation, although not a Jewish mutation, but primarily in the non-Jewish world, primarily in England, where this occult revival took place. There's some Hermetic Kabbalah called out there, and it's very popular for the whole world of people spirituality is wrapped up with the very significant, very complicated So as I mentioned, right, just a minute ago, one of the things that, one of the other strategies, right, so we have one strategy double down to traditional, the other strategy is leave, go to Palestine or wherever. The other strategy that I mentioned a minute ago too is assimilation. Assimilation was a very daring strategy, and perhaps I think one of the more difficult. I think that many of the people who did the job of assimilating had written off as traitors or something. I think it's really important when we talk about that iteration of folks. But assimilation was a really difficult task of trying to maintain two things. It was trying to maintain being Jewish and also trying to maintain your identity in a world that rejected Jews. Trying to be German and be Jewish, whatever the German Jew is. And the problem was that the Orthodox world hated Jews because they thought that he was a sellout, and the Germans never really accepted Jew either. And you could do anything almost, right? I think of people like Husserl. Husserl was a great German philosopher whose son fought in World War I and still got fired when the Nazis they never become Jewish and never. In fact, even for the anti-Semites, the Nazis, the more the Jews assimilated, the more dangerous they were. They were almost hiding among them. And so there was something about this that the strategy of assimilation was always going to be at some level a losing game. But what ends up happening understanding, at least the academic world, is that, or at least the religious world, rather, I should say, is that Judaism early on had to basically come to like Lutheranism. They had to make a Judaism that looked much like the Lutheranism of the 1920s. And that movement became the Reform, right? Ethical monotheism. And if you look at the Lutheran movement and the early Reform movement, it's amazing what's the one of them. Even the choir, it's just like the organ and stuff, right? You're into a classical Reform synagogue, the organ, the choir, and, they even moved Shabbat to Sunday morning, and all kinds of stuff. They were desperately trying to fit in. And again, at one level, one way of looking at it is they're trying to sell out. But again, I think they want to accuse them of that. You can walk a mile in their shoes to understand how devastating the reality of anti-Semitism was at that time and how awful it did. And at the same time, I admire the courage it takes to try to figure out a way from in Jewish, French and Jewish in a world that you basically reject by both sides of it, which I think is very heroic and a very difficult path to march. On the academic front, part of what had to happen to justify the viability of Judaism is to justify the world of the theologians. That's the theologians largely of Lutheran theology in the mid and late 19th century, which, as you probably imagine, you may know even, German scholarship at this time was some of the most amazing scholarship in the world when it comes to the Bible. This is a time period where critical source theory was being developed. This is a time where the Bible was being systematically studied, scientifically studied for the first time. This is where Hebrew is really getting into the manuscripts of these things. It's really a time period of enormous erudition. In fact, I would say the German biblical scholarship of 10 years probably produced more erudite scholarship than 30 years of what we made of these guys. And they just used 50 languages. They just did. That's just how they worked. They didn't have the whole Bible. They just had something to be quite around. So the scholarship was very driven by pietist, very careful scholarship. And so what is emerging at the same time is the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism. And the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism was largely spearheaded by a group of Jewish Ashkenaz scholars. This movement became known as the Wissenschaft des Judentums movement. And Rosa, I beg your forgiveness, but mispronounce my German stuff as I go. So the Wissenschaft des Judentums movement, the scientific study of Jewish books, was a movement in the academic Jewish world to study Jewish literature using all the modern tools at that time of German scholarship to study religious literature. And they had to make a decision on what they studied. Because what they studied and what they published basically represented Judaism to the outside academic world. So, what did they study? What did they publish? Well, Talmud. They focused their element, they focused their energy on Talmud. Why? Because the Talmud, for one, is a highly systematic, highly argumentative work based upon it. They can argue that Judaism is irrational, but the Talmud is rational. The Talmud is a book of arguments driven by logic, and therefore Judaism is logical. Right? So we have the ethical components of the Hebrew Bible, but we have the logical components of the Talmud, and therefore Judaism is respectable because it's a paradigm of logic. Well, guess what isn't paradigm logical? Kabbalah. So, what did the Wissenschaft movement do? They ignored it. Basically, pretended it wasn't the case. Why? Because it was embarrassing. It was superstition. It was occultism. It was nonsense, made up, fraudulent stuff. For them, the Wissenschaft movement, Kabbalah was an embarrassment. It put back into the darkness of the Middle Ages. Because it made Jews look crazy. If you've been listening to some of the stuff I've been saying over the past 14 weeks, you think to yourself, God, that sounds nuts. Well, it does sound nuts. And can you imagine a bunch of Jewish scholars presenting that to a bunch of erudite Lutheran scholars being like, yes, Jews, we believe that God activated reality. What? That's not going to fly, right? It's going to make them hate you. It's going to reinforce every negative stereotype about Jews. The Jews are irrational. They're driven by superstition. They believe in nonsense. The decision was Talmud. And so early on, Kabbalist literature was largely put on the back burner, more politely. And as you might know, at the same time this is happening, this is also the same time that all of the movements of Judaism are being reformed. The Reform movement, the Conservative movement, the Sorting movement, the Reconstructionist movement began in the early 20th century. All of the movements, all of the economical all of the movements and movement Judaism in the traditional Jewish world, all of them look at some level to this Judaism movement, and they base their Judaism level on the Judaism compound. By places like UPS, by places like Cincinnati, Reform Seminary. And guess what? None of those places are doing. None of them are using Kabbalah. Why? Because it's embarrassing. They do not want to look like crazy people. So the Kabbalah is totally sidelined for 2.5, 3 generations by scholars. Completely sidelined. And it's sidelined at a decisive moment in Jewish history. What is that decisive moment? The emergence of the movement. So if you grew up in a movement, the Reform movement, the Conservative movement, you grew up in any of the movements, their scholars were simply not being trained on Kabbalah. And because they weren't being trained on it, they didn't teach it. And because they didn't teach it, it was abandoned. This is the reason why folks who grew up, especially folks who are a bit older than me, if you grew up in the movement Judaism world, you never heard about Kabbalah. There's the reason why. Because the rabbis who had never learned about it. And that's because the generation before them never learned about it. The generation before them made a decision not to learn about it. And that's what happened. Effectively, Kabbalah becomes decanonized by the modern Jews. Modern Judaism basically decanonized it. So the Zohar, Sefer Yetzirah, all the literature we talk about basically goes by itself. And what will come back is Talmud, but mostly Tanakh. That's the reason why you never really see until recently studies of Kabbalah, studies of Talmud, even Talmud. I mean, for folks who here who grew up in the movement world, how often did you all study Talmud? How often was Talmud something that you would be encouraged to study or heard about much? Heads shaking. No, yeah, even Talmud, right? Even Talmud was sidelined. You can imagine Talmud sidelined, surely. So that's one part of the story. A huge part of the story is that Kabbalah didn't go away. They still did Kabbalah, studied Kabbalah in the traditional world. It did the progressive world. It was decanonized. It's only now that it's back in the canonization. And I think it needs to be recanonized over that. Of course, the other thing that happens at this time is, in the 20th century, there's no way to avoid the elephant in the room. It's of course the Holocaust. The Holocaust devastated, obviously, European Jewry, but in terms of Kabbalah, it really devastated the Hasidic world. And the reason why it devastated the Hasidic world, as you might imagine, is the Hasidic Jews live basically in these very tight-knit social networks. They are distinctively dressed. They look very Jewish. They pay us. They dress like Jews. Targeting them for seeing these things in the world. They all live in the same shtetls and ghettos. So liquidating them and putting all these counterparts is very, very easily done. And so the Hasidic world was incredibly would survive, and they would recruit some of them in America. And in fact, the two largest groups, Samar would eventually, Samar the title bomb eventually made it reality before the war or in the middle of the war, and the Baba Trevi also made it out as well, and they refounded their custody dynasties in Holy Land, real Holy Land, which is so Borough Park and Mountain, respectively. Go visit the Holy Land, just right over there. You folks know that's right in Israel, it's Borough of Lucas. The real Holy Land over there, right on Coney Island. So, the rebound, folks, the rebound. How does this all rebound? We have the Holocaust, we have the Haskalah, we have the disinjustice. How does this rebound? It rebounded in a couple different ways. The rebound in many ways began with a young maverick philologist. People forget that Gerhard Scholem, also people forget that he was Gerhard Scholem. He got Gershomized later when he made Aliyah, but Gerhard Scholem was a young maverick philologist. That's the reason why his scholarship is so top notch. You can read everything in the original language. And Scholem made the crazy argument that Kabbalah deserves to be academically studied. It just deserves academic. It's part of Jewish history. We need to study it. And so in the 1920s, Gerhard would do all this heavy lifting of reading basically every single Kabbalist book he can get his hands on in the archive. Every single book. And being a good German scholar that he was, he did that. And unlike the Wissenschaft movement that rejected these works of Kabbalah, Gershom Scholem, Gerhard Scholem argued convincingly that there simply was no Judaism without Kabbalah. You just couldn't do it. You couldn't imagine Judaism without it. Judaism was just as important, or Kabbalah was just as important to Judaism as Talmud, as anything else. So, Scholem argued over the time that Kabbalah had to be reintegrated both academically and historically into the history and thinking about what Judaism was. And this was by no means when Scholem, who was already an established scholar at the time, was invited to speak at JTS, and was lecturer at JTS at the Jewish Theological Seminary there in New York. When he was allowed to speak, the justification for him being able to speak was that, well, look, Kabbalah is nonsense, right? Kabbalah is Narishkeit. Kabbalah is nonsense, but, right? Narishkeit is Narishkeit. Aber, the Geschichte des Narishkeit, das ist Wissenschaft. Right? Nonsense is nonsense, but the history of nonsense is science. So, Kabbalah is nonsense, but the history of Kabbalah is science. It's worth studying as historical information, but God forbid anyone to hear Kabbalah. That's ridiculous. That, by the way, was coming from the most famous progressive Talmud scholar in the 20th century. Yes, probably the most important one of the most important Talmud scholars of the early 20th century, the Talmud professor JPS. Basically invented modern sort of quasi-secular Talmud tradition. That's how Scholem was introduced. Can you imagine being introduced at the JPS by basically saying, yeah, what you study is nonsense, but because you study as history, that's something we used to do. It's legit. And God forbid anyone actually figure out that. That's completely crazy. So Scholem really had to walk an uphill battle. He fought an uphill battle the entire time to get legitimacy for what he was doing, which is unimaginable now, considering that Kabbalah is so legitimate, it's amazing. But Scholem had to fight that battle, and in many ways he was wrong. Luckily, he was a very capable scholar. Scholem brought with him an army of students. He attracted a great deal of students, like Moshe Fidel and Don, and other folks who've gone to become themselves leading scholars in the world of Kabbalah. His students were also perfectly willing to criticize him, and they did. They made careers criticizing him. Folks like Moshe Fidel really showed how important Scholem was, and also how incomplete Scholem was. And we have a whole new generation of scholars who believe Dr. Weiss, all kinds of stuff. Bernie Burroughs is a huge group of scholars that blow my mind with every book that they write. And so So the academic study of Kabbalah is like, it is now totally legit if you want to study Kabbalah in college. You can take an academic level Kabbalah class, and no one's doing that. Sure, part of Jewish history. At the same time, there is an emerging, relatively small movement of religious Zionists, led by, of course, by Rob Cook, and he would eventually give rise to known, although Rob Cook wasn't terribly influenced by, wasn't a huge Calvinist, but quickly a lot of the Lurie themes of exile and redemption would play a part in the rise of Zionism. The most important, I think, Kabbalist really in the early to mid 20th century would be Rabbi Yehuda Ashlag, the Baal HaSulam, the master of the ladder. And the Baal HaSulam was the Aliyah of Israel, and he would propose two critical works. The most important, I think, is his commentary on the Zohar and the text that he took 15 years to write, called Hasulam, the ladder. And this is both an introduction to the Zohar, but also a commentary on the Zohar. And he translated Zohar out of crazy Aramaic, but it's into a very modern Hebrew, make it accessible to a whole generation of people who otherwise would not be able to read it. In the original Aramaic, he published it in Hebrew, Lashon Kodesh Hebrew, and so it's much more accessible in modern Hebrew. So many people who read Zohar now in the Orthodox world, and also many people who study Isaac Luria are going to study many of his ideas at some level through the lens of Rabbi Ashlag, who also developed an awful like interesting comics skills. And in fact, I think kibbutz that's based on some of his ideals in northern Israel. How the Yehuda Ashlag becomes very important, I think, probably the most important character. Another character that I don't mention in this that I left out was Rabbi Nachman Schneerson, blessed memory. Schneerson, of course, was the head of the Chabad Babin movement, and what's important to know about him is that he became one of the most important founders of the Hebrew movement, that is to say, the outreach movement among Orthodox Jews and Hasidic Jews. So, if you've ever been to a Chabad house, Rebbe sent someone to take one basically, at least close to them, and Menachem Schneerson founded this enormous Hebrew network of the Chabad movement, and he is a hugely important figure in the history of 20th century Judaism. It's really hard to downplay all the really important things that he did. But one of the things I mentioned here that's important and that will be important going into 21st century Judaism is that when he died in the 90s, it was already believed in his lifetime that he was the Messiah, and then when he died, people really began to believe in the Messiah. And so there is a movement in the Chabad world, not a super big movement, but as big as it was in the late 90s. It seems to be mostly localized to Brooklyn and Israel, especially in Kfar Chabad, where they believe he's the Messiah. Also, I had his mom. So I have, anyway, the Menachem Schneerson was believed to be the Messiah, and I studied briefly at a Chabad yeshiva, and I definitely met people who believed that he was not only not dead, but that he had been taken into heaven somehow bodily, and that he was going to return really soon, and that it really his return would be heralded by Jews adopting the Torah, and that basically he was kind of included, and his occultation would come to an end, and the Rebbe would reappear as the Messiah. Of course, you can still go to Crown Heights, you can still go to Brooklyn, and you can still see crowns images of the Rebbe's flag, which means that you get to be yellow with crowns and says Mashiach on the side. So there's this huge messianic movement, which again could be a whole class unto itself, inside of the Chabad movement, where they do believe that their late leader is the Messiah. This is causing some serious problems in the Chabad movement because it is such a movement outreach. Although in my experience and what I've been told by folks who have grown up in the movement is that largely because the people that the messianic stuff appeals to are typically people like Paul Shubas who convert back to Orthodox Judaism, and younger people, but most of the more established in our world doesn't believe about the Messiah stuff. Although I think they do still control 77 names that they will be from the world that they powerful here, at least in Michigan, has never been on the best of the team. I don't think there's anything else. Never gotten a foothold in the Metro Detroit area when it comes to that stuff. That's different other places. But I don't think that the Messi camp was together. But go to Brooklyn, go to 717. All right, the last two things I guess I'll mention before we wrap up is the rise of the neoclassic movement. As folks know, the neoclassic movement was pioneered by folks like Mark Buber, came out of the Pacific world, but they a lot of, not the right word, but wanted to sort of modernize and movement outside of the dynastic structure. And so being able to tell the Pacific a lot of spirituality that we sort of exported out of the Pacific world and then imported into the modern Orthodox world and the conservative world especially, and the Reconstruction world most recently, sort of the Mahabharata of the 1970s. This is a period of calm and stuff like that, but those who call off at the time. And so it's in that world that we have the rise of what might be called the Neoclassic movement, and this movement proved to be extraordinarily popular in the Jewish world, and there are great luminaries in the Neoclassic world. Recently passed away, like Shadi Shlomi and Art Green of a lot of things actually, and Hebrew College, probably one of the premier Neoclassic leaders in the world right now. It's funny, I got to have a few drinks together and talk about Kabbalah briefly. I felt like a great honor to hang out with one of the Gaon of the Neoclassic movement. And so I got to spend some time with Art Green, Boston and Milan. So the Neoclassic movement is alive and well in what it's actually growing in popularity. And what folks like Joe Weinberg and other kinds of folks who really channeling sort of Hasidic ideas into music. The last thing I'll mention, this is the thing I imagine some folks already know, is of course mainstream pop culture Kabbalah. The Kabbalah Center led by Rabbi Berg, which has received a lot of criticism, but whenever I think that it's a legit form of Kabbalah as much as anything else, it's from an academic perspective. The Kabbalah Center is they have outfits all over the world. It's sort of a franchise kind of, and they teach a very specific kind of Kabbalah that is tailored toward celebrities. Now there are non-celebrities that get into it, one of sort of kind of new age institutional Kabbalah, but this makes it famous by folks like Madonna and Britney Spears has been doing it for a while, which even Britney Spears has a tattoo on the back of her neck, some kind of Kabbalistic tattoo. I don't know what tattoo is, whatever such Kabbalistic tattoo make. You go, Britney. So I think we should really want to home state people, so this is okay, Britney in the back. So people like Britney Spears and Madonna also embraced Kabbalah in a pretty profound way, and apparently I think Madonna quit doing concerts on Friday night because of her commitment to certain kinds of Kabbalistic ways. But, I think that the material goes from here, right? She's from Bay City. Madonna's from Bay City. So the material goes from here. So you have Reddy Madonna, who's going on to become influenced very heavily by Kabbalah, some of what spirituality, although I don't think she has converted to Judaism. And there are many other Kabbalah centers. Kabbalah centers are very polarizing. It's very controversial. They've got some trouble with money stuff. Not surprising. A religious organization gets involved with celebrities and get in trouble for money stuff. Did you believe that? So the Kabbalah, in many ways, in the 1990s and 2000s, was pop culture with a lot of pop culture folks, musicians, and other folks becoming really influenced by Kabbalistic ideas. Those ideas become very mainstream, right? Very mainstream. Kabbalah time. It's gonna live. Kabbalah is gonna survive us all. It's back. Like Kabbalah has gone through a couple thousand years now of turns and twists and messiahs, dead messiahs, apostate messiahs, amount of books and commentaries. It's really gone through almost every kind of travail a religion can go through, a philosophy can go through. No philosophy that I can think of has gone through this much. Platonism or communism or whatever. Kabbalah has gone academic class on Kabbalah. Also, you can go to dozens of teachers of Kabbalah or come across Kabbalah. And Kabbalah is accessible to people who've never existed before. Women, LGBT folks, it's accessible in a way you've never was before. And so I say that Kabbalah died, Kabbalah lives, Kabbalah will live, because we're living in an age where Kabbalah has finally been able to, at some level, withhold its secrets. You have to work hard to become a Kabbalah. Learn Hebrew, learn Aramaic, you have to move to Israel, to Brooklyn. You have to do a lot of heavy lifting. Really, if you want to get into Kabbalah, you can. It's there. So much of it's there. Like so much of it you can get via interlibrary alone. Go Bible is right there in Amazon. Learn secrets of the Kabbalah that would have been utterly inaccessible to 99% of the Jewish population. Most of history. And there they are in Israel. Even English translations, things like the Zohar, the Pritzker edition of the Zohar, massive 12-volume Pritzker edition. There was no standard English translation of the Zohar prior to that. Not really. And now, for the first time in history, we have access to all 12 volumes of the Zohar and that's coming out. So we're living in a golden age. The study of Kabbalah, and we're living in a golden age for those who want to be Kabbalists. And I have to say that I'm really happy and I feel really blessed. I feel really grateful that all of you have decided to come along with me on this 14-week journey through the history of Kabbalah. Because I feel very lucky that I have the privilege and the honor to be able to learn about Kabbalah and share what little I know. And to know that there are people interested in learning about Kabbalah and learning what little I know. And so I just want to thank all of you who hung out with me over the course of the past 14 weeks to learn some Kabbalah together and to learn about Kabbalah and learn that this tradition is beautiful and strange and science fiction and just all over the place, weird and wonderful. And so I just want to express my deep gratitude for everyone who's dropped in for a class or stayed for all 14, whatever. Just really grateful and really blessed and so really thankful for everyone who's had the time, who's taken the time to learn Kabbalah with me and giving me the opportunity to learn more about Kabbalah and the preparation of this class. So that's it. Thank you. It's an honor and a privilege to be able to come to the class. And I look forward to learning with all of you. Say Kabbalah or not, but it's so fun. Like my secret desire to develop a Zohar class. Both study Zohar and also study without Zohar. Or we have imagine kind of a class that would be sort of like a science class where you have the lecture in the lab. Lecture would be like this, and we have the lab. The lab would be like studying the Zohar, studying it. So I imagine that's my training is a lecture lab class, the Zohar lab. We can't, I have to say, it's a little more exciting to be an organic chemistry lab. So anyway, folks, that's the community. We all I guess again, I'll just end with saying, and so after this journey, it doesn't end here. Definitely say that. Like I said, we're out of the end of Kabbalah. We're ending with dot. Because Kabbalah is out with us all. Welcome back. Thank you for joining me as I explore the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work and provide accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics of Kabbalah, alchemy, culture, Latin, philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps one of my donation. You can find those below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Slett, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. American schools of philosophy and spirituality produce some of the most profound, densely populated, and frankly bewildering cosmological systems of antiquity. The reader is confronted with a dizzying array of primal parents, various minds, lights, aeons, saviors, Sophias, treasuries of light, myths, syzygies, emanations, enneads, demiurges, archons, angels, demons, and much else besides. And to make these matters even more confusing, these systems seem to expand over time, with later texts like the Vesti Sophia positively bursting at the seams with reams and reams of entities. When they say a heavenly pleroma of fullness, they mean it. It's a fullness that completely scandalizes Occam's razor. But of all these cosmological narratives, one text stands out for its complete inaccessibility. Indeed, it's so strange it's only known as the untitled text of the Bruce Codex. Yeah, we understand so little of what's going on in it that it's proven basically impossible to even give it a title. So, what can we actually say about this book, this text? One that seems to dwell intensely on the development and population of the primitive pleroma itself. It is probably the most obscure and difficult in all of Gnostic literature. Let's explore the labyrinth of the untitled text of the Bruce Codex. Make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica for explorations of topics of esoteric history. And if you'd like to support this kind of work by providing evidence-backed, free, and accessible content like this, I hope you consider checking out my Patreon, where you can support the channel and make this kind of content possible, or even pick up some of the cool merch that we have available. And if you're new to the study of esotericism, I've made an entire study guide that will give you a reliable lay of the land and the literature associated with this field. And if you're interested in really going deep into actual historical books on topics of the occult and mystical, check out our bookstore, Esoterica Rare Books. You can find all of those links down below in the description and in the pinned comment. But now let's dive into what I have to admit is one of the most intimidating and perplexing Gnostic texts known. If that's saying something, the untitled text of the Bruce Codex. I'm Dr. Justice Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. British explorer James Bruce would purchase the codex that would ultimately come to bear his name in January of 1769 near Medinet Habu in Egypt, making it, along with the ASCII Codex, among the earliest Gnostic manuscripts rediscovered in modern times. The untitled text is contained along with the books of Hugh, which I've covered in another episode and are absolutely interesting. Some of my most favorite Gnostic texts, and with some beautiful fragments of Gnostic hymns also that are really worth reading. But they're contained in this aptly named Bruce Codex, and this is dated to sometime in the mid-4th century of the Common Era, and the text is also probably based on a Greek original, perhaps of the late 3rd century. Sadly, the Codex is in a deplorable state of conservation, and was so from basically the time of its modern acquisition. It's composed of 78 papyrus leaves, or about 156 pages. The untitled treatise is some 31 of those leaves, of which 7 have just gone missing since it was recovered, along with the cover, which is also just disappeared. When it was eventually acquired by the British Library, the abuse continued for some reason. The codex at this point consisted of loose leaves, which were haphazardly bound together in 1886, literally with no attempt to order the pages, to separate versos from rectos, or not even to put them right side up. They're just pages bound in upside down. And at that time, each leaf was bound together between 2 sheets of tracing paper in an attempt at conservation. But now those sheets of tracing paper are now fused to the papyrus, rendering contemporary contemporary codicological study nearly impossible. Contemporary photos of the state of the codex reveal that it's now warmed to the point of being completely unreadable even under ultraviolet light, and is marked by mildew because humid England isn't the dry deserts of Egypt. Luckily, transcripts and early photographs of the text were made, and we can base modern edition on those and try to consult the text as well. But despite these travails, scholars have reconstructed what they generally take to be the original order of the pages of the codex, though, again, as we'll see in this episode, not without some disagreement among specialists. The language of the Untitled Treatise, like Pistis Sophia, is a relatively pure Semitic Coptic, the classical language of the last form of Egyptian language, though not without some idiosyncrasies. In a somewhat elegant punctual hand, unlike the more cursive hand that is used for the books of you, indeed the books of you, the hymnic fragments, and the Untitled Treatise were all the work of different scribes, and originally probably were even codicological fellow travelers. We've lost some of the beginning and some of the end of the Untitled Treatise, and there are a few leaves that are just sort of stuck randomly in the codex. Many scholars think they should be at the beginning of the text, while now they are typically shown at the end of the book. And that's included just how confusing this is all going to get. Scholars can't even agree if some pages belong at the beginning or at the end, or if they're even part of the book at all. What we can say with some degree of certainty, and that's saying a lot in this episode, is that the text is cosmological, specifically cosmogenic in character, and seems primarily to describe the emergence and population of the divine Pleroma, the realm prior to the generation of the physical cosmos as we know it. And to give you some sense of just how this text reads, I'm going to actually read you a typical, rather shortish chapter, here chapter 3 in its entirety. This is the Father, the second demiurge. Through the breath of his mouth, the fourth thought inspired those without existence. They came into being through the will of this one, because he demands the all. And so it comes into existence. He created the holy Pleroma in this way. 4 gates with 4 monads within the Pleroma, 1 monad at each gate, and 6 helpers to each gate, making 24 helpers, and 24 myriad powers to each gate, and 9 enneads to each gate, and 10 decads to each gate, and 12 dodecads to each gate, and 5 pentads of powers to each gate, and an overseer who has 3 aspects: an unbegotten aspect, a true aspect, and an unutterable aspect to each gate. One of his aspects looks forth from the gate to the outer eons, the other looks inward to the Cepheus, and the other looks to the height, and the sonship is in each of the monads. And Aphrodon is there with his 12 benefic ones. The forefather is also there, Adam is there, who is of the light in his 365 eons. And the perfect mind is there, and they surround a rule which is in immortality. The unutterable aspect of the overseer looks toward the Holy of Holies, that is the infinite one, who is the head of the sanctuary. He has 2 aspects. One is open to the place of the deep, and the other is open to the place of the overseer, which is called the child. And there is a deep there, which is called the light, or the light giver. And an only begotten one is concealed within it, who manifests 3 powers, who is mighty and every power. This is the indivisible one. This is he who is never divided. This is he to whom the all has opened, for to him the powers belong. He has 3 aspects: an invisible aspect, and an all-powerful aspect, and an Aphrodon aspect, which is called Aphrodon Pexos. And there is an only begotten one concealed within him, namely the triple-powered one. When the thought comes forth from the deep, Aphrodon takes the thought and brings it to the only begotten one. The only begotten one brings it to the child, and they bring it forth to all the eons as far as the place of the triple-powered ones. And they are completed and taken to the 5 unbegotten ones. And it just goes on like that, over and over for dozens and dozens of pages. Just litanies upon litanies of the emergence of entity after entity, some of which are nested dozens, sometimes hundreds deep within one entity. Now, if it were just such a long list of entities, no matter how complicated, this would all be relatively easy to sort out with a good spreadsheet and a flow chart. Trust me, I've done that with a great many Gnostic texts, just plotting them out, how each one gives rise to the next, in like an Excel spreadsheet. And even the Enochian systems I've done this with to make sense of all the Heptarchic spirits associated with that system and John Dee and Edward Kelly. If it were just about spreadsheets, this would be a settled matter. But the text immediately and constantly bombards us with elements that are seemingly foreign to what we generally take to be true of every other Gnostic system that we know of. For instance, chapter 3 introduces us to a second demiurge. A second demiurge, who, by the way, is never described as either evil or even ignorant, so it's not really Sethian or Valentinian in some sense. In fact, both of these demiurges, including another demiurge we'll get to in a bit, a mother demiurge, are clearly divine and beneficent, more typical of Platonic or Hermetic demiurges. So that's not a terribly typical aspect of any Gnostic cosmologies. But we do have a mention of the Cepheus and the members of the Four Lights, Eleth, Davidag, and Aurelio, the Triple Power One, which are all pretty typical Sethian Gnostic elements, just the same. And while the text will mention two distinct mother deities along with Sophia, and Sophia is just barely mentioned in the text really, we don't have the classic fall of Sophia narrative where she's generated at the very end of the cycle of emanation and makes a mistake and generates the demiurge. Though, admittedly, we don't know how much longer the original text was, so maybe they go to it later on and we've just lost that section of the text. Yet, some Christ figure is said to be descending, actually kind of being built over time, as we'll see, and is embodied for some salvific role for which the text never completely details. Further, there are other entities from Hermes the Thrice-Born to Machias, Mikar, and Masonius, which are entities associated with baptism, are also mentioned. Even the Watchers, Gamaliel, Strixokos, and Agramas, apparently of Enochic lore, make an appearance, but they're not evil fallen angels. Rather, they're actually helpers to those who believed in the light spark. We even mentioned in chapter 3, Perfect Mind showed up. That's interesting because we have other text, Thunder Perfect Mind, that mentions this entity. And this just happens over and over and over again in this text. Entities we know by name from other texts are doing completely, utterly unexpected roles. Lists of otherwise unknown entities or powers are punctuated with otherwise unknown attested beings. And all of this is compounded with dozens of nested aspects, powers, crowns, enneads, decads, and titles. It's just like this text is the result of you hitting the random button on a generate Gnostic cosmology game. But it gets worse, or better. I'm really not sure more today. The text doesn't seem to have one coherent, linear narrative at all. Chapters 6 and 10 seem to be describing the exact same metaphysical process, but with differing details. Chapter and I cannot lie, that's a great editorial practice if you flag the reader that one, you're doing that, and two, if there is a central narrative, just letting us know, doing us the solid of flagging where the variations begin and end. Otherwise, you end up with a patently confusing text and or a bunch of apologists trying to square textual circles because of their worship of the hermeneutical idol of biblical inerrancy. So, great. What we seem to have here are are several textual variations quilted together without clear stitches, featuring a cosmogony in which various entities appear, many of which are mysterious to us, and others which we actually do know by name and by function of the text, but aren't functioning at all in the ways that we'd expect them to, given our understanding of the wider field of Gnostic literature. But the situation isn't totally hopeless, though after reading this text about a dozen times, I kind of wish it were hopeless, because then I could just give up. Dylan Burns has shown that there is some kind of literary dependence between the Untitled texts and Zostrianos, one of the so-called Platonian texts. Now, that's good news and bad news, as you can imagine. Both the single longest texts recovered from the Nandamani library, and it's so badly damaged, especially in the middle of the text, that basically very little can be recovered, at least from that middle part of the section. I mean, when you read it in translation, the bracket ... becomes the refrain of that text. But that Untitled text is describing a similar kind of pleroma as Zostrianos, but the Untitled text works from the unknown primal parent ontologically down toward physical creation, and Zostrianos is a first-person ascent narrative from physical creation up to the pleroma. And I'll let you guess which of the 15 pages of Zostrianos are so damaged as to be effectively unreadable. Yeah, it's the ones that overlap with most of the pleroma as we would find it in the Untitled treatise. Esoterica luck. But did I also mention that Zostrianos seems to have been known to Plotinus and his student Porphyry? It doesn't really help at all in this problem, but it's a fun fact. So just random, Platonian Gnostic tribute there. A further link to the Sethian tradition in the Untitled treatise is the prevalence of various autogenic characters. That is to say, entities which are titled as having caused themselves to come into being. They're just titled that way, but as Mohlberger points out, the Sethian text often designates some characters as autogenies or autogenesis, self-generated, although the text makes it really clear that they were, in fact, emanated from higher powers, so they're really all not autogenic. This autogenic title also appears in oracular literature, magical, divinatory kind of literature, specifically in praises of primal gods. And on those grounds, Mohlberger makes the very convincing argument that once those loose leaves that are now at the end of the McDermott edition, the one I just read from, those seem to hail the autogenic first demiurge, and they should probably be placed at the start of the Untitled text, not at the end, as the standard edition has it now. But again, that autogenic feature of some Sethian stuff links it to the kind of autogenic characters that we find in the Untitled treatise. And I have to say that reading, putting those sections in now at the end, back at the beginning, does make a lot of sense to me, especially given the generation of the Divine City, which we're not really sure what the Divine City may have been the primal form of the pleroma that we do see in chapter 1 of the Untitled text and in the loose pages now at the end. But going back to Zostrianos, Dylan isn't sure which direction the textual dependence between the two goes. We can see clear textual dependence between Zostrianos and the Untitled text. They're similar, sometimes word for word, but they're definitely not the same cosmology, and we're not sure which direction the influence is going. For instance, the Marbello, a kind of divine mother, really isn't mentioned as such in Untitled, although we do get several divine mothers, at least two. So they do appear, though again, not as... Another clue might just be from the strange double demiurges of the Untitled text. Again, it's strange at first with double demiurges, but Mohlberger has shown that the fragments of the Neo-Pythagorean philosopher Numenius also posited the existence of... In his case, Numenius argued that one demiurge crafted the realm of being, that's to say, the realm of the forms in the mathematicals, and if those can be distinguished in Plato, but another demiurge for impressing those forms onto matter. This is the classic Platonic demiurge as described in the Timaeus, and that kind of maps on to the Untitled treatise. Chapter 1 does have a primal demiurge seemingly beyond all being in the classic Gnostic, Hermetic, Neoplatonic, Neo-Pythagorean vein, but a second demiurge does appear in chapter 3, as I just read, as we've seen, which does generate the atom of light and the 365 eons associated with the atom of light. So it's strange for there to be two demiurges. I get it. It is unusual, but there is at least some potential philosophical and textual precedence for such an idea. But before that's all said and done, recall that the editor of the standard edition of the text, McDermott, seems to hold that chapter 3 is a variation of chapters 1 and 2, and those should not be read as a continuation of the cosmogenic process at all. So, thus, the mention of the second demiurge might just be a kind of attempt by a later editor to harmonize two variant traditions into one text. Well, which is it? Well, honestly, I have no idea. There's no scholarly consensus about this, and both positions seem perfectly reasonable to me. That's just how bonkers this text is. You can literally add an entire text to the beginning, read it again, and think, sure, why not? That seems to make as much sense as anything else about this text. Now, this would usually be part of the video where I would do my very best to lay out the consensus view of the flow and logic of the text. Well, there isn't any consensus. You want to know why? Because there's basically no secondary literature on this text to even start building a consensus. You want to know why? Look, hardly any scholars want to touch books like the Books of You or even the Pistis Sophia, texts universally agreed upon to be obscure in the extreme. But the Untitled text is basically regarded as tattering off into the gaping maw of insane nonsense. Or as my friend and a true scholar in this field, David Little, put it to me, the text has, quote, a painfully high weirdness coefficient. And that's coming from a person absolutely steeped, one of the greatest scholars in the world in Gnostic lore. Also, you gotta make sure to check out his content. I'll have a link below for checking out his channel. But as I mentioned, these are the moments where I'm reading it and it makes me feel like I'm just about got some sense of what's going on, only to immediately lose the thread again. It honestly feels like the writer is pulling some kind of Voynich manuscript level Gnostic hustle on you. But because I guess there's nothing stopping me, because clearly I'm a bit of an intellectual masochist, let's give it a whirl. We begin, like many Gnostic texts, with a primal first father set into a similarly primal deep. Emergent from this deep are the first place and the first sound, along with the productive logos or word, which is the first demiurge. That primal crafter generates the basic structures of the divine fullness or pleroma, the one, the Ennead, and the spiritual aspects, which will become eventually the first Adam. Within this space, I guess, emerges a second demiurge, which we've been mentioning, which generates the final structure for the pleroma along with the initial population of the pleroma. Various gates, helpers, powers, the atom of light, and his 365 eons, which are probably somehow tied to time. From here, we shift over to a series of deeps, along with their various powers, aspects, and fatherhoods, as the text has it, including their generated inhabitants, which also include Christ. So Christ has showed up as the fruit of the 12 spaces. We also learn of the deep of Cepheus, from which it seems the divine spark emerges, which will eventually become kingdom souls, which are referred to as the kinsmen to the mysteries. Referring to people as kinsmen to the mysteries is just great. I feel like that should be like the name of fans of esoteric, kinsmen to the mysteries. Well, this realm seems to produce the Mother City, which parallels the realm of the Primal Father City of the first few chapters of the Displaced Leaves. Cepheus will dispatch the light spark first up into the pleroma, which will then fall down into the cosmic realms along with the helpful group of watchers. Yes, the helpful group of watchers. So, there's that. Attention now shifts to the 12-pronged ionic crown, which generates a vast array of entities, including the cosmic mist, a feature of the cosmology of the Pistis Sophia and the Books of You, and it may have been the Milky Way, we're not really sure, along with generating a second divine mother, or the All-Mother. During this period, the Christhood is merged with the only begotten one. They were originally distinct for whatever reason. We have the first of several prayers from the All-Mother. These hymns, by the way, are absolutely beautiful, well worth reading, and just getting to them is like an oasis in this cosmology. before there's some kind of convulsion in the pleroma before peace is restored by the primal overseer. The Sethian triple power one now appears. In fact, the recently unbegotten Christ is now made the creative word or logos while he was hidden during the disturbance in the pleroma. The nature of this convulsion or disturbance within the pleroma is, of course, never discussed or described. We have no idea what it was, so it's unexplained because that would make sense, and we're not doing that today, apparently. At any rate, the convulsion in the pleroma also draws back the veils between the pleroma and the non-pleroma, it seems, wherein the cosmos will appear after the existence is divided between the non-existent with matter of Hule appearing as the latter. All other, who is now seemingly functioning as a kind of third demiurge, seems to form the cosmos of the Earth, Moon, Sun, and all of the planets, with again further hauntingly beautiful prayers to the thrice begotten one, who is apparently called Hermes. So randomly, it seems like Hermetic stuff is appearing in the text. Human beings seem to be created at this point, provided with a garment of the bodies and provided knowledge of the mysteries, which will ultimately prove salvific. Further prayers of the demiurge All-Mother, hoping that the condition of her creation, us, won't be condemned to the body garment forever, now appear, and again, these are beautiful. The light spark now descends from the pleroma to become the souls of human beings. The veil between the pleroma and the realm of the cosmos seems now to be closed, and the land down below is divided into the left and the right. Maybe Kemet and Deshret for Egyptian vibes. There's a revelation of cosmic law and the mystery given over to human beings, seemingly only to the ones in the land of the right, that they are in fact gods via the divine spark hidden within them. This is all followed by numerous prayers for redemption, the invitation of various angel-like spirits to aid human beings in their ultimate quest for salvation, the power of baptism, and the apparently Sethian angel deities to aid in this process. And then the text just breaks off. That's the end. We don't have any more of it. We have a few more pages of hymns to the primal father and his city, which, as I mentioned earlier, probably go at the beginning of the text rather than at the end, although when you read it, you can kind of go either way with it. Now, I want to be very, very clear with you. I would be lying to you if I said this was an accurate summary. I'm not even sure I agree with it myself. You want to see what this text does to your mind? You're not even sure whether or not you agree with yourself anymore when you talk about it. Maybe that's the point. Maybe it's kind of a long-form Gnostic koan or something. Does the untitled treatise in the Druze Codex make any sense? And honestly, that's perfectly fine. We aren't entitled to understand everything from history, especially esoteric history. This text and others were probably meant for audiences initiated into mysteries that we will never have access to. And these texts will likely remain mysterious. We aren't entitled to understand them, and being bewildered by these texts is a blessing, because at least that means they survive. But also, and simply put, you have to go read it for yourself. Break out a spreadsheet, map it all out, see if it makes any analytic heads or tails to you, see if it just makes vibes sense to you. I don't know, you need to read it. But my summary of the text is basically a long-form attempt to make this text make any linear sense, and you should not trust me. You simply have to go read it for yourself and see what you think this text means. If for nothing else, then some of the beautiful, beautiful poetry actually still in it. Some of the most lovely Gnostic poetry I've ever read is in the title treatise. That and the free, but it's great, bewilderment. There is an unreliable older translation from 1918 that I don't really recommend, but you can read the McNerney translation online for free, so check that out in the link below. Of course, it's also published by Brill, so the demiurge. And also, but they do give you the Coptic text of the original and that hard-to-read, churchy, O'Haric style font, which is fun all itself. But in all seriousness, this is the kind of stuff that I just love doing on this channel. Taking on a text universally regarded by experts as utterly inaccessible, and just having an honest exploration of it. This is the esoteric equivalent of hold my beer. Before, punting into y'all and get into y'all's problem. So, with the exception of the Zostrianos, which I'll come back to, we've covered here on the channel some of the most difficult texts in Gnosticism. The Pistis Sophia, the Books of You, and finally I got up the nerve to do the untitled text. Well, until new scholarship appears, and I have to go through this again. Of course, lots more Gnosticism to come, so stick around for that. Until then, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for coming along with me on these wild rides. These texts where I just say basically that we don't understand what's happening in a text for half an hour. But I appreciate it. Thank you for watching. This is Esoterica, where we explore the arcane, history, philosophy, and religion. There is simply no story about Western civilization that is not bound up with Jesus and Christianity. And in a sense, we're always asking ourselves, who was Jesus? What were his teachings? What does his fate be? Indeed, this is true whether we're Christians or not, even whether we want to or not. And so, I want to ask those questions now and give you what I take to be reasonable historical and scholarly reasons to answer them. And I want to do so by exploring the historical Jesus from what I'll call a methodology of critical maximalism. That is, I can only discuss the Jesus of history using the scholarly tools available to me. The Christ of faith is simply beyond the scope of those tools. However, I would suggest that the Christ of faith must ultimately and always answer to the Jesus of history, given the logical priority of the latter to the former. And as I've said before, allowing our faith to dictate our history betrays both. Further, I want to take the New Testament accounts and the Christian tradition as historically as seriously as I can, again, using the tools available to me. Thus, I want to remain historically critical, but employ as much of those narratives as possible, hence critical maximalism. But in detailing this take on the Jesus of history, I'll be echoing the scholarship that strikes me as most reasonable, along with contributing my own take when it makes sense, and I'll reflect those when I do that. If you're interested in topics like this, then make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica and check out my other content, mostly in topics in Western esotericism. Also, if you want to support work like this, providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics like these here on YouTube, check out my Patreon or exhibits of other cool merch that we have on the channel. That said, let's explore just those foundational questions of Western civilization. Who was Jesus? What were his teachings? And how did his fate ultimately transform the world? I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. The life of Jesus is often presented as a kind of pocket universe, under little to no influence from the world around it or the history before it. But to understand the life of Jesus, to really appreciate his life and teachings, we have to place into just that history. And to do so, I want to begin in Galilee just before the time of his birth. Herod the Great, as impressive as he was, beastly frankly, dies sometime around 4 BCE, and long simmering resentment explodes into that power vacuum. A certain Judah, son of Ezekias, takes the initiative and breaks into the garrison palace in Sepphoris, the tiny village of Nazareth, was just within eyeshot, and alongside numerous other would-be bandit messiahs rampages through the region. Publius Quintilius Varus, then the governor of Syria, but who would eventually go on to lose 3 legions and was slaughtered in the Two-Fork Forest, would take as many legions into the region to put down just that uprising. Still won't have legions, to be honest. Sepphoris is destroyed, fires burn, and the Galilean countryside is decorated with 2,000 or so crucified corpses left to rot. Those would-be messianic kings and their followers, now strung up, naked, bloated, and picked at by birds. A girl of only 13 or 14, and the man that she is betrothed to, hurry past the crucified corpse to avoid the smell and the horror of it all. They've established tonight that they get to have Kedushin according to Jewish law. She's engaged to be married, but it's not just a dreadful reality around them that keeps them silent. She's missed her period, and their marriage is not fully legal, much less consummated. Tradition has it that Mary, was raised in this forest. Her hometown is now a ruin, her country is an open-air tomb, and her pregnancy now threatens to doom her reputation forever. The wind shifts, the fetid odor of decom slightly clears. Maybe Joseph and Mary remove the cloth soaked from spices from their face to begin to have what was no doubt a profoundly difficult conversation about what to do next. About 40 kilometers to the north, the situation was much the same. At Ushkala, the Romans are rounding up entire families for exile into Asia Minor. One of those families, according to Jerome, would take their young child Saul into exile with them, eventually settling in the capital of Cilicia at Tarsus. The young child Saul would grow up in a far more cosmopolitan world than he would have access to in the Galilee. Tarsus even sported their own academy, where Athenodorus, tutor to the Emperor Augustus, would eventually teach and fix the haunted house over there in Athens. It's very possible that the lives of Mary and Paul, separated by about 15 years in age, would have been bookended by Messiahs and by the colonial violence dubbed them. The tiny village of Nazareth was no place to have a baby out of wedlock. It would have destroyed Mary, her family, her child's reputation, and social prospects forever. Suspicion that the child was a non-sinner, a child born of forbidden sexual relationships, would have prevented them virtually any future marriage prospects. The father of Mary's child was unknown. Perhaps Joseph, apparently an older local craftsman, apparently agreed to marry her, maybe just to save the ruinous shame of it all. Mary never fully outlived the suspicion of the father of her child is just lost to history. But one ventures to imagine the distinct and horrible possibility. The catastrophe of the uprisings in the region has no doubt made vulnerable populations like women and girls all the more precarious. Indeed, that the father of the child was a Roman soldier was a rumor already current in the 2nd century. Celsus claims that the father was just such a Roman soldier named Pantera or Pandera. Panther, and some of the Christian, pagan, and Jewish sources continue to forward this narrative as slander or rejected as just that. Pantera was, however, a Roman name, and at least one Pantera from Poseidon is known from his tombstone, which is now weirdly preserved in Germany. But we also know of another Jewish Pentheros, along with his son Joseph, a burial just north of the old city in Jerusalem. Whoever the father was, he was clearly no longer in the picture later in the pregnancy, and Joseph and Mary seem to have stuck it out, regardless of potential social stigma. That Mary and Joseph would travel south to Judea for a census with our child born in Bethlehem is known to all of us, but mostly doubted by scholars interested in the historical Jesus. This skeptical position is being considered because Mark has no such story, and it seems to be basically to try just to get Jesus into Bethlehem, born in Bethlehem, because he kind of had to claim messianic authority. I'm Bombay was a village-wide affair. If she were a village pariah soon to give birth, a distinct, sad prospect, then her traveling to be around more supportive family, perhaps during one of the several Greek pilgrimage festivals to Jerusalem that she would make every year, this makes some degree of sense. And it just so happens that she did in fact have such family, seemingly an aunt or cousin, living just over 6 kilometers to the west of Jerusalem. Further, her relative Elizabeth was married to a priest named Zachariah, and thus the family would have had at least some degree of an air of respectability, something the illicitly pregnant Mary would have desperately needed. Elizabeth herself was already 6 months pregnant with a child that she would go on to name Jotham. That child would become John the Baptizer. Perhaps here in Judea, Mary would give birth to her child, she named Yehoshua, English name for Joshua, but Aramaic probably Yeshua, and Latin being Greek, as, of course, Jesus. And the two, Jesus and John, would have known each other growing up. Jesus visiting the pilgrimage festivals at least 3 times a year. They were kin, perhaps cousins. But the truth of the matter is that we know basically nothing about the early life of Jesus. The Gospels were more or less only concerned with his preaching, his miracles, and his final days. Indeed, the bulk of the Gospels primarily deal with just his last hours. But of course, Jesus lived his life as a religious Jew in Galilee. His family was unsurprisingly poor. When they came to the redemption of the firstborn or big on event, they couldn't even afford the standard sheep sacrifice required, giving the substitute sacrifice of a pair of doves or 2 pigeons. He seems to have taken up the family trade of being a tekton, traditionally this is translated as a carpenter, but I suspect along with other scholars, probably something like a stonemason or a similar craftsperson working on the various construction projects of Herod Antipas, such as the rebuilding of Sepphoris in his teens or so, or Tiberius in his 20s. That man, Herod Antipas, would eventually murder John, but be an accessory to the murder of his kinsman, Jesus. He was working for the person who would ultimately play a role. Indeed, his parables and teachings are filled with images of the working poor like him and his family. He spoke Aramaic in the Galilean dialect, and was often mocked by the Southern Oafish, and probably had some Greek. I'm sure he would have liked to be talked down to in Latin. Jesus, like many great religious leaders, ironically wrote nothing down so far as we can tell. He had some religious education, could read the Torah in Hebrew, and debate matters of Jewish law or halakha. Those debates getting largely framed at that time by the 2 great legal houses of Hillel and Shammai. Most of those people passing away during the lifetime of Jesus, and themselves being buried in Galilee. I would be surprised if Jesus himself didn't attend one of those funerals. Many of Jesus' religious teachings make it pretty clear that his positions were closely aligned with those of the house of Hillel. At times, he even directly echoes Hillel himself. And like all Jews, he was strict on some law and lenient on others. His teaching on Sabbath observance was scandalously lax, but his teaching on divorce was scandalously strict. But the truth of the matter is that Jesus lived in a world of Judaism. There was a temple of pilgrimages and sacrifices. That institution was primarily ran by the wealthy traditionalist party known as the Sadducees. They represented the old, burning Israelite religion. They rejected the afterlife, angels, and demons, and much beyond the Torah as simply paganism. In many ways, they had the religion of the Bible more than even their contemporaries. They were also closely aligned with the Romans, making them all the more unpopular with the population, even being seen as compromising the sanctity of the temple itself. The Pharisees, on the other hand, were largely the rabbinical faction, whose primary interest was in day-to-day Jewish life. Thus, living a life of justice and holiness according to the Torah and traditions was simply paramount for them. And while Jesus often seemed smart intellectually like the Pharisees taught him to do his harm, which God just ignored, is that Jesus is kind of Pharisee, or really just as revealed to Moses by God. I suspect this is also missed by the meaning of the literature actually composed by the Pharisees themselves, texts like Berger both, much of which unsurprisingly aligns with the moral outlook of very early Christianity that grew out of that very rabbinical context. But following the destruction of the Solomonic Temple in 586, the subsequent Babylonian exile and period of the Second Temple period, another form of Judaism also emerged, what scholars now call apocalyptic. This form of Judaism was marked by interest in cosmology, events in the precolonial past, what is called extended prophecy, couched in very symbolic language. Extended prophecy is prophecy that speaks critically about the present as if it's happening in the future. There's also anxiety in this religious mode about oppression and tribulation. There's talk of eschatological upheavals, especially the judgment of individuals, both of the righteous and the wicked, are profoundly highlighted in this one. There's otherworldly journeys or vast journeys to the earth, a sense of good versus evil dualism intervention in history by messianic savior figures and anti-messianic characters. In the literature structure of the heavens, the hells, the angels and demons, and worldly affairs, and there's generally a kind of divinely deterministic attitude. That is to say, God is in control of everything and everything is going according to God's plan. Much of the literature is pseudo-anonymous and allegedly ancient authorship of these texts. And, of course, what gives its name to this entire genre, a revealing or apocalypse, from the Greek word meaning to uncover all this talking to a human agent through an angelic emissary. This apocalyptic mode of Judaism was clearly popular in dozens of such texts were composed in the centuries proximate to the life of Jesus, and is perhaps best witnessed by the documents of the Almaran as the Dead Sea Scrolls. These documents are composed by the faction displayed apocalyptic ideology, whereby their messianic leader, the teacher of righteousness, was expelled, otherwise left to role as a higher priest in the temple and protest against corruption. This group dedicated its existence to strict observance of the Torah, high degree of ritual purity, and understanding the prophetic text of the Bible as describing unfolding events during their lifetimes. Specifically, they held that with the teacher of righteousness, that a certain kind of countdown had begun, whereby they were going to be thrust into a final battle with the forces of evil, the sons of darkness, led by Neo, and their earthly ally, the king of Conan, the Romans. Ancient Gnostic schools of philosophy and spirituality produced some of the most profound, densely populated, and frankly bewildering cosmological systems of antiquity. The reader is confronted with a dizzying array of primal parents, various minds, lights, aeons, saviors, Sophias, treasuries of light, mists, syzygies, emanations, enneads, demiurges, archons, angels, demons, and much else besides. And to make these matters even more confusing, This is really the fight of the kid. Oh, fight of the kid, but it's looking a little different because Canada decided to go sit in the sun in Mexico.
That's right, Mexico. You know, Brendan, I'm here in Puerto Vallarta.
Is the cartel using your mouth?
Well, yeah, I don't know if you remember, but they attacked the airport and the town.
Yeah.
And that's not good for what's called tourism. So they had a bunch of cancellations. And when I say a bunch, I mean all the
Hey,
cancellations.
you know what? You got a good deal.
We got a good deal, and we are the only ones here. And so that is pretty cool. When you're playing golf and there's literally no one anywhere to be found, you know that you're either going to die or you got a good deal. So listen,
Did you have fun though?
nice.
Did you have fun though?
Bubba, I had fun, and if they take me out, they take my whole family out. It's all good. We're in heaven.
Now listen. Now usually I would never agree to a Zoom podcast. Never. I hate them. Right? We have to recap UFC Freedom 250. Now I just did 2 hours of it. I'm not sure. But listen, that's not. I need your insight. And I'll say this. And you know this. This is the first time ever when I was watching the event. I couldn't wait. I was counting down the days. I was watching the event and I'm like, oh, I wish I went. It's the only time I've ever watched a fight like, oh man, I wish I went. Now it's also the only event that you typically any event I can get tickets to. Any event I always know somebody I can get tickets. This is the only event where I couldn't get tickets.
And you're very close to a guy named Joe Rogan.
I didn't ask him. But it just, I don't think you and I could have got into this one, Bubba.
It's probably the one thing we probably could have gotten into. Because if we really put our minds to it, we're getting into anything we want. This was the one where it's like, hey, listen, now are you a military? Are you a war hero? Are you a first responder? You're just a guy. How about you podcast comic? Oh! And you want to come in? Right. I'll tell you where we would have gotten in. I'll tell you with no problem. We would have gotten into that watch party with $80,000.
Yeah,
No problem there.
buddy, if we, in hindsight, we probably should have went to that.
Probably should have went to that. And then we would have looked at each other and said, you should have stayed home.
You would watch the fights from Mexico?
And from Mexico. I'm also
thoughts. Give me your thought. Did it go better than you thought? Now, I'll tell you this. Ready for this number? Now they're still adding it up. They're still adding the numbers up. I was just talking to Rogan, literally before we got time Rogan. They're estimating minimum 130 million people watch this fight.
my Lord. Well, listen, I'm going to say this. It's always risky when you're thrown in the White House because you get loose cannons like Josh Hogan, who says things that I didn't like that personally.
I should be expected though. Expected.
He's a little clumsy. I think he's probably got a really high fight IQ and blah blah blah.
Right. Don't get twisted. Yeah.
Yeah, and a hell of an athlete.
Take him out of it. Take that out of it. I'm
going to take him out of it. I'm going to say this. I thought it was so classy. I thought it was so beautiful. Can we talk about how talented that fucking band was?
Bro, are they not the MVP the entire night?
Did they miss a note? I was like, what?
The president's band or some shit like that?
I don't know. The black woman that with him was like, you played that Johnny Cash cover. We traded all my body down. What? I was like, what is going on? And then they played that the Spanish song for they played Chalmers. No, this is whoever put this on is a genius. Walking down with Congressional Medal of Honor winners, flanked with a fireman, flanked with a detective, decorated first responders. I was like, come on, dude.
How about Justin Gaethje reading the Declaration of Independence?
Oh my God!
He walks out.
Oh my God, dude!
I looked at my kiddos. I went, guys, because they're like, pay attention. Can I mess around? I went, hold on, sit down. I go, buddy, you fellas, listen, gather around. I go, this will never happen again in my lifetime or your lifetime. You will never ever see it again. And Ty goes, hey Dad, there's gonna be other presidents. I go, there are. The number will ever entertain us. This will never happen again.
And Brendan, I'm going to take heat for this, but I'm going to compare it to what happened under the Biden administration. Now, you and I know that UFC, MMA, when you're fighting on that stage, to get there, and to perform well, to perform badly, is such an accomplishment. It requires, say it with me, all of you. It's a sport that requires all of you. Your training, your courage, your craftsmanship, your team. And it's just, I love watching effort on that level. And so, okay, beautiful. The Biden administration had a giant LGBTQ parade. And there were a number of people that dragged, and they took pictures topless. So that was cool too. So that was pretty proud of you. Same thing. And without being a fan of UFC, I know that people said it was backyard wrestling. I get it because you don't understand the sport. I get that it's a little rough around the edges. I get that, but I do kind of miss the Biden days when a man could throw on a wig, and then be a witness to the ceremony, and then girls, quote unquote, could take pictures of their man tits. So that was
Some dude posted it, so it's the best picture of all time. I'm gonna get it framed in the studio. It's a picture of the White House with the UFC Freedom, like octagon, the big USA flag, and the fighter jets flying over, the flags flying, and then there's like lightning.
I got
Me too. And some dude just snapped that picture and posted it on Twitter. He goes, man, I'm not even trying to be political. I'm not a fan of Trump, Biden. He goes, I'm not even political. He goes, we are so bad. And he goes, USA is so bad. It's like you're fucking right, man.
And by the way, Trump signed that deal with Iran on that day too, which is pretty cool, right? I mean, look, it went off with such a bang. I am kind of proud of myself because most of my picks, O'Malley looked beautiful.
Yeah, that's the one I think you're off on. And with O'Malley,
I always root for O'Malley, but if I was putting money, I wanted to put money. I was only putting, if I didn't bet, but I said if I were to put money, Sahabi has a high fight IQ, and he's got his brother and GSP in his corner, so you can see them game plan. He's not the athlete.
I know, but their game plan was, it's like, and Rogan and DC alluded to this, which I disagreed with him on this. Like his game plan was like avoid big shots and just inside leg kick, but they weren't the damaging leg kicks that compromise a fighter. Especially they were slaps and moving out of the way. So I'm like, hold on. The game plan is just an inside leg kick for 15 minutes? Like eventually you're gonna have to fight. And I think they told him that. And then I came in, he got a beer down, take some shots, like we gotta exchange here a little bit. He's like, oh, I'll do that. Boom, night's over.
O'Malley is different, and I always like me. I'm always going to root for O'Malley.
I just have to. Yeah, I should too.
I just love seeing him win. But I've been a Gon Dick rider forever, as you know. I just saw what I saw him do to before the eye pokes with Aspinall. I was watching it going, damn. And now to see what he did to Drama, and again.
B, just real quick.
Yeah.
Here's what it is. Illegal shots again now. 6 to 12 illegal shots in the back of the head again.
Well, okay, let's get into that. Before we get into that,
My thing is, like, you didn't need to do that. Could you not fucking cheap shot for once, for God's sakes?
Yeah.
Like, he was going to win no matter what. But I also think, like, there's a reason. I was talking about breakout. There's a reason. No one in the history of combat sports has ever been a 3-division champion. Boxing didn't get the fact that it was like 1 pound. But I'm talking mixed arts. There's no reason. Now, Cyril Gane could have made 205, let alone 185 if he tried. There's no reason.
You would never make 205.
I can't. So every division can. So the reason why the odds were so close, the odd makers and experts went, we don't really know. Maybe Proton to pull us off. Right away. Very happy like, okay. Listen, he attempted greatness. All good. It's just not happening. It's not right. It's not happening. So I was cool with the stoppage. I'm like, no, stop it. No. Okay. We didn't
that if you took one of his legs off, and this is when you fuck with the big boys.
Zergon could do that when he was 14. When he was 14,
Well,
he could have
that's
at 185.
That's exactly right. Now, I need you also to acknowledge that I think Cyril Don's striking is a different level too. He seems to be very high level striking. He's a
listen, he's a high level striker. If they're the same weight, Rotan's a more great, better striker, but at heavyweight, it's a different ecosystem. It's just
Guess what?
different.
He got caught with a jab, didn't he? He got caught with a jab.
Now, to your point too, there's a weight class for a reason. You didn't say this about Ilya. Like, look how small Ilya was compared to Justin. Justin's the first real lightweight he's ever fought. Because listen, he fought Charles Oliveira started at 145, right? He fought who else did he beat? He beat Max Holloway, started at 145. These are natural lightweights. Now you fight Justin. You think Justin can make a 145? No. So you're gonna break here from Chat with a kid. What's softer than cashmere and warmer than wool? It's not a riddle. It's alpaca hoodie. I have to check out there and some of my favorite podcasters talking about Paca. That's right, Paca the animal. It's so damn soft. Paca makes outdoor and lifestyle apparel from alpaca fiber, one of the world's most sustainable natural fibers. Their best-selling hoodie is softer than cashmere, warmer than wool, and super breathable. The hoodie is built for real life. Odor resistance, durable, made to freaking last. Each one is made start to finish in Peru. Alright? Over 250,000 people have already picked up the Paca hoodie. What makes it even better? Well, the Paca hoodie is so damn good. We haven't gotten ours yet. We're waiting. I hear great things about them. So if you're thinking about leveling up your hoodie game, this is your sign to do it now. So grab your Paca hoodie. That's PAKA. Just go to www.pacaapparel.com. That's pacaapparel.com. If you have a 170,
Part of the reason I chose Justin, part of the reason I 10x you, I said my pick is Justin, is because I've been at the UFC and I saw how big he was. I saw his back. I went and used to train for him. I went, oh, he's at least 190 right now. Oh, yeah. And I went, and by the way, he changes people's lives. He ends careers. He hits you so fucking hard. Patty Penland, I don't care if it's Tony Ferguson. When you want to stand an exchange, and I knew that Topuria, as great a boxer as he is, he's got to get close. He's going to plod towards you, just like Peloton does. And I was like, you're going to pay a fitting price for the guy who hits harder. You go, oh, he does hit hard. Yes, he does. Just engage him. Remember what Khabib said? Khabib said, I've never been hit. His power is ridiculous. And again, you always said this, Justin Gaethje is a ridiculously good athlete. He's a very good athlete. Crazy. And a fucking veteran. And you don't get away with anything with that guy. He's the guy, he's different. It's like you get away with everything with other people. Gaethje, you just don't get away with certain things. You don't. And if you want to get in there and slug with him, you might get lucky. Like, not lucky, but you might catch him with Max Holloway did.
Yeah.
But not with Holloway's another tall, big guy. Topuria.
let me ask you this, B. If you're Justin, what do you do? I think you should. This is it. Doesn't get any better than this. Ride for the sunset.
Doesn't get any better than this. I want him to retire. And by the way, you sail off to the sunset, swan song of swan songs, and you retire with legendary status, and you have a second career. You call Brendan Schaub. You say, Brendan, you're super good at transitions. Please help me. I want to know what I should do. I know you have the game plan for him. He follows that game plan. He makes just as much or more money now. Does anybody not love him? Does anybody not love him? So you got your brain attack. Please stop this. And I can't think of a better way to retire. Now,
That's retirement. That's retirement.
you guys have so much trouble with that. It's very hard to say goodbye to that.
He's thinking about it. He even told, because he told his mom, he's like, this might be my last one. I promised her I wouldn't decide tonight. But it's like, buddy, this is the best end of the movie ever. Or we can turn this into a horror movie if you want to keep doing what everyone else does. Right, you end up face down, ass up. We can do that. But this is why I said I'll make my breakdown. This is why anybody who's telling otherwise is trying to get their hand in his pocket and they're not his friend.
Yes.
The thing you should do, retire. It's never gonna be better than this. Retire. If Conor wins, a big if Conor wins, and then the UFC and Conor beg you to come out of retirement and fight in December, then we can do that because that's a favorable fight, favorable matchup, and we'll make all the money. But we're not sitting around
And then
for
you make all the money. You make $1 million.
and it's a good fight. It's a good fight for him. It's a good fight. But other than that, I'm still gonna beg you to come back and fight Conor. There's
Other than that, no.
nothing.
You fight Conor at 70, so you have a leisurely camp.
Sure.
And you put a mother whopping on him.
Yep.
And you retire. That's a $30 million fight.
Anything other than that, we're not doing it. You go play golf, do backflips on your lawn, go with your girl, and sign autographs and tits.
Sign autographs and tits, but that's what it is. Now, I'm gonna make. Here's the thing, Topuria and Boy MMA. I'm looking at this beautiful man. I'm looking at him make that walk. I'm like, boy, classy, looks fantastic, and then he gets that damage. He will not be the same fighter ever.
And that's what happened. So, broken eyebrow, broken nose. So you're out at least 6 to 8 months, right? And he did just issue a statement saying, I had the best game of my life. I was ready to go. Justin, you're just that good. Hats off to you. But this story's not done. I'll see you in the rematch. You're not. We're never rematching. Nothing's over. You don't do rematches when you get beat up for 3 out of 4 rounds. There's no rematch.
When you can't finish the fight.
There's no rematch. He goes, you shut my eye you shut my left eye in the first round. By the third round, I can see out of my left or right eye. So there's that. So there's that. Yeah, we gotta stop.
And I went, that's horror. That is the horror of MMA. I mean, if you wanna mess around, that's my dad's background, 86 years old.
Big dog. This is my thing with Ilya. You've seen this too, but it's like, Justin's said going in this fight goes, I've lost before. It's all good. Like, I think his losses at Max and to Khabib set him up for this success. He's lost before and he goes, it's not the end of the world. I know my fight style. I can lose on any given night. It is what it is. I train the same, but I'm not invincible. If I'm on my P's and Q's, I'm going to lose. Ilya was told by him, by his team, everyone around, you're the God's gift to the UFC. You can't lose. You have the touch of God. Dude, he had a victory party Saturday night before the fight, celebrating the fight.
I know.
And then
when I heard that, I went, and I told her, I was like, I said that it's a tough choice, but I like it. Remember, because I said I got Justin.
It's cute till you lose, and then just no respect for Dolores, Justin Gaethje. You're just gonna walk forward and not finish.
Walk him out in 2 minutes.
And man, he just walked forward like this. I looked at my wife. I go, what's he doing? Oh, he doesn't. I went, he doesn't respect Justin. Oh no, he's not taking it serious. Oh no. I went, oh no. And then jab, uppercut, jab. I'm like, what the fuck is he doing? No fakes. And then notice the second round he has more success. Throwing things, setting it up, but the lack of respect for the great American. And hey, Spain, fuck around, find out. Hey, mama, these colors don't run. Hey, these colors don't run.
Spain will work your body. Spain will work your body.
Spain will get you a good body shot, but guess what? These colors don't run. These colors don't run. And you're on our front lawn? Hold on. Hey, Spaniard. Hey, El Matador. Hey, killer, as they call you. These colors don't run, and you're on our front porch.
You came to our house, Bubba. You can't call me out. You can't come to my house and go, come out on your front lawn. I'm going to fight you. You came all the way from Spain to do that.
These colors don't run, Bubba. And also, you're going to come to my
house. Don't watch me from the house.
Bubba, you're going to come to my house, not take your shoes off? You're going to disrespect the house, not take your shoes off?
We got the Declaration of Independence right there. I mean, it's right there.
You know what? You're so disrespectful. Zero respect. Didn't take his shoes off. Just went into the cupboards, went, I don't give a fuck. You're not going to do nothing. Oh, Bubba, these colors don't run.
Well, look, and I clocked something else. and I loved Cory, but he didn't really take in the walks, didn't look around a little bit. Can I get a pause? Can I get a pause?
He's walking past the ones in the Hall of Fame, all the pictures went, take a little break here. Summer's always changing how I get dressed. I want a piece that feels lighter, more breathable, especially out here in the Texas humidity. It gets toasty. Things that are easy but still put together well. That's why I keep coming back to Quince. They focus on high quality essentials that feel and look amazing, breathable out here in the Texas sun, man. All right. They have all the basics without the luxury markup. All right, they're European linen pants. They sent to me. You boys wear it all summer long. They start at just $34. Your boy be sweating in these pants, but I stay breathable. I cool off super fast. Everything at Quince is priced 50 to 80% less than similar brands. They got you, man. Elevate your summer wardrobe and go to quince.com/fighter for free shipping on your order. 365-day returns. Now available in Canada too. That's QUINCE.com/fighter for free shipping, 365-day returns. Quince.com/fighter. Let's take a little break here in this episode of Fighter Kid from Mexico. It's brought to you by Shopify, the e-commerce platform behind millions of business around the world, and 10% of all e-commerce in the USA, from household names to bingo boys to small brands like the Fighter Kid and Drive Fast All Gas. That's brand just getting started. To get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates, Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand style. Get the word out like you have your own marketing team behind you. Easy to create emails, social media campaigns, wherever your customers are scrolling or strolling. All right? And their customer service, dude, it's award-winning 24/7. They got you, man. They got you. They have the iconic shop pay little thing right there. Right there, all right? They have an iconic purple shop pay button that's used by millions of businesses around the world. Find Shopify is the best converting checkout on the planet. So it's time to turn those what ifs into cha-ching with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial at Shopify.com/fighter. Go to Shopify.com/fighter. Shopify.com/fighter. Cha-ching.
Here's a question. You ever find yourself needing nicotine and caffeine just to feel like a human being when you wake up? Or how about like the middle of the day when you start to have that crash and you're like, oh, I need a nicotine pouch. I need caffeine right now. Okay. Well, guess what? There's an alternative. It's called Ultra Pouches. Ultra Pouches is a completely guilt-free pouch. No caffeine, no nicotine. So it's like, wait a minute. What are you saying? What's in it? Well, I'm talking about a pouch with certain things in it, like adaptogens and nootropics, that give you the kind of energy, the kind of calm, sustained, smooth energy that you're looking for. All right? And Ultra Pouches got together with these scientists, basically, and partnered up with neuroscientists, designed these clinically proven nootropic adaptogens to deliver immediate focus, smooth energy that lasts up to 1 to 2 hours. So if you need that kind of energy, this is what it's about. They use Infinity PX, a cleaner, smoother energy boost movement, more smooth than caffeine, L-theanine, an amino acid promoting calm energy, and alpha GPC, nootropic for enhanced mental processing, and vitamin B12 and vitamin B6 for balanced energy and amping. All right, clean, plant-powered, designed to sharpen your mind, lift your energy. All right. So that's what it's about. And I'm talking about something with no caffeine, no nicotine. The problem with caffeine and nicotine is it increases your heart rate. It can actually lead to lower testosterone. It can cause all kinds of problems. More importantly, it disrupts your sleep. But you can still get that sustained energy with Ultra Pouches. And that's really important. Who doesn't want more? Who doesn't want enhanced memory? Who doesn't want smooth energy? Who doesn't want mood balance? All right? All with zero nicotine, all with zero caffeine. Right? So they've got all different flavors, by the way. They've got cool mint, wintergreen, tropical, watermelon, blue raspberry, that is the tart sweet mint. But it's the ultimate guilt-free pouch. It delivers instant focus, mental clarity. Go to takeultra.com/fighter. All right, Take Ultra. Well, it's code fighter. I should say takeultra.com. Code fighter for 15% off. Give it a shot. I'm gonna say it again.
Try it out. They're awesome. Ultra pouches. Alternative to caffeine.
I mean, I was like, hey, I need a little pause. I need a little reference. If you don't mind.
And Justin was waiting and went, oh, I'm about to give you a red, white, and black ass whooping, Bubba. Oh, buddy.
White, black, and blue.
Yes.
White, black, and blue. We had black, okay? We had red, white, blue. I'm gonna add a little black. You guys don't mind the black and blue.
Got it for you, little black eye here?
And now the question becomes, can Ilya Taporia, because that's gotta fuck with your confidence. You were in a fucking car accident, okay? What happened was you came in with a very clean, fresh face. I'm saying this with respect because I respect it.
He has that same nice face.
Looking fantastic, the gold, and you left. You got yourself into a serious car accident, and I'm not kidding. Car accident.
Straight up.
And you couldn't even be interviewed. You had to go to the hospital. Of course, I hope he makes a full recovery. I hope he's great. I hope to see him again. Of course, but it's very hard to be the same.
You know why, B? It happened to Ronda too. It's when your team is telling you you're the best thing on earth. You can't lose. You're untouchable. You're God's chosen one. And then Justin Gaethje goes, "Oh, you disrespect my house." And then he goes, "Oh shit, I'm not. Oh, I'm not the chosen one." It's like, oh no, God doesn't give a shit, dude. No, God's not playing favorites. You have a special skill set. You just train hard. Everybody does.
You can't stand and bang with Justin. Ask Tony Ferguson. Ask Patty Pimblett. Ask anybody. He just hits you so fucking hard, man.
But B, now I should remember that you gave up on Patty. Patty's pretty good.
Very good.
Patty's better than we thought. Right?
Yes.
My takeaway went, Patty's pretty fucking tough. He had to go for 5 rounds, didn't quit on the stool.
By the way, Patty's a big person. Huge. Huge. Patty was a 220.
Huge, too big.
So disrespectful. Ilya's a small guy, bro.
Tiny.
You
Patty's
come
big.
awkward a giant 55 like that who hits with that kind of power, who is that much of a veteran, who's that good an athlete, who's a 2-time All-American, a real athlete, man. And so, it was a beautiful thing. The challenge for Ilya Taporia now becomes, who am I now? How do I deal with that? Look, it's very hard to be that confident when you pay a price like that. It really is. You get gunshot. I can't think of anybody. If you were coaching him, how would he fight? How would he fight Justin Gaethje again if he ever had to? How would he fight him again?
They're never going to fight again. Justin's not going to give him a rematch. He's either going to retire or fight Conor, so that's never going to happen. You wake up, your face is swollen shut, and at the end of the day, you're still 5'2".
Yeah.
Ain't that a bitch? And you want to disrespect the Oval Office, Bubba? You want to disrespect the Oval Office? And you're 5'2"? What world are you living in, Bubba? What world are you living in?
5'6". Let's
You're definitely not 5'6", about 5'2" on a good hair day. Listen, and you're gonna come into the White House and not take your shoes off? Well, guess what? We got an old country boy here named Justin Gaethje, and he wants to have a little talk with you, son.
Well, Justin was fighting for the first responders and the troops. Justin had a great deal of reverence, as you should. That is
The Declaration of Independence.
you and I have been in that room. To me, the Oval Office and the White House, to me, is hallowed ground. It's hallowed ground. When I'm there, I'm on my best behavior. You and I were in suits.
We're in suits, dude. How about we're
Is that a lie or were we in suits?
No, we're in suits. No, you and I were in suits. Yeah, Trey was there too. We're all in suits.
Pretty
Yeah,
hot.
we're in suit ties. Dude, how about we're watching the show on the inside of the White House? And, Joanna's an interior decorator, and she goes, looks a little dated. I went, what? What'd you say? The level of disrespect that was going on at the White House. Like, damn, what do you think?
I need, first of all, you're in the Oval Office. I need some reverence. I need you to take a look around for a second. I would like you to bow your head a little bit. I want your head bowed a little bit, please.
Yes, and Monologue Lewinsky did, right? So Bill Clinton kind of...
And that's where my father, the Marine, said, the biggest problem I have was the guy that is getting himself getting his dick sucked in the Oval Office. It's me. My dad, that's inexcusable.
It's a you, and
He's got it in my face.
president for that.
He got it in my face, man.
He's like, you're president for that.
Out of my face. The only time he got in my face and had to look down on me, by the way, at 6'4", I said, it's a close job. And I was in my 20s. He got in my face and he said, I never forgot this. He said, you need to fortify your philosophical base. You need to understand there are people that fought and died for this country. And you have not yet built a bedrock of moral, you have not built a morality you can anchor into. And I'm going to need you to go through that. He said, you need to go through that. It's going to take you about a year. Give me a reading list and dismiss me. And within my face, looking down, and by the way, appropriate.
Yeah, but also, Dad, you see Michael Lewinsky's power lips? Like, come on, see what that mounts to bring in.
And by the way, to quote my buddy Jerry McFadden, I said, Jerry goes, I would take the blowjob too, but I want my president to be better than me.
Oh, facts.
Fair.
Facts.
Fair.
That's a great point.
It's a great point. So Bubba, Garcia was looking fucking beautiful.
He was looking great till he wasn't. You know what's great? Rogan's tie. A little short, right?
Well, that was
a little short.
That was beautiful. Now I looked at the sign. I went, "That's a guy."
I got teary-eyed. When I saw him in a tie, I was like, "Oh fuck!" I got teary-eyed. Now I really started laughing because his tie was too short.
It was too long. The clown tie.
Yeah.
He was a clown tie. My actor used to tell the story about a family member, kid was 16, died of a drug overdose. Horrible, terrible, terrible. The brother and sister are there, and their uncle, who they never would see, who was a plumber, had a tie that high. Every server at the computer said, "My condolences on Academy brother, my condolences." And obviously, it's your brother who died. Your brother who went, she went, "Did you see his tie?" At the funeral. Dude, they were crying.
Dude, Louis C.K. did a post. He goes about Rogan. He took a picture of Rogan and his tie. He goes, he hasn't worn that tie since he was 9. That exact tie.
That was a clip-on.
Same tie.
It's a clip-on, and it's an outrage.
Our boy doesn't wear ties a lot, though. Our boy don't wear ties.
The tie came up to his nipples.
Yeah.
We're up big. Okay? That tie, you get a 2-on-1 because it comes with a bib. It's for the you know what that tie is? It's for your toddler.
Yes.
When you do a funeral or a wedding.
It's a wide one. What'd you think of our boy, Bo Nickel?
Well, he looks, I mean,
Good. Incorporated wrestling.
What's usually a knee pick, and he just ended up going, I'm going to pick you up. I'm going to pick you up sideways, slam you down. I'm going to pick you up. Like I throw somebody in a pool. Like I throw my girl
Yes.
into a pool. Okay? And then I'm gonna throw you down. And man, that was a beautiful punch. His learning curve is, and he can't help himself. He loves the striking game.
Yeah, but my whole thing with him, when he just striking, I can't stand it. But when he incorporates the wrestling, which sets up the striking, I'm on board. How do you feel about our boy, Michael Chandler?
Look,
It's time to stop.
well, look, you don't look better at 40 physically. You see his body at 40 years old. Sure. Good deal. Humphrey is a killer.
He's a killer, but Chandler landed 3 punches in the fight.
Yeah, we knew how that was.
It's time to stop. Yeah, it's time to stop. Time to stop.
And it just is. It's a new breed of fighter, these guys.
Him and Derek Lewis. Like, if Chandler, Derek Lewis, and Johnson all said they're done, I'd like, makes sense.
What happened to Derek Lewis? It looked like he literally gassed on the walkout.
Yeah.
Was a
Sweat.
And his face looked good. I was like, this guy's lost weight. His back was fixed 6 months ago. He got a back operation.
His tummy looked better.
Right.
Yeah.
But it just,
It's time to call it a day. But overall, scale 1 to 10, I give this an 11. It exceeded expectations.
100%.
Never be done again.
But it was a flawless production. It was a flawless production. Hats off to Dana White. Hats off to Trump. Hats off to his entire team. I mean, you couldn't. I was marveling at how good when they were saluting as they were coming down the steps,
So good.
holding the American flag. The band singing songs. I just was so blown away by it. And then of
The
course,
fireworks.
our nation's finest.
I know.
Watching the fight, the watch party, the weather. God held the clouds for a little bit.
Dude, so do you see? So if you watch the storm, the tracker goes headed straight for it, and it gets right to the White House. It goes like this. God said, "Not today, Satan."
God said, "Not today, Satan." God said, "This is." I held the clouds for the LGBTQ/drag parade.
So excited for us.
Pride Month was celebrated for about a full year at the White House.
Correct. Yeah, they're still celebrating.
Yeah, and so I'm gonna do these guys a solid.
So what do you do? What do you do with? Are you cool if they do Josh Hockett, Cyril Gahn next? This episode of the Fire Cures brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. We're in the business of keeping your car on the freaking road. O'Reilly Auto Parts offers friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you need for all your maintenance and repairs. They have everything. Whatever you're looking for, they either have in-store or online or in the back. Has them out in the back. They usually have it flat. It shows up same day or next day. They got everything there. The one-stop shop. They have it all. I love O'Reilly. So if you're a car expert or a rookie, you find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable, helpful, but it's all super friendly. I love my guy Sam over there. Professional Parts Bureau, O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for all things auto do-it-yourself. You can buy what you need in-store or online. So go ahead. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly. This episode of Fire Cures brought to you by Progressive. Insurance isn't one size fits all, and shopping for it shouldn't feel like squeezing into something that just doesn't fit. That's why drivers who enjoy Progressive Name Your Price tool for years with Name Your Price tool, you tell them what you want to pay, and they show you options that fit within your budget. Enough hunting for discounts, trying to calculate rates, tinker with coverages. Maybe you're picking up your very first policy, or maybe you're just looking for something that works better for you and your family. Either way, they make it simple to see your options, no guesswork, no surprises. Ready to see how easy and fun shopping for car insurance can be? Visit Progressive.com. Give the Name Your Price tool a try. Take the stress out of shopping and find coverage that fits life on your terms. Progressive Casual Insurance Company fits price and coverage match limited by state law. Progressive.
First, I didn't think it was real. I woke up to this blinding light. I was transported to another place. Pluto TV. Then I heard a voice.
Come with me if you want to live.
There were thousands of movies and shows, and they were all free. It's just so beautiful.
On Pluto TV, free streaming of Terminator 2, free Gyro the 100, and the X-Files may cause excitement, loss of sleep, and some belief in extraterrestrials. No credit cards or alien encounters necessary. Pluto TV, stream now, pay never. Let's say Tom Asphalt's not, because of his issues with Eddie Hearn, I bet they strip Tom if he's playing difficult and wants more money. So I would imagine they do Hogan versus Kyle next.
Yeah, that's a bad fight for Josh Hogan.
Is it though? Because he can wrestle. Don can't wrestle.
He can wrestle.
Okay, he can wrestle.
Bubba, I got some news for you. God, the last 2 years, has been training with nothing but giant Eastern European, Russian Olympic wrestlers. Two guys from the Olympic wrestling team were in his camp in the Russian Olympic team, giant heavyweights. He can't do nothing but. So I can promise you this: his takedown defense is going to be a different thing. Hogan's never faced anybody like God, ever. So it's going to be
a fun fight, though.
I'll tell you, very, very. I wish he wasn't so, but he's a very, very. I think he's probably got a very high fight IQ. I think he's a very special athlete. He's good, and I'd love to see it. You're not going to be able to stand and bang the way you did with Curtis Blades.
No. Or Lewis, no.
It's a different game right now.
It's tough. It's tough. It's his toughest fight for sure.
Yeah, you're going to see it different. It's a different level, different ecosystem, if I may.
Agree, brother. When are you back, pal? Let's wrap this thing up.
I'm back, buddy. I'm back Saturday.
Okay, you're going to Mexico.
I did move to Mexico.
Hey, too long. When'd you get there?
Well, that's long.
How long?
That's long. I got there Saturday, so it's a full week. That's 7 days for me. That's a lot of people. It's fantastic. It's you know what I'm loving? Watching my kids play.
I know. You can do that at home, though, right?
Because you can't play more fun. Remember, my older kids are now with my
your older kids are there too?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought thought it was just the Austin fan.
Stella, my 18-year-old, was a full grown woman.
See you, Buffs.
Yes. And then my 14-year-old son was
I didn't know all of them were your.
Finn's a looker. As his mother said, he's the flame, and everyone else is the moth. Because my boy's got a jawline.
Ooh, and he has some nice hair on him. Yeah.
My height is 14.
Handsome
So
kid.
yeah, he's 14, my height, and the ladies seem to like. Yeah, they're looking like.
That sounds fun. If you had the whole family, that'd be fun, buddy. We'll get back. We miss you. So we'll wear this. You know, we also got the red light dude this week, so we're not missing this week. We'll be back next week.
Yes, Bob. That's fair. So,
All right, well, count on us when we're out there. Cartels everywhere. Stay on the property.
always on the property.
Stay on the property. Stay on the property.
Now, if you talk to the locals, they'll be like, no, it's fine.
You're kidding. Dude, that's all media propaganda.
It's fine. In a video, I would say send me in a video as they're chainsawing my head off.
I know, like, he sent us 1 million cash. Like,
But I'd be like, it's 100K.
if I can't subscribe,
100K. They want to go, dude, I like you on that.
maybe I'll kill you. Yeah, I can't say. Hi, buddy. Have fun in Mexico. Thanks for taking the time, pal.
Hit me. I love it. I love
Bye, bud. I'll see you when you get back. Be safe out there.
All right, guys. See you later. Bye.
It's the Power Kid from Mexico. We're out.
He's returning, they say, since we spoke to him face to face. Since the last time we spoke to him, but he is here and he is going to fight for the first time in 5 years in less than a month. Without further ado, let us say hello to the biggest name in the history of this sport, to the former champ who is back. Good to see you. Great to see you. Well,
AKG.
what about that? What do you think? What do you think of the day?
I'm trying to take it off. I said, to share it all the space. I said, it's AKG. I said, it's AKG. Give it to my guy. It's AKG.
Welcome.
Thanks.
Great to see you.
Good to be here. Good to be back.
Wow, you are back. You are actually back, my friend. It's unbelievable. Almost exactly 5 years to the day of your last fight. Yes.
And it will be 11 years since I first won the UFC World title against Mendez in
Of course, July 11th.
2015. Is
A
that
very famous date. UFC 100 was also on that date. And so,
was it, Jay?
yes.
Yeah, wow.
Who is this person that we're talking to right now? Where are you at? Because your journey has been well documented. Everyone always wants to know where you're at in life, how you're feeling. By the looks of your social media, you seem to be in a great place. But we all know social media sometimes tells a different story. Tell us where you're at right now.
You know, I am calm. I'm in a calm state of mind, zen, if you will. And I'm composed. And I'm committed to this bout and to my career. So that's pretty much where I'm at right now.
Why are you committed? Why are you even coming back? What's the point? What's the motivation?
For the fun, for the joy, for the thrill, for the competition. And I haven't been, I'm young for this area. I'm young for competition. So, you know, right now, we've been speaking here like this, and there's nothing on the horizon or uncertainty. You know, we have a date in the pond. It's very invigorating.
Was there ever a point where you thought you would never come back? That your final act, if you will, in the UFC would be that fight against Dustin Poirier?
No, I was never come back. It's the pain game. Who can last the longest? Who can withstand? And I can withstand. And there you go, I'm back.
Do me a favor, make love to the microphone, if you will, right? Yeah, there. We want to hear you. And so,
You hear me out?
oh yeah, we can hear you guys. Yeah, we're good. We're all good. You're right there. The guys are crazy. Go to the team over there. We've got everyone.
What's up, guys? How are you?
The legend Karen Kessler.
Yeah.
She's a formidable foe, huh?
Yes, go back and forth.
Listen, bar.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, but you have good people back here.
Yeah, for sure.
And it seems like you're in a good place mentally and physically. You know, 2 years ago, you were scheduled to fight Michael Chandler. And what was interesting to me in the aftermath of that fight not coming to fruition is a lot of people said, even when we continued, said, like, he's going to come back. He's going to come back. Yeah, it seems like people don't believe. But now he's in the octagon. For me, what I say is, you've you've never been a pullout merchant. It was one fight that you didn't make the walk. And so does that annoy you when you see that when people?
No, it is what it is. You know, I've been out for a few years. Let the people say what they wish, whether it's good or bad. I don't pay attention to it. I don't let it enter me. I stay centered and grounded. That's where I'm at. I'm back. I know I was going to come back. I learned a lesson in that lapse in concentration in the camp in preparation that I have since adjusted. And, you know, that's why I think I'm only warming up here in this game. I really, really believe I'm only warming up. You know, I used to always train a certain way, throw certain shots that the fight game has never even seen. Many shots I have in my arsenal, the fight game has never even seen. Because I would train in such a way where I would train it, and then it would become damaged, and then it's out of action, and then I had to put that shot or that specific set of movements back in my pocket and bring out something else and carry on. And that was how I would go about my career. And then when that last bout was set, we had the UFC cameras come over. I believe it was 3 weeks before the bout. No protective gear whatsoever. The cameras are on. There's a little bit of intensity as it builds up. The kicks off of the elbow and the baby toe cracked, and that was excruciating pain. It was a few weeks before the fight. I was in very bad pain, and I couldn't do it again. I had done it so much that I thought, if I go in here again in a state of damage, and then the performance or whatever, I couldn't say it to the fans. So I had to bow out, and I had to take it on the chin, take this lesson, implement it, wear the protective gear, make sure the entire team is aware, and we're discussing what type of training session this is. And we've done that. The body's right. I'm rested, sharp. My body is fresh. I am energetic, and for the workload of this, the media, all that this business entails, I'm ready for it. So God makes no mistakes. You know, God makes no mistakes. It all happened for a reason. And now I'm very thoroughly seen. I'm very selective now. I'm not giving much away. In fact, I'm giving nothing away to this game that I'm giving it all to. I'm taking. I'm here to take now. Take what is mine. So you won't see much training footage or plans or, you know, this social media dopamine hit. I'm staying away from it, and I'm going to do my body of work inside the octagon on July 11th to prove that what I say, these men are not on my level, and I said it to do so.
Do you feel like you're being doubted? Do you feel like people have forgotten? I saw you tweet, "You will put respect on my name." You feel like that has been lost? Because there was a time where there was respect, and now it feels like it's different.
Listen, doubt me now. Doubt me now. It's all fuel to the fire, for sure.
And so why did it take so long?
It's a fucking devastating injury I came through. I came through a devastating injury.
You were back to fight Chandler.
I was back to fight people.
Why 2 years? Why was Pinky?
Yeah, that is a question for the Ultimate Fighting Championship, not for me.
Okay,
So
you wanted to come back earlier?
for sure. However, I'm happy where I'm at now. The contract situation, you go through it, it's a lot behind the scenes. I'm happy where I'm at. I hope we can make the run. You know, however, I'm not going to start saying the run before I get the ball rolling. I want to get in and show that I'm capable of the run. So I have to look at it from maybe the UFC side also. Maybe not, but you know, I'm trying to give something yet. You know, I'm almost holding out there yet. But you get me. Maybe I'm going to show them, and there's no doubt. There'll be no question then. And then I'll be able to rally the fans behind me on my cause to get back in. That's the plan. Right now, I am contracted, and I have no dates. For my fight. I have July 11th. When would you think they would put me back in? When would you think they would put me back in?
The second one?
Yeah. I don't know. April 2027.
It's locked in.
It's almost a year later.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous to me. I think no.
Why is it locked in already?
Because this is the way the contract was. No,
That's never happened. I've never heard of a contract where there's a date in it.
I know. I have my second date, April 2027.
Why
Why? Why don't you get anywhere?
You'd have to ask. You'd have to ask all the other of that. You know, and I'm like, huh? Just give me the fucking contract. It gets to that stage. So I have July 11th. It's only around the corner. That's positivity, happiness. Don't feel too much and all that. I've got the flight. I've got the date. I feel great. Bring it on, baby. The mic is back, and I'm gonna put on a show here in this fight. This is a martial arts delight. This bout. This is a fan favorite, iconic bout. And who's at the helm? None other than the Mac, as usual. So I'm ecstatic with that.
You have 2 fights left on your deal, right?
Yep.
Did they try to extend it?
No.
Really?
No.
I'm surprised.
No. I'm happy. I'm happy. To an extent. There's a lot more there. I hope it's with the UFC. I hope we come to something. I hope I get honored even more. I hope I'm going to prove even more so what I'm about.
I saw you say that you're happy.
Yeah.
What was the road to getting happy? Because initially when the Paramount deal was signed, there were a lot of questions. No pay-per-view anymore. Are you going to make this right? And so how difficult was it for them to apparently make it right?
It wasn't that difficult. We met in the middle.
Okay.
We met in the middle.
What is meeting in the middle?
We met in the middle. We learned a good juicy one. Was it what my worth is? Probably not. Was it what they offered or what they want to offer? Definitely not. Definitely not. We met in the middle. I'm a fair operator, and I like to think I am. So, that's how I operate. I love the Ultimate Fighting Championship, and I'd love to continue. Let's see how it goes.
Are you, when you step foot, going to be the highest paid fighter for one fight in UFC history? Is this the highest amount? Because they have to offset the pay-per-view, right?
I'm breaking my own records. I am already.
Sure.
So, yeah, for sure.
Can you give us the number?
No. I won't even see this flash, Harry. I don't wear watches, no. I have my lovely watches. But man, I'm different. I'm different. And I find myself in a fight still. It's the rent is due every day. The old ways that don't serve. And new ways and a new version of me and the new man I am. I find myself in competition sometimes with or in a battle with that. So I won't. Man, money isn't. It's not the be all end all. It's not life. You get me? So I won't be flashing money. I will not be. I done the Forbes this. I won the Forbes this. You won't see me out again. You won't see me out again. I won't register to go out again. Look what it brought to me. Still, even now, I can feel it somewhere. Oh, he's back. This is coming in, and there's forces that try and get their claws on you in this life. And I don't want to give it energy. I don't want to give it life. I'm happy where I'm at. I'm going on discussing finances and things. I keep myself modest. That's how I live my life.
So this is like a daily battle, almost with like the good and the bad, right? The tug and pull, the demons, if you will.
Yeah.
How are you winning that battle? What are you doing to win that battle?
A lot of self-care. I work with a lot of people on the scenes to help me. A lot of discussions. And again, it's ongoing. The rent is due every day. It's like training. You have to train for a fight. You have to train your discipline. You have to train your skill set. It's the same thing.
When you look back,
It's akin to being on a tightrope. And the tightrope is going across this office, across to the next office with a very high fall. The stakes are very high. So you better stay balanced. You better stay balanced. Because people even, I was saying to someone else there, you're making inroads in yourself and working on yourself. Sometimes when you're down in a place, you don't feel anything else. You have no emotion. You're weightless. You're going. You don't pay no attention to nothing. And then when you eventually, most people and all people, they must put that work in on themselves and get themselves back into a steady state of living. That is the time where the rope is even thinner. You get me? The balance, you need to be even more balanced because the fall is even higher then.
It's if you fall when you're in this position, you don't give a fuck. You might even do it out of, just to do it. So I'm in the state now where I'm keeping my balance. I'm making my way through life. And God has helped me through that. That's it.
Do you have regrets?
No. God knows my heart. And the things that I've gone through, young man, I came here to honest. I forgive myself for what I forgive myself for disgracing the position that God put me in, which I've done many times, and I won't do it again. And that's where I'm at today. I don't have regrets. I'm happy and thankful for the lessons that I learned on the way.
This relationship with religion is somewhat new, right? I've not heard you, of course, your career speak about God like this. Where did this come from?
I'm a religious man. I was raised Catholic by my mother and my family. We're a religious family. It takes a deeper meaning when you hit rock bottom and there's nothing else there but God. And then just the divine coincidences, everything I keep seeing it. I keep being shown it. And I'm going on in on it.
You say that word rock bottom. It feels profound when you say it. When was rock bottom?
I've got a few dark moments, but I relish the opportunity to show my strength. I was put in a position to showcase my strength, so I stood up and showed it. That's what I done. A few dark moments, I'm through them. I'm in the light. I'm walking the tightrope, and I'm keeping my balance. And please God, I keep it. Thank you, God.
Was there ever a point where you thought the darkness would be too heavy, that you wouldn't get out of it, that you questioned even for a brief moment?
But people don't understand the darkness of being in that situation with that injury, and then it ain't easy. It ain't easy. So I'm very happy that I'm fucking through, bro. That's outside. I don't want to get into this insane therapy session. No, I get it.
We have been so attached to your life. The ups and downs covered every single tweet, let alone moment, let alone victory, let alone high load. So no one has been scrutinized or covered closer than you. John Jones probably a close second, but you have brought us on a journey here. And I think there were a lot of people who...
Max pound number 4, baby, yeah. You're still here.
Because there's been this talk of a lack of stars, and you see on Sunday, Ilya loses, Alex loses, and of course everyone loses at some point. But it does feel like there's a bit of a lack of excitement right now in the product. Sunday, is sort of on the side. And so do you feel like almost like the sport needs you back, the organization needs you back?
Listen, I won't say the game needs me, but it's sure good to have me. You know what I'm saying? It's sure good to have me. So, I'm happy with that.
Your commentary on the card on Sunday was interesting, I found, and I agree with a lot of the things you said, including the fact that it didn't seem like any of the UFC stars were being propped up. And so can I ask you to further elaborate on that? Because we did see boxers, wrestlers, other people, but there were no UFC luminaries in the audience.
Listen, the show was outstanding. It was. And the hurdles that they would have came through, from the card to the production to the weather to the location, it was incredible what they done. It's only right you're going to have. For me, I'm about perfection. I'm always going to find. You're always going to. It's always for me about the next one. What about the next one? There's an opportunity there to put our combatants beside these guys that don't even do it, or in this platform where they can put themselves up. And then we have something else to look forward to. Oh, remember this guy said there was a face-off here. More excitement, more. You need to build up the stars, right? You have to build these guys up. There was a great opportunity to do so, and I didn't feel it was. But that was it, really, of all the things that I thought of the show. I thought everything else was great. There should be, what's the highest performer Entity 4 TKO. It's the Ultimate Fighting Championship, isn't it? Isn't it the most profitable for them? Or is it the WWE?
It's pretty close.
It's pretty close. So I feel you should know where your bread is buttered. Well, there should be. I don't even think I was invited out, but maybe I was invited. I could have went for Holly. You could have brought loads. You could have brought people out there. They should have platformed our athletes more. And that is probably why what you were saying is maybe there's a bit of a lackluster feelings sometimes. Not for me. I don't really see it in a Stargate thing. I see it in a fighter versus fighter format more so. But I thought they lapsed on that. They could have done better on that for sure.
Did you want to be on that card initially? You were talking about it. Behind the scenes, was there a push to be on the card?
A push to be in a fight.
Like a Madap-
Yeah, I would have done it.
But there was the thing where like they can't sell tickets, so it would have been a
That's why.
massive loss,
That's why,
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's why. So I don't get. How do I feel about that? I get to miss out on fighting the Sphere. I want to fight the Sphere. I want to see the big screen behind me. I want to fucking do a stadium something. But it is what it is. Maybe we're 2 fights left. Maybe we either don't figure it out. I hope we do. Or maybe we figure it out.
Guys,
Extraordinary events going forward. They should bring
Oh, hey, Mr. Aquarius, can you hear me? Did I do what? Oh, I'm sorry. Apologies.
You're okay, all right. Huh? Okay, but you're not sound. No, but you can't hear me. You can't hear about
I can hear you.
No, Jason, you sound low. Jason?
I gotta fix my mic. Give me a second.
Okay.
Mr. Aquarius, how was your day?
It was good. It was good. How was your day?
Oh, Miss Aquarius. I played with Riser for the stream. For fun. We worked on some stuff too, so that was good. And then it was like we could not stop.
Oh yeah. Okay, Jason, say something. It might have been me because he was low too. So hold on, it might have been me. Yeah, you good, you good. What it was my volume thing on the thing on this server. I've been cutting it down sometimes, especially when Rabbi and Riser be talking. I've been cutting it down. Sometimes I go to sleep.
Oh.
I cut down a little bit, but now I gotta cut it up. Not a bad thing, but it's not a bad thing.
You're good.
Okay, it's not a bad thing. I just cut it down sometimes when I be talking.
You're good. I know.
Okay, JC. Now, what would you? I was asking you. Did you send me a friend request the other day when you took it off?
I'm not sure because I'm lagging. I was trying to click. Like I think I was clicking you on someone's profile here.
Oh, I like a way through dating.
Hold on. Yeah, I think it's me lagging on this. On my hold on. Let me go to the small.
You say he's lagging. Am I lagging to you, Rabbi?
You're fine.
Hold on, I'm gonna ask you real quick. Hold on.
You're gonna add me real quick. Aren't you dating though? That's the thing. Oh, now he sends me a friend request.
Alrighty.
He sent me a friend request. He sent me a friend request. I think he just sent me one. Uh-oh. I'm glad. Right.
I'm just thinking
already got one. I accepted it.
Hold on. See if I can call. I gotta change my settings. I can't hear anything.
Mr. Aquarius, you ready for an invite?
Hold on, I'm talking to JC. Hold on.
Okie dokie. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okie dokie.
Dexy, me, you got to play checkers one time when you're free, okay?
Yeah. Tomorrow, I think I can. Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah, I gotta go get it. Okay. So you had a good day though, Dexy? You had a good day?
Oh yeah, yeah. I had a productive good day today.
That's good.
Yeah, went to a restaurant that I've been wanting to go to. I went to some other places.
Okay. Hey, awesome strike.
Thank you, man.
I can't wait to come to California one day. Oh, what about the World Cup? Is US
Oh,
17?
um,
No?
I don't know. I don't know if they are playing. I know Mexico beat. They won a game against. I think South Africa and then Iran. I think is beating another South American team, but I haven't been keeping up with it. But they did.
Rabbi has.
Yeah.
Rabbi.
Mr.
Oh, okay,
Mr. Quirsch, yeah, they won.
Okay.
They won 4-1 against Paraguay on Friday, and then they play Australia this Friday.
Okay. Yeah, Rabbi be into it. I told him to do that for my grandpa, because my grandpa loves stuff like that. He loves dad and like Olympic. He just love he would love stuff like that. He was still here. Mm-hmm. You don't keep up with it, JC?
Oh no, I'm not much of a soccer. I used to watch basketball, but I don't even watch that. I think I don't even watch sports too much. The only time I do is like I'll watch like the Super Bowl just to like have an excuse to watch sports. So
Mm-hmm. I finally went to Applebee's. I'm so happy I went Sunday. It's unlimited. Yeah, do y'all have an Applebee's in Cali?
pretty sure we do. Yeah, we got an Applebee's, no Gardens. Oh, but I don't see it now.
Or
I think it might. Oh
Reload.
no, we do. We do actually have. Wait, no. No Gardens. We could have one. I just think that.
Rabbi, do you know?
Oh, we do. Oh, we do. I see it now. It was. Or yeah, we have one. Actually,
Rabbi, aren't you in LA, Rabbi?
I'm in Orange County, which is close.
Oh, okay.
somebody told me to go to Howlin' Range, which is like similar to Dave's Hot Chicken, but I do not want those places.
What is Hollywood? Like Dave's Hot Chicken?
Yeah, it's similar. Yeah, I seen the video. A friend of mine told me, and it's literally downtown by downtown LA. I get paid this week, so I gotta go to my dermatologist this Friday, and I won't.
I don't make my kind of couple of weeks to go.
Yeah, so I don't know if I'm gonna look at their menu again, but I went to Marathon Burger today.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was cool. I ordered 20 minutes ahead, and I took the away loan from the Chinese theater on Hollywood. You know what? I'll come. You know what I'm gonna have to do? Yeah, this is not your face. I'll wait for you to come in here, because you come in later, and then
Yeah.
I'll just like catch a wave on there or whatever. I'll just like tell you to give me 10 minutes, and I'll just go like check it out.
When is this now?
Probably this week. Even though it's
Yeah, because Friday and Saturday, I'll be out. Maybe I'll be going to some little concerts and stuff.
oh nice. Let me
Mhm.
guess, Summer Walker concert or something.
No, it's like a local thing because it's Juneteenth.
Oh
So
yeah,
it's a Juneteenth celebration. Yeah.
yeah. I've been having a couple of people tell me about the concerts they're going to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got a free one with I think Tommy gonna do here. It's gonna be a free one. Okay? Yeah. A lot of people going. It's gonna be fun. So one of the local. Her name is Erica Dawson. She's real cool. I always get like her #1 fan, like the biggest fan of her. So I'm trying to get back and supporting her. So
That's fair.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. What y'all doing? Nothing. I know Rabbi probably gonna be chilling. You know, what you doing, Daisy, for the Juneteenth? Nothing. Oh yeah, Father's Day is fun too. So what's going on?
I never really celebrated Juneteenth, but I might have some family members that might visit because I just recently visited family members like 3 days ago. I was in San
Oh,
Diego.
I'm not.
Yeah, I went to San Diego for my birthday. 4 days.
Okay.
Actually, that's another reason why my birthday.
Whoa.
She got mad at me for not calling her and going text. I told her I'm with family.
Oh.
Yeah, shit. She's like, you should have called me. I was like, I literally told you today, and so I won't be home. Get back to LA for like Sunday.
No. Yeah.
You went out with Mr. Aquarius. I won you in undefeated bowling, undefeated friendship.
Undefeated friendship. That's the first time. Good job.
You as well, madam.
It's okay, Dexter. You got me and Rabbi. We okay. Okay, Brandon. Rabbi,
Yes, ma'am.
are you good now? You cool? You're up? Are you awake?
I'm gonna try to sleep.
Okay, go to sleep. I thought you was asleep already when I came in. You were sleeping. Up. Somebody was asleep. I didn't mean to wake you up.
You okay?
Well, I did fix it,
Yeah, I get mine tonight. I got to get my sleep.
this time when I stream, I don't stream sleep sound. Oh, yeah.
I do it. I said
I do it, but I can't, like, I turn my camera on towards, like, my laptop stuff. Like, it's like on the TV. Like, there's a mount for my TV, something under it. So I can do it that way, but I don't know if there's any sound because it's stream usually on camera.
it's okay. I do mine anyway. Yeah, it's fine. I like sound. I like food.
That's what I do.
I like sound.
Yes, sir. It's Thursday, May 7th. Let's freaking do it. Welcome back to the Big
Let's
Round
see,
Breakdown.
everybody. I
Did
see
you
you,
enjoy
okay?
the
Sweet
throwback
dreams,
Big Round
Joe.
Breakdown
Mr.
song?
Aquarius.
Skylar Aston.
Take
It's a new
you. You going to bed too, Daisy?
30 minutes. 20 minutes actually, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna get ready to take my shower real quick. Oh, Lordy. Oh, I like the one where they're doing the ones I do, because they be talking and they be having traffic at the same time. I like that one. They can hear them like laughing and stuff like that. Then in New York, I do that one. I like that one. But they have like the horns and the sirens, and I love that water. We look at the find one with just straight water or something, and somebody's walking on the beach. They need to have more stuff like people walking on the beach or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I might actually be a beach walking one at night, but you don't have to be
Oh yeah, they have to lose them, don't they? Yeah, they do that type of stuff. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm about to take my shower. Take you good talking to you. All right, we have to. Aw, Rabbi, did you hear that?
That you're gonna take your shower?
No, did you hear what Daisy said?
No, I didn't. What did he say?
He said he missed being here.
We miss him too. He knows that. He knows he's
Yeah,
always welcome here.
yeah, we do miss him. All right, now I'm finna go take my shower, y'all. Talk to y'all tomorrow.
Okie dokie. Enjoy.
Bye.
Sweet
Thanks, I
dreams.
will.
Ever.
Rise to the city like British. Shit get it. Rise to the city like British. If you ain't think please don't get him. Hey, now. Yeah, what's up, Bill? It is Monday, June 15th at 11:15 a.m. Central Time. We're going live today. I think Mondays from now on will be live. Just the way we do it typically, that we've done in the past, is I shoot this around 9 a.m. before Fighter Can. But you can't do Fighter Can end this, so that's going to come down on Tuesday. But now we're doing Tuesday live chats. So 2 episodes are coming on Tuesday. It's not ideal. Also, it's not ideal that you guys are waiting for Tuesday for me to react to your cards, especially when it was on Sunday, on Saturday. So on Mondays we'll be live big round regular episodes. And Tuesday's a live chat. Thursday will be regular big rounds, and then Friday will be the live chat. Oh, figure it out. Sunday's all Q&A questions. So that's what we're doing now. Oh, dude, I could not wait to come in. I could not wait. Am I tired? Yeah, a little tired. Did the card end at midnight? Yeah. Do I care? No. I sure don't. Dude. I feel like a freaking kid on Christmas, dude. I feel like a kid on Christmas. Also, my baby girl's all sick, so she keeps crying through the night, so got extra no sleep. Oh, good, dude. You can't rain on my parade. You can't rain on my freaking parade, baby. Where do we start? Oh, my kiddo I posted this that might be the greatest Sunday in my life. I don't think it will ever be topped. My kiddo is on the Austin All-Star team. He had 2 games. I'm a coach on there. He had 2 games. He won both games. He cooked. Had some double plays, had some dingers, had some great catches, got some fly balls. At 6, you know how big of a deal fly balls are. That's his thing. He won both games. It's hot out. But we got the schedule. On Thursday. He said there would be late games on Sunday. 3:30 and 4:30. I'm like, oh, why don't you get some late games? So, in between games, I went to the arm. I'm like, listen, I know we got scheduled to game. There are some rain, so we should start early.
because the UFC White House is tonight, right? We're all familiar. So she's like, no, I know. We'll try and start as early as we can. We started early. We rush home. Got delayed an hour. But it wasn't even delayed an hour. It was like God's on our side because there was a storm on each side and it just went around the White House. It was like this horrible storm. It was coming, and went, not today, Satan. And whoa, opened on up. I'm just so I'm so happy. I'm so happy. It is hands down. This isn't exaggerating. This isn't overreacting. It's not prisoner of the moment. That was the single greatest sporting event in human history for one night. Let's go through it. Well, the Super Bowl's a big deal, no doubt. It's the same thing every year. Different location, it's the same thing every single year. Every year. This was a once in a lifetime event. Will never happen ever. Ever again. Will never happen ever again. Never. NBA Finals are cool, sure. Same thing. Stanley Cup, sure. Same thing. Every single year. It's the same. There's no difference. Different teams, it's the same. Looks the same. Styles the same. Everything's the same. As far as one event being special, being unique, being something you will never ever see again, the UFC at the White House, Freedom 250, is the best sporting event of all time. I would love to hear an argument. Go ahead. If you want to talk about fighting, this ain't a conversation. What's closer? Canelo, Derek Crawford? We've seen that before. What else you got? Floyd, Connor? I was part of that. It was cool. It was definitely different, but again, at the White House. And the storytelling, the pacing. I told you that's the biggest thing I was worried about was the pacing. Dude, they crushed it. The optics. There's a picture of Justin Gaethje doing a backflip off the octagon, and behind us, the White House. Gentlemen, ladies, we will never ever see this again as long as we live. As long as we live, we will never see something like this ever. What they pull off is, it leaves me almost speechless. I get emotional last night. Watching it, I'm like, holy shit. Look at these dudes. Look what they're doing, man. And you could rain on the parade. You could rain on this parade and made it political, and you don't like Trump and Epstein files and the league. I get all that. Take that out of it. As far as the fights, the optics, the historic nature of what you're witnessing, come on, man. Insane. Do you ever think, answer this, as you're watching this, whether you're driving down the street or you're at work or the kids are running around in summer break, answer me this. Do you ever think, for the rest of your life, you're going to be watching a sporting event, a UFC event, and the fighter or the player playing is going to walk out of the Oval Office onto the field, onto the octagon, ever? You think you'll ever see that again? Now, I'm gonna one up you. Not only will you not see it again, but Justin Gaethje, that everyone wrote him off, everybody in the mob wrote him off. For good reason. You look at this guy, people thought he was super sloppy, we're like, he's not that good. So, God, he looks sloppy, he's retired, oh my God, Hillary Clinton's number one, this is a nightmare, oh my God, the Americans get dropped on his ass, oh my God, face down, ass up, in the White House and Trump, this could be terrible. The libs or the people that hating on this, like, I can't wait to see this American get knocked out, blah, blah, blah. Massive underdog. He's 8-2 as an underdog. He's been an interim champ, but unfortunately for him, when he decided to try to pursue greatness, he had Khabib in his way, and Charles Oliveira in his way. It's a monsters. Islam just monsters. Just never got over that cusp. And then he's the biggest underdog on the card. Trying to finally cap his career and unify his interim belt with the lightweight belt. But he has this pound for pound monster in front of Billy Dubois, who's undefeated. The man, through a celebration victory party the night before, the man, Billy Dubois, got a tattoo of Justin Gaethje on his ribs. This is all before the fight. It's not looking good. Like, oh my God, this is going to be so terrible. Well, at least he made it. This is the end of the road. Just this. Not today. It's not only do you get a UFC fighter and athlete walking out of the freaking Oval Office, walking out of the White House onto this insane platform that the UFC built, the club, this insane environment. But the American underdog just doesn't win. He goes out there and displays heart, courage, something that every American can relate to. He doesn't win from a lucky punch. He doesn't just clip him. It's the greatest upset in UFC history. Here we go. Well, what about Matt Serra and GSP? Talking about where he caught him? Where he clipped him? They got the brain speed off of him in the rematch? Talking about that? What the fuck am I talking about? I'm not talking about a fluke. I'm talking he beat the shit out of him. 3 out of 4 rounds. In that second round, the body shots, like, ooh, this ain't good. He's taken down. The jiu-jitsu, Topuria jiu-jitsu was a little sloppy, but, you know, Justin Gaethje is notoriously known for not really training jiu-jitsu, even though he emphasized it more in this camp, which paid off, you know. So you're like, oh, then what's going to happen here? No, well, he had a good first round. At least he showed up. Beat the shit out of him. Greatest upset in the history of the UFC. Because ain't nobody asking for a rematch. There's no rematch. A rematch would happen if the fight's super controversial, it's close, it's back and forth. If Justin Gaethje 30-second ring clips him, drops him, like, oh my God, he's the pound for pound of one God, man. You gotta come on, he's earned it. 2-division champ, you gotta give him a rematch, and usually they do that. He beat the shit out of his corner, throwing the towel from the damage that he did with maybe a jab. If I were writing a movie, I was writing a script, and I pitched the network on the UFC performer at the White House, and I scripted this way, they would kick me out of the office. It's too on the nose. Nobody's going to believe this. Hold on. You have 7 fights at the White House, and they all ended KO. Wait, hold on. Not only that, but then the main event is this American who's a severe underdog, but he's an American fan favorite. He's going to beat the pound for pound number 1 guy. No, that's right. Not only beat him, I have him written down, beat the shit out of him. Hollywood Young. I've already got Zilla. That's more realistic than this. For the UFC, they took a chance. And I have my criticism at the UFC, and my biggest issue, number 1 issue is try. Just please put an effort. That's my only issue. Always, if you watch a show, I'm usually hitting on an Apex card, or especially when they first announced Paramount, or first announced ESPN, the cards were watered down, they wanted to have a product, there's not enough stars. If you're going to do it, give me effort. Just don't coast it, give me Apex fights and bullshit, numbered cards. Come on, man. Give me effort. Give me effort, please. So I'll light him up about that. But also give them their 5 minutes due. And this is that. Yes, he said, oh, did you say effort? Yeah. They put in all the effort. And this is what it looks like when you put in effort. This is the greatest sporting event for one night in the history of sports. Why hands down. There's no argument. Not even close. Not even close. Not even close. For me personally, for one night, it's this, not even close. As far as multiple nights, it was last year's World Series with the Dodgers with Toronto Blue Jays. That was absolutely nuts. But that's over multiple games, right? Multiple days. You're looking at a week-long event, different. This, what they pulled off, and outside of the White House, we have 100,000, 80,000 people sitting there. I couldn't believe what I was witnessing. As long as I live, there will never be a better Sunday. Coaching my son's all-star team, winning 2 games, and then rushing home to watch UFC White House with him. If I die in a car crash on my way home today, I'm good. This is the peak. This is as good as it's gonna get for me. As a UFC oils, I fucking cut my wrist. Bob O'Reilly comes out. I believe UFC. UFC won't for my kid. It makes baseball by day, UFC White House by night, dude. Like that happened. Like that happened. Insane. And what I want you guys to notice, and you know this, especially if you're watching this, what I want you guys to notice. It's just part of our sport. It's what makes it great, and also what makes it the toughest sport in the world. Going into this fight, I want you to think about all the great things that were said about Lily Camporia, all the great things that were said about Poatan, and all the hype. And Poatan, if he wins, he's the greatest of all time. Nearly a pound for pound #1, and he's the best mixed martial artist we've ever seen. His skill set. Oh my God, Poatan, he could be John Jones, and what if he did this? Both lose. How did that lose? Oh, it was never that good. Oh my God, he should retire. That's why this is the toughest sport in the world. That's why, if you watch, I think Darren Till made this clip, where I'm saying there's nothing like the peaks at the highest level in the UFC, there's nothing like the valleys. In a matter of days, you go from pound for pound, go #1, best ever doing, best ever will be, to a complete piece of shit. There's no other sport on the planet that does that. It's not. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. It's only in our sport. Is Ilya Topuria good? Yeah. Data. Generational talent. Amazing fight. Amazing. Now, I can give you a little pushback here. You go to his record champ and look at his fight in hindsight, going, what real lightweight has he ever beaten? Name the best lightweight. Straight up 145, not a true lightweight. Not Holloway, straight up 145, not a true lightweight. Volkanovski, not a 155, 145, not 145. Jai Herbert. The thing is, he's undersized for 155, and Justin could make 145 of his life. It's literally impossible. Same way Cyril Gahn, which all of them mesh these two together. Same way Cyril Gahn can never make 205. Sure as hell can't make 185. Literally impossible. Justin Gaethje cannot make 145. It's literally impossible these days. Not even an option. Not even an option. You better not go to 170. 170 is more realistic than 145. Cannot make 145 in any capacity. He's a natural 155. And he's big. Ilya Topuria is a natural 145. He's not big at 145. sure as hell not being at 55. So when we see these guys jump over, there's a reason. There's a reason why it's so amazing when they have success there. If you look at Ilya Tabor's success at lightweight, you can pick that resume apart. You can pick it apart. Would you say he beat Volkanovski in his prime? Would you say he beat Max Holloway in his prime? No. Would you say he beat Charles Oliveira in his prime? No. Then we would also say those are real lightweights. So then he finally faces a real lightweight, Justin Gaethje, who's a big cat. Big, durable, savvy veteran who's been at the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. He's not putting this belt on a pedestal. He's been here before. Never at the White House, but he's been here before. And he didn't succeed. He knows what that's like. He's been there. He's not intimidated of Ilya Topuria. He's not worried about his punching power. He has a game plan. And I can get him out of it. On the other side of that, watching Ilya Topuria having a celebration party on Friday and getting the opponent's name tattooed on you and changing your Twitter bio to 18-0 and have won the fight. It's cute when you're undefeated. It's cool when you're undefeated. But dude, this is crazy. Now here's the downside. When you lose, it looks ridiculous. The fuck were we? Really? I know your face off. What do you do about that tattoo? I would have fun with it and just like, whoops. I'd have all the names, and then by Justin, there'd be a little asterisk next to it and go, whoops. Yeah. I'll give Ilya this. You have to have a sense of invincibility. You have to have a self-confidence that is almost ungodly-like. So for Ilya and the people around him, I get it. Trust me, I fucking get it. But we see this happen to others where you're told you have a gift from God. You're told you have power nobody's ever seen. You're told you have a skill set nobody's ever seen. You're told you cannot lose. None of that is real. None of that is real. Ronda Rousey was told by her handlers and her management and her coaches she could beat Floyd Mayweather. She was told she had boxing like Mike Tyson. Now, as a fighter, you're absorbing all this stuff. And eventually, you start to lose. And that is the biggest Achilles heel of the game. You're just absorbing. Oh my God, I'm the best ever. I can't lose. Oh my God. So Ilya Topuria fought that way. Celebration dinner the night before, tattoo, I'm out with my buddies. You see him when he's walking out the Oval Office, what up, man? He's with the veterans and the first responders. What up, dude? Yeah, all good. No too chill. No nerves. Gets in the octagon. How we doing? All right, here we go. Yeah, I'm gonna knock him out real quick. Everybody watching? No, it's my destiny. Is it? You think God plays favorites? You think God favors you over Justin Gaethje? He doesn't. It's a competition. And Justin Gaethje, the guy you're fighting, the veteran, isn't buying it. He doesn't give a shit because he believes he can. Ilya Topuria, where he messed up is he believed all the hype. I don't give a nothing. Happens a ton of guys. In all sports. I can't lose. This is my destiny. I cannot lose. I was chosen. When I walked in the gym, something came over me, and I have God has touched me like He hasn't touched others. Like He has never touched others. I have a special gift. Oh, I'm the chosen one. And that's a recipe for disaster. It's gonna take you far, especially if you have an extensive skill set like Topuria. It's gonna take you far. I'm the chosen one. Right. So you can't lose. No. That's why I do a celebration party on the Friday before, Saturday before the fight, and then I also give the name after. Right. Okay. So you cannot lose? No. Okay, but you know you're undersized for lightweight, right? Yeah, man, I have this crazy power. I'm 45. But I knocked out 55 So at 45 million. I know, but if I touch Justin, what are you gonna do? And he learned very fast. Oh shit, that's not Snowflake. That's not Snowflake. You see Justin's face? That's zero points. Zero points. So what did he do? He tried to adapt and go to the body. It hurt him there. It's the only place he could hurt down. It's the Achilles heel to every fighter, every athlete. I'm special. I'm God's favorite. I'm the chosen one. No, you're not. No, you're not. You better work your ass off. God does not play favorites. Ilya Tavares definitely tattooed Justin Gaethje on his chest. I guess that's a viral meme. It was probably temporary or something like that. Either way. It happens to everybody. People get so high up on the horse and then you hit that reality. So the question would be now, how does Ilya react? Everyone's different. Some guys go, oh shit, I gotta get back to the grind, got it. And then some guys go, oh my god, I'm not the chosen one, and they clear up over it. They're never the same. And again, it would be different if Ilya got clipped. He deal with that. You can make up excuses and if I can still be, but you ass, you got beat up bad. And if you look at Justin Gaethje's career, those losses set him up for this success. Those losses were made it so he could walk before he ran. So Max Holloway knockout, oh my god, that's terrible. But Justin goes into fights, and he said this many times on record going, I know I'm going to knock you out. I know I'm not going to lose. I know I can lose. My fighting style is wild. I take the risk. I've lost before. It's not the end of the world. I get back on my horse and I work. Ilya Tavares didn't have that mindset. Ilya Tavares thought he was God's favorite. Fucked around and found out. The man named Justin Gaethje. And the Ilya Tavares team is going to be kicking. You're watching the footage today. I mean, hands on, just walking Justin down, eating shots, eating jabs, heat swing jabs. His eye almost fucking closed shut. Orbital fracture, nose fracture. Everyone knows what other issues he has. What the fuck were you thinking? And if you watch Ilya, like his respect for Volkanovski, his respect for Max Holloway, his respect for John Oliveira, he comes in and he's fake. He's fake. He's doing his thing. He's fake. Setting things up, being fluid, being the athlete he is. What do you get Justin Gaethje? With zero respect, walked in, hands high, going, man, can do shit. You don't have the skill set. Fuck what I found out. The lack of respect was like lost in this fight. He got beat up so bad, there's no rematch. Those days are over. Those days are over. Tell you what, though, one person who climbed out of all this would be Pat Pitt. Not bad, right? Now, Pat got his ass whipped, too. Never put on the side more success than ever. We only that second right him to the body. And maybe you go for the submissions, who knows what happened. But then also, how weird was it when he tells his brother, I cannot see, where for a fighter, you guys know this, but if you don't, if you're a fighter, the code word to get out the octagon, the number one safe word. So if you're the kinky stuff, and you're doing some down the matrix, and your code word is sausage, they have to stop, right? They have to pull whatever's in your ass, they have to stop. They have to pull the chains off, they gotta stop. If I say sausage, you gotta stop. If I say I can't see, that is my safe word. They have to stop the fight. That is rule numero uno. He gets to the corner after asks what looks at his brother and goes, I can't see. In Spanish, he goes, I can't see. They let's get a doctor over here. He goes, I can't see. But this is where it gets a little weird, right? Because they weren't using the Washington D.C. Commission. They weren't sanctioned. They didn't want to use it. So they used some kind of commission. That guy was like, gee, I'm stuck. He says he can't see. And then they come in like, no, he's good. He just never went back up. Never went out there. And they also get 2 minutes arrest. Now, it worked out. There's no controversy. But I've seen this happen. Stool game, where they take longer so the fighter can recuperate, recover, then they come out and they knock the guy out. And Justin's winning on the scorecard. He got 2 minute rest, so now he's more recovered. He brings a little more power back. He has a big shot in the fight. Then what happens? Now you're whoa shit, this ruins the card. And maybe God just make his favorite. That night, his favorite was the UFC. Storm, controversial knockout. Today, say not today. Not today. I get a ton of questions, right? I get a ton of questions. The number one question is, what does Justin Gaethje do next? If you're Justin, what do you do? You retire. Where do you go from here? You're never going to beat this. You're never, ever going to top this. You've done it all. BMF champ, YouTube champ, just beat the number one pound for pound. There's no topping this. It's impossible. You're talking about retiring. You said, I'm going to retire if I'm in a title fight. You said, all right, we'll give it to you. Usually that doesn't work like that. The UFC did. We cannot beat this performance. We cannot beat this spectacle. This will be the best send-off of all time of all sports. The number one thing he should do is walk away. He made probably $5 to $6 million minimum. Just in bonuses, which is crypto giving him $1 million, right? And the UFC gave 800-something million. I'm sorry, 800,000. So that's 1.8 there. Then what the UFC paid a few million for the title shot. I'm assuming 5 to 10 million ballpark. You're good. Like this is golf, has his dog, has his girl. We're good. We're good. There's no topping this. Because let's say he's like, no, I'm going to stick around. Armin, what's that do for your legs? What's that do for your legs? Armin's big on shooting right now. Can Justin beat Armin? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's just, what's it do for you? And then you're going to go do it at the T-Mobile? Okay. Just another night in the office? It's not special. This is it, but the best thing you can do is walk away, dude. Walk away. Why not? If money's not an issue, I don't think it is. Money for what? Stick around for what? Armin's never won anything in these. No belts, no BMF, nothing. He's just the number one contender. Doesn't do much. You beat better, more famous guys. More credentialed guys. What's it do for you? Now, we'll play devil's advocate here. Let's say this funky world we live in mixed martial arts. Conor McGregor knocks out Max Holloway. If you're just engaged, I say I retired, like this week. I'm done. Nothing can be done. Conor wins. Conor calls out Justin. December card. Conor Justin. That'd be the one thing that would make me come. That'd be the only thing I would come back to. Not Armin. Fucking rematch against Ilya. None of that bullshit. None of that. Get out of here. And that's my retirement. Have Conor at the UFC beg me to come back. Do it in December. Make a boatload of money. Then I'm done. It's a favorable matchup for me. The chance he can win that fight. Or fight T-Mobile Arena. Fight Armin. I would just say no. That's Conor wins. At the beginning, I'd say I'm retired. Get them to throw the bags. See, only fight Armin is not the move. I love Armin. Unfortunately, Armin's on that out here. Justin has to do what's best for him, and what's best for UFC and Armin. What's best for Justin, walking away, having Conor then beg you to fight him in December. Title on the line, massive payday, favorable matchup. Anything less than that, stay retired, golfing, do your back flip on your lawn, you fucking chill. That's how this should go. Anybody tell me different, whether it's your coaches who Trevor Whitman I love, I started with any of them, your manager, Ali, any of them. If any of them were tell me different, they just want money and not out for your best interest. Just listen to them. Be smart. You retire, play golf, drink your cold ones, you do your backflips on the fucking lawn, you have a great life with your wife, if Connor wins, have them beg you to come back, you do it for a boatload of money, if you're able to match up, you're going to get hurt, do that, win that one, now we're really done. Anything less, people are just using you as a circus elephant and taking fucking 10%, but whether it's Ali, Trevor, anybody else in your fucking corner, anybody else on your team, anybody telling you less is not your friend. This is a fact. It's Connor or bust. It's retire Connor. That's the only option. Anybody tell you different, Bubba, is not your friend and just want their 10%. This is a fact. So I forget that. I have to kick it off. I have to kick it off. I had to. Usually you're supposed to say, I had to. Freaking had to, man. San Cyril got it. God's will. You know, when this fight was announced, when this fight was announced, out of all the matchups, probably the toughest matchup for Proton. Tough fight. The reason why the odds were so close, and rightfully so, is because we didn't know what Proton would look like at heavyweight. We have an idea, but nobody really knows. There's a lot of red flags, there's a lot of question marks in going to the fight. You don't know. So I'm thinking, if he's even a fraction of what he was in, middleweight, light heavyweight, he's cooking. His speed, his power, he's cooking, he's like a striker. If any of that translates to heavyweight, it's going to be a tough problem to solve. So I don't know. God showed them. There's a reason nobody has ever gone from 85 to heavyweight to become champion. There's a reason for it. It's a different ecosystem. It's different. Guys are big. Guys hit hard. If you're an 85, you're not knocking out of heavyweight. You're not. So you know there's this whole thing when people are like, oh, I knew a guy at 170 get fucked up real bad. Here's the heavyweight. You're talking about a different ecosystem. Proton has Gandhi-like power at 85 to 205. At heavyweight, just for another male. And heavyweight's a different animal. We found this out. The other issue is the number one red flag to me was him coming at 253. Him being heavier than Cyril Gane is not good. If you're a Proton fan, it's not good. Now, while this isn't Proton's fault, again, I hope you guys will realize there's a lot of Proton love his fan base is rapid. People love him as they should. I do too. But the UFC community wants their next guy so bad. We want the next generational face of the UFC so want the superstar so bad that we push guys and push them up to these ungodly-like stratospheres. We're hoping they can pull off. We sit back and look. You're asking for a lot. You're asking for a guy who's able to make 185. There's only one guy really on that heavyweight roster that can even consider 85. That's okay. Used to wrestle 85 in college. There's no nickel then. Maybe him if you got crazy, there's no need for it because he's dominating right now. Maybe, but the rest of them can value 85. So for Proton to do that and jump up, you're just asking for a lot. We saw this with Izzy when he jumped to 205 for a lot. Those guys are big. You can absorb shots. It's a lot. It's a lot. And for Alex, right away, okay, speed's not really there. He looks a little timid. Cyril's better, quicker on the feet, quicker overall. Oh, this is bad. Cyril Gane, open those cheap shots. Okay, how many behind the head? That one's not as, listen, if you didn't have a history of this, you'd be like, yeah, this shit happens, you get excited. But, did you not cheat? The eyebrows, when the heck did you not do that? Zero Gun looked good. He was the chosen one because Tom Aspinall was hurt. John Jones decided not to fight. He was the chosen one. Poor Tom would have had a better chance against John Jones, unfortunately. Zero Gun, I love kickboxing, not more class and more time, but high enough level, quicker, natural gifted heavyweight, super athletic, quick on his feet. Tonight. For Poatan to have success, he needs a guy stationary, not moving up. Did you have to back that to me at times? Did you have to fucking do cheap shots in every single fight? That one kind of bummed me out, but I was like, okay, too much. Doesn't mean he's a bad fighter. No, he's not a bad fighter. The respective weight classes, they're still awesome. They're still amazing. They're still generational talents. Don't write them off. Real 55 for Elliott, not happy. Real heavyweights for Poatan, not happy. All good. Shot for the moon, land on stars. All good. If you try this, all good. Yeah, so during the finishing sequence of his heavyweight fight against Alex Piero at UFC 250, Zero Gun landed approximately 6 to 10 strikes to the back of the head. Not to mention 6 over a dozen. Yeah. He just has that one's not as bad as the iBooks is not good though. And then for Cyril Khan, division's kind of a shit show. It's turmoil because your actual true heavyweight champ, Tom Aspinall, is coming off eye surgery. Hope he comes back this year. But then, that's not my worry. My biggest worry is relations with Eddie Hearn. Eddie Hearn's using Tom as a pawn to get what he wants in boxing. And just so you guys know, so my only criticism of the entire broadcast was when Tyson Fury came out here. I thought the fight was starting, and his backs were all dark. I don't know what the song they played, like Linkin Park or some shit like that. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And Tyson Fury just walks out, like, what is this? There's no setup, there's no announcement. That was awkward. The camera staying on Trump and Dana, and the start was a little awkward. Alright, no announcement, nothing. It was Tyson Fury, it's so random. It's random for us in the know. Like, we know there's supposed to be an announcement of Dana working with Tyson in the Joshua fight, but like my brother-in-law thought, the hell is he there? Well, they're gonna do an announcement. So then he comes out super awkward. John acts like, so what do you have for us today? Not much. Right. But we flew you to the White House because remember when we flew you here? Real estate is 1.5 million, sir. So we flew you here, right? Because Dana said we're going to wait for an announcement. You said you're going to make the announcement. It's like, right, I don't have anything. We'll do a warm-up fight. We'll see. We'll see with Joshua and you see John Hanson. Right. No, yeah. So the warm-up fight, but then we'll get to Joshua. Maybe you never know. Okay. So you're here for one reason only. To not make Dana look like a jackass, like a liar, because he says he's been working the Tyson and Joshua fight. So do you have any announcement or you and Dana working together? He goes, I'm gonna let Dana do this weekend. We played from England to DC for that? You know? What the fuck was that? I don't know about that. We'll leave that up to him. Right. Why do you think they're here? Figure it out, dude. I love that. He came on the broadcast and gave us Well, everybody, great to be here. So thank you for having me. The reason I'm here is Dana will be promoting me attending Joshua December 15th. The date is set. It's in Wembley. That's what you're supposed to know that. You guys know that's why he was there. That announcement was supposed to happen somewhere along the way. You could call from South, from whatever. We're like, you're not going to see shit. We're still figuring this out. It's like, but I'm here. Like, we don't give a shit. Eric was like, right, thank you for that. Go to your seat. Go. Should be Sean O'Malley. It's a hobby. I love me some Faraz. That game. What was that? What was that? Well, we're there for 3 rounds just inside leg kick. We're just gonna like sprint, leg kick, and get out. There's gonna be like real hard kicks that are gonna compromise his movement. No, more like slaps. We're gonna score. We worked on that for how many weeks? And then Dana, Rogan, just seemed like, Sugar's gonna have to answer those leg kicks. You know that's Fox going, Lord knows. You're seeing some redness. You had like 30 of them. Really good. Those aren't shit. And even Sugar, when they're like, well, you seem to be compromised leg kick. It's not really. No, they weren't doing much. He's literally kind of tapping and running off. And finally, someone must go, well, you gotta go here. You gotta fight. You can't just leg kick and run around. They're not doing much. He's kind of walking you down. You gotta do something. I'm gonna open up. You go! Final. So that's why I just run around on spike leg kick, because if you engage, you're fucking smoke. That's smoking. As should come out the Canadian anthem at the White House. You gotta get smoked. You're gonna get smoked from the red, white, and pink. We're talking about sugar. Sugar Peter John, take my money. Give the sugar. Give the sugar. Josh Hogan, there he was. I love me some Hogan. Listen, his shtick isn't for everyone. It's so cringy where you almost have to watch it. The Miley pushback on this entire card was leading into it. There was nothing about the fighters. Ilya just did the best, create some drama. Obviously, Poatan Sorgan added nothing. Sugar added nothing. Chandler, he added nothing. Bo Nickel, Diego. There's no animosity, so there's no build up to it. So he's like, just think about the White House. So Hogan did his damnedest to make headlines. And he did that. And if you watch the views, for the most part, his are the most watched because it's different. Even though we hate it, it's like, hate watching. And he's aware of that. People talk about the narrative. And he just keeps surging to the top of the rankings and keeps winning. Against Derek Lewis, easiest night in the office for him. I was glad to see his takedowns. And I also liked what he was doing, not applying pressure, but kind of hovering over the guy, landing shots. I liked all that. His armbar was atrocious, so bad. He put the sideline, or he got his hands. All good. He got it done regardless. When he gets on the mic and he showed his true colors, I want more of that. Now, he's going, I'm probably going to fight for title, man. He's like, keep doing the shtick. I get it. We're all familiar with it now. You can stop the shtick now. What am I to say? He doubled down on it when he was like, we don't know if you showed Obama's a man. That was freaking wild. Rogan took the mic. They knew they were supposed to do that. Even Dana was like, I don't like hearing that stuff. Logan did that for this exact reason. That will be what the Live, CNN, the people who hate on this event, that's going to be the one thing that we're going to take. Okay, because they care about your take. It's negative. If you're calling UFC savages, transphobic, he just wants you talking about it. That's why he did that. And I was like, oh my God, I expected that. Oh my God, it's so crazy. I was like, man, as soon as you went, I looked at my brother off, white on, get ready. He's gonna say some wild shit. But when he got on there, it was like showing his true colors. I'm like, that's a Hogan I fucking love. as soon as he's like, Michelle Obama was in bed, what the fuck? He's laughing. I mean, you know, he's doing that because he knows he's on the White House platform, and that's going to get picked up by all the networks. That's going to be the difference. All the networks. Oh, he's so dumb, meathead, transphobe, anti-this. No, he actually has a college degree, very smart degree. It's going to be gay. It's going to be gay. Do I agree with it? Yeah. I don't really have a opinion on it. It's working for him. So he keeps winning. But my whole point about Josh Hogan is the heavyweight division is in shambles right now. And Tom Aspinall's fight is not with his odds. His fight is with Eddie Hearn and Dana White, who's being used as a pawn. So Tom Aspinall's not going to fight by the end of this year. So what else should we do? You Hogan versus Hogan. That's what you do for the champion. Or you can strip Tom Aspinall. That's how this ends your time. I thought it was a good thing they signed Eddie Hearn. It turns out it's a horrible thing. They're using him as a pawn. And what happens if he's going to go, okay, but are you going to fight in December? Well, no, I didn't bring out money. We'll talk over there while the adults talk. Oh, but wait. Really, yeah. Yes, I'm out. Cyril, okay, you're up. That's how it goes. It never works out for anything. Tom's going to be screwed. You know, get first on heavyweight championship in the world. So interesting. The wrestling's gonna be a problem for Cyril. But with his footwork, yeah, that's it. I would assume Hogan's an underdog in that fight. Would have been against, I would have been on the fight, but Hogan will be an underdog in that fight. Mauricio Luffy and Michael Chandler. I told you guys if I were going to bet on that, there was no bet. If Chandler doesn't fight like a meathead and uses his wrestling, I think Kofi's overrated. And we've seen what BSD can do with takedown defense, stuff like that. Chandler could have some success. And then I want to blame on CT. I forgot how washed Chandler is. And that's not being mean to Chandler. He's had a lot of miles. He had 3 strikes in that fight. It's over.
The one thing that, me and Nick and those guys, Casey, we watched the podcast, we watched the fights together, and the way that Chandler would go for the takedown, he was like doing this, walking like that. Yeah, what was that?
Shoulder not being able to put it explosive anymore. Kofi's long. I still have my doubts on Kofi. Again, it's not personal. It's not that I don't like Kofi. He's awesome. He's amazing. He's a kind of a Brazilian version of Conor at that weight class. It's fun to watch. But when I see his holes in his grappling, I have questions. That's it. I don't dislike Kofi as an analyst. That's what I'm talking about. There's nothing. It's nothing personal. For him to work it out with Volkanovski, trying to get his grappling up, cool. I'm all for it. If he somehow shored those holes up in his bone, fucking up. Just stand up and see world class. My questions are his grappling part. That's it. But now, outside Marvin Sorokin, there's a lot of strikers. At lightweight, so he might be okay. He could potentially become a champ with his skill set. Sorokin been lightweight. There's not 1,000 a day to pick up that grappling and experience. But Topuria fans himself a striker. Justin Gaethje, obviously, Choco Rivera. There's a lot of action. And if the guy can grapple, it's going to be tough for him. Chandler's it's all good. Chandler's done. They're close to stuff. Not being mean, they've had great careers. They're close to one of the greatest knockout artists of all time. Most knockouts in your scene. It's been a great run. There's no reason to hang your head up. It's over. Chandler, it's over. Conor, what about the Conor fight? What about it? I guess you could do it if you wanted a favorable matchup for Conor. If Conor gets starched by Max, you have to give him one. I would assume that's why Chandler didn't retire. Sometimes he retired, still holding. I'm going to get that mystic back fight. Yeah, I guess. It could. depending on how Connor looks. Bo Nickel, Kalidakis. You know, you're gonna watch that like, oh, Romo's such a big favorite. That's how that should go. I wasn't supposed to piece him up like that. You give the guy credit where it's due. Bo's pretty fucking good. And a lot of people go, oh, I have DMs on you, be mad at Bo strides and you're confusing this. I'm not mad if Bo uses his wrestling to set up the trick. I get upset at Bo when he just strikes and doesn't incorporate wrestling. That drives me absolutely bananas. You're the best wrestler in the UFC. It's like Gabe Cincinnati. Take him out of it. You're the best wrestler, period. What's like Gabe? Use your tools. He used them. The takedown was fantastic. That stuff sets up his striking. When the guy has to be worried, so it allows him to have success in striking. When he just strikes, nothing would be more mad. Nothing grinds my gears more than when Bo Nickel just strikes. Oh, I was like, here, incorporate that amazing takedown, the ground him down, why they stand up is insane, but all good, they did it, that's a good shot, it's by KO, fantastic. Diego Lopez, Steve Garcia, that first round, I was like, no, Diego Lopez is cooked. That jab, Steve Garcia was being the aggressor, Lopez was just on his back foot, Lopez just has this, you know, when he says, fuck it, he goes, he's a problem. He said, fuck it, sure. Fucking just started throwing, like, Jesus Christ, and the layers, what happened? Amazing highlight. Will never, ever be done again. There's this video, I don't know if we can play it because the music. Someone made this video of me Rogan when I was on Rogan last time. And can you imagine if Justin Gaethje wins? And Rogan goes through it, and I go, imagine the headlines on Monday morning. It will give you chills. I don't know if you can play without the music, Chin. You can see the subtitles, and it shows the highlights of Justin and Buddy. It's so insane. Are you worried they're going to kick us off? The UFC's going to kick us off? I posted on my Instagram today. This is live, so if you go on my Instagram, I posted it. It will give you chills. It's insane. Rogan goes through it, and then I go, can you imagine? It's the greatest episode of all time. Fuck Better Call Saul. Can you imagine the headlines on Monday? Here we are. I'm speechless. This is what makes the UFC the greatest. That's it right there. It's nuts. Yeah, I can watch it. God, this guy's got as fun as a bag of dicks. I felt the White House fight was gimmicky. I would rather have government focus on being a government and not entertaining shit. I think that 80K regular people deserve to be ringside more than the elite class. That said, it is what it is. Someone that watched get so close to not fight naked at the end of his career, the headline in front of the world of the event, Massive Run, US fighter, and beat someone who was an undefeated dog, was just wild. You're looking too much into it. I hear you, I get it, I'm with you. There should be all troops. That was the thing, though, right? It was kind of because you have the elite, the rich people there that were maybe, let's say, the bottom role 2,000 are like these weird elites who aren't familiar with MMA. It was kind of quiet, but you could hear the dogs, the troops, the grunts in the back going crazy. Sure, to your point, if you just put some of those people in. Those 80,000 in there, it'd been such a vibe. That's my only critique. But who am I to critique this guy? That'd be my only critique. How the cat made up for it. Let me go back to that guy. I'm sorry, man. I thought you were criticizing this. It's a cold kiss. You actually redeemed yourself. Oh man, this guy's on board. This guy's awesome. This is the greatest moment in sports history. Previously, for me, held by the White Sox. Red Sox come back to beat the Yankees. On to win the World Series. Such an amazing moment. I don't have words. This guy's cool. Yeah, I get what you're saying, dude. The government should focus on more important shit. We're cool. I think with that said, this guy's cool. My bad, dude. I thought you were making fun of the car. I can't stand that shit. People being so negative. Like all the libs and all the freaking haters out there feel like I hope he gets praised. Do you have any thoughts at all? That was oh, that's what people are saying too. Yeah, because you just again, people get beat up and things be hard on them. The haters are validated. It's so hard to do what he's trying to achieve. A 3 division champion. There's a reason it's never been done. There's a reason. Think of all the guys who come out of the UFC, all the alumni, including myself, all of us. It's never been done. Your favorite fighter couldn't pull it off. It's never been done. There's a reason. But when they go to attempt that, it's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing. So right away we give it like, oh shit, oh my god, that's why. And that's why. Stop it. Okay, this is too much. This is too much. Oh, my bad. Too much. Save it. He's not a bad fighter. He's not overrated. He's not overhyped. It's too much. We tried. All good. Yeah, the weight class thing.
It's all good, dude. There's weight class for a reason. It's fucking crazy. There's not anyone in the roster to make 185. What he was attempting is insane. But this should be your takeaway. That poor time. Failed. Not that he went for. Your takeaway should be the balls on Poe to risk it all. The balls on this unique fighter who could have stayed in 85, 205, but wanted to achieve something that's never been done. God, that should inspire you. Even though he didn't achieve it, whatever you're thinking about doing, fucking do it. What if I fail? Who gives a greatness is that, man. You cannot be scared to fail. It's all good. Those people that criticize you for failing at that crazy accomplishment, or maybe you're thinking of starting a business, or maybe you're thinking of doing this, or maybe you're thinking of doing that. You're scared what others are going to say. None of them matter. For Poetan, oh my God, you believe you got beat by 0 pounds. Okay, at least he tried. At least he had the balls to try it out. Can you say the same? For whatever you're thinking about, man, can you say the same? It's still greatness. What he did is still greatness. What Ilya Dubois did is still greatness. You go online, people making fun of him, oh, he's a loser, oh, he failed. What have you ever done in your life that you were scared to do but you still did? And somebody can answer that. I started this business, I put my life savings into it, and it turned out really good. Or, man, I took this shot where I left this field to go to this field, and I took a chance, it didn't work out. All good, dude. At least you fucking tried. Everyone else is too scared what others are going to say. They don't even get off this, they don't get started. Now, Poetan, what he attempted to do is nothing short of fucking greatness. Online, make fun of him, you learn to beat to him. Always overhyped. Okay. You can't be scared to fail. That's why Justin Gaethje is where he's at right now. Think if Justin Gaethje was like most of the people on the internet. After he gets knocked out by Max Holloway, oh dude, you're cooked. Face down, oh my god. Best knockout ever. What a loser. Justin goes, okay. What's he doing? Look at him now. If you hear about 99% of the world, oh, you guys were right, I'm going to stop it here. No, that's why these guys are different. That's why a lot of people who are successful are different. It's okay to fail. You can't give a fuck what the others think. Because the only reason they criticize you is they would never even attempt any of this stuff. They don't have the balls. They don't have the willpower. Hopefully that makes sense. Absolutely. What a night. Okay, I was going to say something. I couldn't wait to come back and do the show. I could not wait. That's why you're going. Why? I could not wait when you guys see us on Tuesday. I could not. I was chomping at the bit. Dude, I'm really bad. You know what I had? You know what my sleep was last night? 2 long naps.
was my sleep. 2 long naps. Went to bed at midnight because the flight's ended early. Really woke up at 1 coughing, and then she's probably slept about 3, and then I woke up at 4. Here I am. I had 2 long naps, and I'm fired up, not tired. I'm good. 2 long naps was my sleep. A lot of damn things good. I had 2 long naps. Did you get 6 hours? Nope, I got 2 long naps. Amazing. I feel great. Couldn't wait to get in there. Yeah. Oh, not to mention, also, I have no script. I literally just come in here. Whatever happens. Hopefully I stay on track. Hopefully I cover everything. If not, let me know. That's just how I've been doing this for how long? 10 years, Jim. It's just I just come in. It's off the top of the fucking bill. You know? That's how we do it. Hopefully I cover everything. If not, my bad. See you. Remember when Rhonda Netflix said, we're going to beat the UFC White House members? Remember that? Remember when all the fucking haters were like, this thing won't do that good. There's only blah, blah, blah subscribers up there about it. Remember those days? Oh, God. God. It's being reported. That it did 130 million. Remember 3 days ago when Dana sent up the Super Bowl numbers and even I was like chill a little bit. And I'm like, he's just being promoted. It's being reported it did Super Bowl millions. Yeah. Yeah. Over 130 million one month. None of it keep going. Now, I'll say this. I usually don't believe these numbers. I just don't. I don't believe Floyd Mayweather, Conor numbers. I don't believe Jake Paul. I don't believe it. But in this makeshift world, or this bullshit world we live in, even reporting these high numbers, even as a franchise, this is still the most watched fight. Mixed martial arts fight ever. So when people are saying most watched fight ever, just so we know, history, Muhammad Ali, threw Manila, over the field. So no one's gonna touch that. It's also different time. There's like 4 channels. But yeah, threw Manila, forget all that. As far as the current timing in mixed martial arts and boxing, nothing will touch these fights. 17 million on YouTube, 17 million on Netflix for the Netflix card is cute. Yeah, of course. Insane. I'm sure you're gonna bring it up, Jim. Did you see? Yeah, I'm sure we found out more. So I said to you guys, so Gary Corbin, I don't know if his tweet was real, or it was a tweet or Instagram, but he said that Eric Trump DM'd him, and all this is fake. You know that?
Yeah, they said it was, there's a bunch to it, but apparently it was fake, but his account was actually hacked. So it did come from, as far as it did come from his account, but it was taken off pretty fast. And they did promote some sort of gambling site or something, so it does make sense that it was hacked.
Yeah.
Yeah, given Eric Trump.
Let's talk about it. Say what you want about Trump's Eric Trump. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed either, but there's no way Eric Trump has gotten this far in life. This stuff. Like my spidey senses, I'm like, dude, what? This is, you're going at all. You're hitting up DC like, yeah, who's injured? What? It was so obvious. If you're gonna cheat, you at least gotta start the combo a little better. But yeah, it worked for what it is. But did DC really post that? Did it ever get down?
From everything we know so far, it did come from his account. It literally did come from his account. So the only way it can come from his account is he did it or someone hacked it. So DC is obviously not going to do this and then freaking post
post about it.
It's so hey man, you didn't tell me about the Fighters Ball that you got? He's like, I like to stay on bias, but I'd like to watch the Bo Nickel fight. Right. You play any bets? No, actually, I'm not allowed to bet on any card. Dumbass. Right, cool. Hey, man, any of the fighters injured that you know of? Not really quite sure what you asked me, but I think they're all in good shape, ready to go, man. Listen, Bo, I'll cut to the chase here. Are any of the fights small rigged? I've been eyeing the Lopez fight. I think the upset wouldn't be too unrealistic. Money. So the money signs are so hilarious. That's how you know it's me. Yeah. But so he didn't what? But my thing is, so these says, are people really this dumb? Yeah. Meaning like to believe it. But did he post it?
Yeah. Even if it came from his account, he's saying like, can people be this dumb to think he would actually post something like this to his account? Like if this came from you, even I'm like, why the hell would you post that on on your Twitter?
But my thing is, DC's actual account, right?
That's what they're saying, that it came from his actual account.
That's what I'm saying.
So that's what
I think all it's fake, but I'm saying what gives it any validation is like, that's from DC's account, yeah. So that means are people really this dumb? No, we're not that dumb. That's a good question. Is that your real account? Yeah, it is. Right. I'm not dumb, but then how did it get posted?
Yeah.
My question would be, are you really this dumb? To screenshot that and post it. If you really posted it. So we're not dumb. You're dumb if you posted those screenshots. We're not the dumbest. Because it's not like he's in the political space or he's ever posted stuff like this before.
I'm wondering if this,
Like, is all that AI?
so I'm wondering if even him saying or his whatever proxy is saying,
I think all that's AI. I think all that AI somebody posted.
because someone actually said this, say both of them.
I don't think they hacked it. I think AI can make it look like he posted. This is the problem with AI. I think they were able to create this, post it, but it's not his account. It's a fake account. Screenshot it and say, look, it looks like Kim York's account.
From what I've been seeing, it's actually from his account. That's the thing where he's like,
I don't think it is. I think it's fake. I think it's fake. I think all it's AI.
the post is published on Daniel Cormier's actual X on his Twitter account. Both he and Eric Strong.
When Cormier suggests his account was hacked, and Trump dismissed the budget to believe I paid it in the AI generated.
Yeah, so it's still posted to his account according to stuff that we're seeing online.
Here's my thing. So he says, even though DC's account was hacked, and he says, are people really this dumb? No, not dumb. Why would you post that? We're just assuming you got hacked.
No, the hacker posted it, is what he's saying.
Yeah, that's fine. Don't call people dumb.
I know, so it would be very, very. It seems like he would have posted it, and it just seems that way.
Yeah,
I mean, if you really think about it, he would post something crazy. You know,
Agreed, but the issue is,
I'm sure some people will believe that.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I got so much traction. It's like you came from your official account.
So here's
We're
this
not assuming that happened.
suspicious links about a Trump being cryptocurrency. So it wasn't a gamble, it was a cryptocurrency.
Yeah, confirmed the security breach. Yep.
From the New York Times. That's the source. Yeah, so yeah, of course people are gonna think it's possible because it came from his freaking account.
Yeah, that's the thing. Now, if you come from an account, it's just like some weird, those weird MMA sites. I'm like, this is so weird. Then if DC would get blown up about it, that's when I was like, are you guys really this dumb? I've never posted anything like this. My issue is calling people dumb. It came from an account.
Someone said that here the hackers were the one that wrote that message on Facebook or something. I don't know how deep it goes.
Jesus Christ.
So maybe yeah, I don't know. But that was it. That was pretty crazy. It looked very real. But it was also kind of weird too.
So, yeah, right away I was like, this is all bullshit. I don't know how that what's his name, Eric Trump? Eric Trump did on SATs or ECTs, but being the rise the sun. Meaning, there's no way you DM a guy you don't know how good UFC does for benefits. Listen, I'm a dumbass. I've done some dumb shit. That one would take the cake. Yeah, that was pretty wild. Yeah, so, we got a little progressive here. Do everyone current events? Yeah, you want to go? Let's start out progressive. Yeah. We'll do it live. Okay, we'll do it live. It's probably live, I should have what we do. It's our first thing. What'd you say? I said, this is our first thing. Listen, insurance isn't one size fits all, and shopping for it shouldn't feel like squeezing into something that just doesn't fit. That's why drivers have enjoyed Progressive Name Your Price tool for years. With the Name Your Price tool, you tell them what you want to pay. They show you options that fit your budget. Not hunting for discounts, trying to calculate rates, tinker with coverages. Maybe you're picking out your very first policy, or maybe you're just looking for something that works better for you and your family. Either way, they make it simple to see your options. No guesswork, no surprises. When you see how easy and fun shopping for car insurance can be, visit Progressive.com and give the Name Your Price tool a try. Take the stress out shopping without cover that fits your life on your terms. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates price and coverage next limited by state law. Progressive. Let's get back to the program. You got to edit that. We're doing it live, though. It's very rare I mess up, though. But not that way. I usually don't mess up. Yeah, so just for the fans, we're not going to put stuff on here because we're still freaking out just in case we get shut down. We're going to still talk about something that's going on. So I'll explain it to you if you're watching this. Once you guys know these headlines, and if you're listening, nothing will change. Oh yeah, so what about Sean Strickland? Actually, like he said he probably would, but he shouldn't crash the White House. So I know you went there. That's a great thing. I know you went there. So what exactly happened? He actually went through the crowd and jumped. There's like a ring. Some sort of a ring there. And octagon, like a whole, almost like here's the Echo vibe outside. But there was an actual, like a boxing style ring. I'll play the video for you. But you can see him there getting pulled on by the police. But then you'll see him and put into a paddy wagon. And he's just talking here about it's just all this stuff. Yeah. You know what's great? That's him inside the ring before he got kicked out. Why did they kick him out? Because he's not supposed to be in there. No one's actually supposed to be in there. But there were some fans that love him. Of course, just makes him a fan favorite. He's freaking out. He's just filming everything. Yeah, he's the man. This is the best thing he could have done. You know what's cool is there wasn't. I talked to him the day of the event, and I was like, how is he where? He's like, dude, this might be the safest place in the world. I would imagine. Yeah, so much security. Yeah. It's so cool. Nothing happened. Dude, everything was perfect. Like, not even perfect. It went beyond what we could have ever imagined. Yeah, everything. Dude, when they told me it was in delay, I had like this big. No. That's what got me like 3 hours. Yeah, they could have rearranged. No. Reshuffle it back, put someone else. Night. Thank God. Yep. And during the weekend as well, there was that RAF with Noah Dennis and Hamzat. Yes, we're watching Hamzat and Noah Dennis. And it says ends in a brawl. Ends in a brawl because they were yeah, he survived the Barcodes thing. Because he gets taken down and then gets a guilty there. Does he tap Hamzat? He gets him on the guilty right there. Okay, that's guilty right there. And then Hamzat's trying to put his shoulders down right there. Yeah, I think he taps. And I think right there it's over. And then this is where it starts it off. He's like, dude, he's behind a freaking choke. And he pushes him and then boom, kicks Dylan again. He's ready to go. Yep. Yeah, dude, I feel so bad for Dylan. He always gets jumped. You feel bad for Dylan? Yeah, because he always gets jumped. My thing is, it's just not that we're part of things. Yeah. And I like Dylan Dallas, but it's tough to have a part of the fans because he talks so much smack. And he's always doing shit like this. It depends what you want. But see, even here, there's a bunch of people just like always sucker punching him. He's like turning around and someone sucker punches him. That's a hell of a chin. I always hear Clark from the side. Bothers him. streams. Yeah, it depends on what. Now, it says 209,000 likes. People talking about RAF. I don't know. It depends what you want. Definitely brings that he's in the top of the conversation. Definitely. This is so weird that passes because someone asked me. I completely off. Is that Nicholas Wallace? Yeah, Nicholas Wallace. It was like I guess like a personal field reporter. So, that's a whole different thing. But anyways, so Daniel's like, yeah, why would you think I, did that so stupid for fast thing that I actually did that kind of stuff. But I like it because he's like, didn't give your account. If it was the whole thing, I get it, but it gives you an account. Yeah. And this is Conor McGregor and Terence Crawford going back and forth about Ilya's loss. And let me show you, but yeah, with Ilya, like, you notice there's a common theme here. Guys get to a certain level, and then, like, again, I love all these guys, but it's like, remember long time about, like, outbox Canelo. You know that? And how's it go after? Once guys start looking, and I play the team, start seeping in, I can knock out Terence Crawford, right? This stuff starts getting weird. So, yeah, everyone came out once and he lost. But this is what Terence said. This is the guy that said he would knock me out and let me and Shakur at the same time. And he showed a picture of him all bloodied up and stuff right there. And then Conor says, what the F are you saying? You can't wrestle, that you are afraid of the MMA fight? That to me is pitiful. The kid was beating an MMA fighter, which you don't have the courage for. What the F was all the different blocks that the show yet no MMA fighters? Yeah, and then, but I'm telling you what, this is where Terence replied. He said, shut your drunk ass up. He got his ass worked like you did. That's the joint of boxing. And here, he'll come to us, we don't have to come to y'all. And that's because they can't get loose. But I mean, there's more money in boxing so far. Yeah, fair, 100%. Fair, maybe with Netflix MVP, it's a different animal, but it's like, the reason we come to you is because we can actually do what you do. Maybe not your level, but we can at least make it entertaining for the fans. You, Terrence, Canelo, Tyson Fury, Joshua, insert anybody you want. They cannot come over to MMA and make it competitive. They can't. You ain't winning a single round. It's ending in seconds. But you can come over. Jake Paul can last 6 rounds. Conor can last 6 rounds. You know? Yeah, Jake Paul. That's why. Well, it's just because we get paid so much money. Yeah, there's that. But we can figure out payment with NFL servers and on Netflix and boxing. We can figure that out. And if any of y'all come over to our sport, it's not there's no entertaining value. There's nothing. That's just $20. It ends in seconds. Yeah, that's why we come over here. That's why Terrence. And I love Terrence. No, I love Terrence. But even if you boys were in the bag, you ain't come over to the UFC get embarrassed. You're not. And again, I don't blame it. You guys get paid so well, you don't have to. But that's great. I love that. There's a reason y'all come over. It's too tough. There's just one aspect of it. And this is bad again, right? Yeah, he's responding to Ilya because Ilya said the same thing about him. So it's funny. He goes, the only thing you have to do is beat a 38-year-old coming off a 5-round war with me. Instead, you really just go like a little bitch you are. I'm a real fighter with 5 rounds. So congratulations, Gaethje. You're not trying to speed it. No, sir. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people came out of the war. That's how it goes. But listen, fighters can't. I'm all about that. The thing is, yeah, this is just some other stuff that just that picture zoomed out. Yeah, the White House behind. I knew you got a friend. And you told me about them. The greatest picture you've ever seen. It's just in the highlight page. Doing a backflip on Dr. I'm a huge American flag. she didn't try to understand that. Yeah. We have these that's a fighter raising him and someone in the last of periods or others. So, yeah, that we are. Oh no, what's Dana saying about it? I haven't seen a press conference. Okay. Yeah. So this is Dana at the post-fight press conference talking about Tyson Fury. Did he think it was weird? I'll let him explain.
Tyson Fury showed up tonight and said that he had an announcement to make, but he wanted you to make it.
Why was Tyson
Fury?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for the last couple of weeks, I've been hearing from the media and other people that I'm not involved in the fight. I've been hearing that Tyson Fury couldn't get out of the country and couldn't get into the United States, and it seems like everybody's always wrong.
Tyson Fury,
That was his explanation. Just like any good other reason. So, Spears had maybe distraction, he can't say anything yet. I'll give him, I will give him this. He said this will be the greatest UFC card ever. And they gave you so much shit, so much shit. Well, you told us the greatest card ever put together. Right. I mean, dude, above and beyond. That was such an incredible. Yeah, listen, I'll give them shit when it's required. You gotta give it a like, yeah, that's kind of what. And so you remember on Circuit, supposedly back on just aging, is it like get your truck? Yeah, you asked me what color. Yeah, you tweeted today what color. Get that new Rumble. Is it a Dodge? Oh, it's a Ram. It just came out. It's the SRT Rumblebee. Dude, it's no good. Just somebody wants like a power wagon or something, which you don't. Tell me what the new AEV 2500. Twinsies. So yeah, get that $1 million and then one. And I can send just on the diesel R. Delete that EGR. Delete it. Tune, turbo, straight line, all of it. No, Justin. I think Justin even said to like during the press conference, he's like, "Well, haven't enough trucks on there." No, he goes, "My truck has 6,000 miles. I need a new one." Dude, get an AEV 2500 coverage. I'll set you up with diesel R. We'll have Diesel Works do all the work. Fort Worth. You'll have the most badass AEV Cummins on the market. And this is this is just a fast forward like by 4 times. This is Tommy Fury versus Eddie Hall. How big is Eddie Hall? Eddie Hall was pretty good. I thought it was going to be like atrocious, like sloppy. Eddie Hall, I mean, the cardio wasn't terrible for being that big. Like, I was impressed. He still lost though. He'd be a handful. Yeah. And he was chasing Fury down the entire fight. Yeah, Fury get on his bike. Yes, gigantic. And I wish I could play this for you, but I can't. But this is Conor McGregor and Max Holloway going off on each other. God, if Conor would win that fight, dude. So Derek Lewis set another record. So he has the most. Yeah. And now he has the most knockout losses. So not most knockout wins, most knockout losses. He has the most knockouts and he's been knocked out the most. Yeah. But I love Derek Lewis. That's the thing. See, I agree with this guy, Antonio. I said the same exact thing. Because when I heard Lenny say, he said he was in the best shape of his life, and he was going to lose. Every financial that said that got their ass whipped. This is a fact. Anytime I catch you, he trained for this. Go in there, they go. He actually didn't miss a day of training camp. He's in the best shape of his life. Oh, he's going to lose. Every time. Yeah, every time. We already talked about this when he said Michelle Obama was a man that was cruising. This is John Jones just reacting. Very simple little thing on his Instagram. Just kind of like, and he's wearing a Go Check. Yep, I didn't. You didn't notice it? No, I didn't notice it. Trump, they just caught him again sleeping at the event. They catch him sleeping everywhere, apparently. It's a long night. He's working hard on from there to fly to G5 for the. Did you see Daniel was looking at the thing around his neck? Did Trump look at him to him? He's looking at the camera going, Trump hit his hand. No, what was our. He gave like some cord or something. But actually, one put around Trump's neck. Oh, so Trump did it. And they were sitting like this. And he was like looking at it. And Trump has a camera slaps him and said, oh shit. Thank you. Big dog. Yeah, that's pretty much all I said. Get some big questions. One thing I've done live, I can't take bits of it. I can go through that. Well, there's not too many fact questions here. We'll do more. We'll do a bunch tomorrow. Yeah. Tomorrow's the live chat. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central Time. Come on to join the Big Brown Club. Subscribe. Join the Brown. It's a grand old time. I'll answer all your questions. Most of these questions are about just engaging what you should do, so I kind of recapped that. Let's see what we got. This is Peter_G_Miguel. I have no idea what to do. I never feel bad for any fighters, but it was hard watching Ilya get his face bashed like that. That was an incredible fight. He took it like a champ. But the belt was staying up there. I'm excited for the coach fight episode. Oh, thanks, brother. Yeah, it's tough to watch his face like that and his brothers in his corner. It's tough. I agree. It's tough to see that face get bashed like that. My only thing, I'm with you. I feel bad, but I was like, oh, fuck, you think? Bullshit game. Just the lack of respect. Fuck around and find out. So a lot of that's on him. Walking forward with jabs and shit. What are you doing? Michael London. We'll just think about Michael London. His name's so good. Yeah. Why aren't the Sunday fan questions live posted on Patreon? Yeah, we haven't been posting on Patreon because we're going to start a Patreon page. I wanted to make it just for Patreon alone. But if they want the fan questions, just on Patreon. No, we keep on there. Yeah, it's because that's for five the kid. And they're also all ad-free so far. It's the same thing. Yeah, we do ad-free on purpose. So it's a whole separate thing. 90 What are your thoughts on giving Ilya that extra minute? Listen to the docs call it. How it was weird. I've never seen that take that long. I've been a fan since 09. Super weird. It's like stool game. The reason why we don't really care is he just does so much. Now, if Ilya would have got that extra minute rest, right? And shout out the ref or stop him from drinking and shit like that. Then we got that 2 minute rest and 1 out there and knocked him out like stool game. Like the Orville to Kennedy. We're in a whole today's show's completely different. But it worked out. Got the other side. We would have won, just won. So it's all good. That was weird. It's also, remember, they didn't use the Washington, D.C. Commission. They wouldn't sanction this on the White House lawn, so they didn't want to be part of it. So they created a commission, so it's a little weird. Oh. This is cheating. Question, should Justin retire after the win on Ilya? If not, what is next going to be? Would there be a better ending to his career than this win? Nope. Going downhill from here. It'd be like racing if you're a drag racer with nitrous, and then you win it in the pinnacle. The best race ever, and then like, you do one more, but no nitrous. Like, what? That would suck if I know. But you're still racing. Like, no, not doing it. Justin should retire, and then if Conor wins, have them throw him back, fight Conor, shoot with that fight. Other than that, stop. Anybody tells you different, not your friend. Joseph, 9884. Knowing that the UFC heavyweight division is like contenders, do you have a jump in the line and say he's one fight away from the top shot? Great performance, but it was against Lewis, who was older in the Senate. Yeah, I don't think he has to jump in the line. He beat Curtis Blades convincingly. He beat Derek Lewis. Now Vassal's out. They're not going to give it to Sergey Pavlovich. They're not going to give it to some of these other cats. So I bet they do him versus Serena. The issue with Tom Aspinall, like I described before, with Eddie Hearn, they strip him and he fights the legit belt. That's what I would do. Python Pinto. Justin's condition and training, I believe, the ideal way to go about it. Do you believe Strength and conditioning plays a big factor in the deep waters. I was a strength and conditioning coach. I'm here trying to right on CNBC. I don't know who CNBC is. I think he might be Caribbean. Yeah, Sam Caribbean. Yeah, Sam's not the issue. I know what you're saying. It plays a big factor in Justin's condition and training. Justin mainly does it right. He gets his training from actual fighting. So Justin spars a lot, grapples a lot, does a lot of wrestling. That's how he gets his condition. He does it the right way. Or he actually do it like Justin. So he's not doing, run up mountains and fucking throw tires and medicine balls. He gets his condition from his actual sport. He does it right. He trains very hard. Alright, last one. Backyard underscore farmer 805. Why don't more people use the jab? It's worked for centuries. Justin used it perfectly. I just wish he used a little more wrestling so he doesn't take so much damage. He really took damage over besides body shots. But it was awesome. Have a great day. Thank you for your question, brother. A lot of people use the jab. The good ones do. The good ones do. It's the most, I would say, important weapon in all of fighting. The jab is your number one tool to set things up. To gauge distance, to set up combinations. If someone doesn't have a jab, they're probably not a very good striker. So if you think of all of the strikers, like Izzy, GSP, Anderson Silva, Ilya, Justin Gaethje, Max Holloway, if you think of Sean Strickland, if you think of the high-level strikers, they all have very, very good jabs. So if you don't have a jab, you're probably not going to go that far. So the top echelon guys everything starts with a jab. Everything. Is that it? Alright guys, we did it! We did it! Thank you so much for watching. Shout out to the UFC. Shout out to the fans. I love you guys. Hopefully you enjoyed as much as I did. Hopefully you did. If you didn't, you're probably the same person that calls their wife their partner. If you didn't enjoy this, that's just soft shit. It was fantastic. Best Sunday of my life. Nothing on topic. Shout out to Justin Gaethje. You freaking did it, Bubba. You freaking did it. Can't believe it. And it's a good day to be a UFC fan. We got International Fight Week coming up. I am live tomorrow with live chat at 11 a.m. Central Time on the same YouTube channel. For your questions, leave them in the YouTube comments. But fan question, fire away. But for the members, you and I are talking tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central Time on this exact channel. I love you guys. See you tomorrow. Hopefully you enjoyed the recap. UFC Freedom, baby. We did it. I'm Big Brown. I'm out.
Rise to the city like British Isles. I'm on a mission to get it all. To the city like British Isles. If you ain't think it's gonna get involved. What up, fam? Happy Sunday. If you're watching this, you are gearing up for UFC 250 Freedom. It's going down tonight. Cannot wait. It's here, fam. Cannot wait. Let's jump right into fan questions. As you're watching this, buddy, I'm getting my spread ready. I got my cold Diet Cokes. I cannot wait. I won't miss a freaking second of this White House. Cannot wait. Let's get right into it. Banksy 1079. Fan question. Do you think fouls in MMA will ever actually mean something? It seems like the referees companies too comfortable letting warnings slide. And by that time, it's usually too late. How do we combat people who exploit or continue fouling opponents knowing there won't be consequences? I'll tell you what, I've always said any foul, eye poke, groin kick, automatic point deduction, even if it wasn't intentional, even if it was like, oh, it doesn't matter, there should be no wiggle room at all, no gray area, guaranteed to see less of it. But
Guys take advantage of like Jon Jones did. There's guys that take advantage of it because they can get away with it. So it's not going to change so they have stricter punishment. Or they get Ad Smitty 22. Bad question. Oh, he's part of the Big Round Breakdown Club too. I know Adam Smitty. What up, big dog? Bad question. First, I love you guys. Appreciate your channel, your humbleness, and ability to relate to top notch. So my son is 4 years old. His BJ loves it. He watches me work out. We answered this, and so Smitty. So we answered this on the live chat that you guys can go watch right now. So I'm not gonna answer it twice here, but you can watch his at Smitty 22. He's talking about his son starting jiu-jitsu. He sees his son doing it. How's he keep him engaged in it? So love it. Eric Clark 5039. Favorite question: two-part first one criteria changes. Very tough because the commissions, and you got to do it as a unified rule. It's not night. Second, would there be benefit to having full guard as a nap neutral position, so we'd be taking away the lay and pray fighters that winning on control time? This would force fighter to advance position or continue to attempt the ground and pound. This would also allow BJJ special to work submission from guard and potentially win the round off their back. When's the last time we saw somebody win a round off their back? Guys, guards are probably the weakest thing across the board. They force a guy top to move them to pass, or they don't, and they just because they're winning the judges' eyes. So I don't like that, brother. Take trophy times away, also potential to make it more exciting fights. I think you do the opposite, brother. Potential is the key word. Yeah, I think you do opposite. I think you make it more important. But you might be right. Weenie Junior 8316. I'm thinking you can provide some insight here, given your experience in multi-tools, different paths to combat sports. I'm 24 years old. Put in a career in space, not fighting, but then potentially something on the promotion, agent, marketing, media side. I graduated college with a finance degree in 2023. Played it safe since then, working in industry I don't care about at all. I'm sick of spending so many money looking at stuff I'm not passionate about. Dude, get out. I don't want to look back and confuse and think about all the things you're young too, so now's the time. I wish I had done combat sports, specifically MMA, have been a lifelong passion. I finally woke up recently and realized that I do have a choice. You do, but that ends you recommend trying to enter the industry for an early career. A guy like me, I'm looking in Dallas. Stuff's going to be out. The ideas would be much appreciated. I know Rich Chow is now, and he's the head honcho. He's the next, vice president, VP in line to Scott Coker, and they're starting an MMA organization. I would get your foot in with some of these big agents. There's a lot of agents that could use help just to get your foot in with the fighters. So Rich Chow's in Dallas, but either that or I try to get my foot in with some of these big agents that are close to the fighters. Especially since you don't find it, all of them could use that. You got to DM them and show them like links to your stuff. Matt John 6. Great question. Do you think that Conor, Eddie's the best performance ever? For Conor, yeah. For Conor, absolutely. That's the best he's ever looked. That's unreal. Best performance ever out of anybody? Never. But best for Conor ever. I'll never see that again. Magical. White turns only. Great question. MMA GOAT, combat sports GOAT is not the same. I argue that Poatan being a 2-division glory champ, well, this is a great point. And a 2-division, possibly 3 UFC champ puts him in the combat sports GOAT category. Such as Cejudo, here's him being both Olympic gold medalist and UFC champs, Holly Holm being a boxing champ, being the Boxing Hall of Fame, NBA UFC champ. You can't argue that Stan Fairtex being a kickboxing, Muay Thai, MMA under one banner puts her there too. What do you think? I know kickboxing, Muay Thai, and other combat sports don't have Olympic participation. I'm categorizing based on the highest levels available. Agree 100%, brother. We do forget when we talk about GOAT status that Poatan was a 2-time division champ. Glory kickboxing was the highest level of kickboxing. You talk about Cejudo, DC, that Olympic level wrestling, having success there. To your point, Holly Holm in boxing, Stan Fairtex. It's a great point, brother. It's a great point. But when they're talking about GOAT, especially like right now, right, the hot topic is Potan's the GOAT. They're talking about just his UFC accomplishments, and being a 3-division champion's never been done. So he's in the conversation, but he hasn't reigned long enough in any division to be considered the GOAT. So I think reigning champ and defending at middleweight, light heavyweight, or heavyweight multiple times, like you're talking 8, 9, 10 times, the hardest thing to do in sports. And he hasn't done that, so that's why it's not very good. Best accomplishment in UFC, though, that's a different conversation. Big Mac 439, fan question, fourth attempt for this question. With how many MMA fans are big fans of grappling wrestling, heavy fights, or head fighters? What do you think is the main reason that kickboxing and Muay Thai haven't become more mainstream? I've been watching them both more lately and feel like they're the perfect sport for MMA fans who don't want to watch any wrestling. Because they don't tell any of their stories. They're bad at marketing and they don't tell, you have no reason to care. Even though I agree, it's so much fun to watch. They're so talented and it's non-stop action, but you don't know who they are. So it's like if you watch a baseball game, even if it's the Dodgers versus the Atlanta Braves, the two best teams in the league, let's say you had no clue who they are, like, all right, yeah, this is supposed to be cool. And if someone's like, oh, dude, Tony's the best in the world, but you've never heard of him, you're not going to care. You gotta have some sort of connection to the fighter or the player to actually give a fuck. There's too much going on these days. Dad HG talks. Fan question, advice for anxiety and low self-esteem. Also, 175 pounds in good shape. Have some boxing training. Does this count? But I want to become bigger and stronger without taking roids. Not looking to be a bodybuilder, but just want to be bigger and stronger so I can defend myself, protect my family if I have to. He looks like a young talent. Well, your anxiety, low self-esteem, if you're in good shape, so I assume you work out, you have some boxing training. We're talking about roids. You're talking about like, because TRT is not roids, peptide's not roids. Those are two completely different things. So there could be some stuff there to add lean muscle, get really shredded, get in great shape, and you're in the boxing gym. So I'm sure you can get confidence from all those things. You know, getting bigger and stronger and faster is going to give you a lot of confidence. But you probably won't have as much anxiety either, and your self-esteem will go up. Light skin, Oso 295. Fake question, third attempt. What area of the United States produces the best MMA talent? Where would you send your scouts? Oh, what a fucking question. Oof. California is a good one. God, where would I send my... It's tough because they're coming from all over. There's a lot of guys coming out of Philly, the East Coast. That's a tough question, brother. That's a tough question because if you're looking for like up-and-comers, I'm going to say your best bet is still SoCal or California in general for the best talent, like young talent. But again, there's guys in Florida, Texas, the Midwest with wrestling. If I'm looking for just a dominant guy that has a wrestling background, probably going Midwest. Again, Philly, the East Coast producing some animals. But I'd probably go California. Great question. Big Daddy Rob 420, fan question, 12th attempt for God's sakes. All the hypes around the White House card. Do you think it was wise of Trump to not let Strickland attend the event? Said Coach, why does everyone act like Hogan? This fight against Blaze is one of the best heavyweight fights ever. When in my opinion, it wasn't. Your fight with Mirko was way better than Hogan versus Blades. I don't know about that, dude. I don't know. It was more entertaining. Like, that fight was good. There's some blood back and forth. I took him down, I think, 3 or 4 times. So I don't know if that's the most exciting for people. And then obviously it ended in a crazy fashion. But I don't think that fight's better than Hogan versus Blades. But thank you. Do I think it was wise not let Strickland attend the event? Yes. He's been super critical of Trump, and he's a wild card, and he doesn't hold his tongue, which is why I love Strickland, but they don't want to deal with that risk, you know? That he yells some shit out, and they get picked up on the mic, or yells out something about Epstein and stuff like that. And I understand why they're not inviting him. I wish they did, because it'd be so entertaining, but it's their party, you know? It's like inviting a hater to your party. Would you want a hater at your party? Probably not. Boys 29, fake question. Let's just say Tom fights his next 2 fights on his contract and wins both, then bails because the UFC didn't have too much power over fighters in the futures. How much of a PR issue would it be if their last 3 heavyweight champions effectively leave? First Francis, then John wouldn't play ball, then Tom. Wouldn't be a good look. It wouldn't be a good look to us, to the hardcores. To the casual fans, they have no fucking clue about Francis or John. It wouldn't affect business. We know how much of a travesty it is and how crazy it is, but the general fan, you know, doesn't care and wouldn't affect the UFC. And that's crazy. Zach McQueen dash RD fan question. Big Brown. I think we can all agree that the UFC moving on from USADA was a net positive, especially when we heard about all the crazy stories about them fucking with fighters, overstepping their boundaries. I feel like since drug-free sport has come along, we hear next to nothing about drug testing in the sport. What's your opinion on how strict the current protocol is? Is it just a simple IQ test for these fighters and camps to be able to work around? When's the last time we heard any fighter spot for anything, especially in upper weight class fighters? Do you think UFC has more control and being more hush-hush about things, or would you say you're confident that it's the same as when USADA was in place? Definitely nowhere near the same as USADA was in place. I'm also on the side of letting them do the thing. You know, they could be in such a tough sport. It takes so much, you know, out of their bodies and beats up their bodies. So if they're doing peptides and HGH for recovery, I'm not mad at it. You know, I'm not mad at it. And they're going to do it anyway. So it's like, you see taking a step back and USADA, you know, they were so strict and stuff. Noel is Laia Universe dash 25Q fan question. What are your chances of you getting together with a few legends to a fight command for the White House card? An all-American cast like Josh Thompson, Tim Kenny, Rampage would do crazy numbies. Yeah, I feel you. Rampage ain't coming out here. He's streaming, I'm sure, at 7-Eleven or some shit. Tim Kenny and Josh Thompson would be easy to get. Meaning, because they're close buddies, so you text him, but Rampage is in California. But the chance of me doing a White House card is next to none. You guys would know. I would have promoted by now. Dude, I'll be at home watching with my fam. I said that's a game at 4. I'll be done by 5:30. I'll race home. Hopefully wifey gets the snacks and the hors d'oeuvres rolling, the cold Diet Cokes. Cannot wait. Lewis Cypher dash 23. Frank question. If Justin beats Ilya, do we get the trilogy with Dustin Poirier? Nope. I know Dustin is retired, but the trilogy for the belt would be legendary. Wouldn't be mad at Armin getting the next title shot, especially against Ilya. That is the biggest fight in the sport right now. Agree. Ilya, Armin, or bust. No, Dustin Poirier come back. But if Justin beats him, no, you need Justin Conner. J Bond 0619 fan question. You ever personally experienced International Fight Week? Wondering, as a fan of Stephen Withering and trip experience, I think you're a complete money grab and waste of time outside the actual fight. I bet it's pretty cool. I bet it's cool because they do the expos there, right? I used to take part in the expos. I took place for the first 3 or 4 expos they ever did, and they were awesome. They were awesome, dude. I actually went to one before I was even in the UFC and met Vanderlei Silva. They were awesome. I want to thank you for my production. Hour, and he called me Brandon. Man, heartbreaking. That might have been the Olympia though, because I was a UFC fighter for the first UFC Expo. Because I just got out of the house that week, and I was at UFC Expo and walking around, and nobody knew I was an Ultimate Fighter. That was cool. Last one. At Joker's Gallery, fan question: with TKO being profit obsessed, yep, corporate chills. Is it time for the UFC to give up on female fights? White House card having 0 female fights tells you that they're not big stars or draws. No, now remember, I'll push back on this. Kayla Harrison and Amanda Nunes were planned to be on there, but she got injured and had the neck surgery. So they did plan to have 1 female fight on there. A good promotion of MMA fans look at female fights as bathroom break time. I can't possibly imagine UFC makes money in return on all the female fighters they pay. Yeah, but same thing can be said for the heavyweight division besides the top 2 guys. There's ebbs and flows, ups and downs. I'm sure there'll be some badass females coming. Kenzie Dern, nobody's mad. She's champ. Easy on the eyes. Talented as all get out. So, but the pushback in the White House, they did plan to have a female fight on there, but fell through. Is that it? That's it. All right, guys, love you. If you haven't watched, the live chat's available right now. Enjoy your UFC 250 freedom. It is time. It's here. So if you're watching this, try and get in for the fights. Enjoy the motherfucking fights. You guys earned it. I've earned it. Relax, put your feet up, get a Diet Coke, enjoy the fights. It's our Super Bowl, and it's here. Finally, it's Sunday, baby. Enjoy UFC at the White House. It's happening. Love you guys. See you Monday. See you Tuesday for the live chat. See you Friday for the live chat. So that's it. Love you guys. I'm Big Brown. I'm out.
When you're alive, you will find and you'll fight hard to be broken down. And you can't fall asleep, 'cause he'll go balls deep. So deep, hard coming Saturday night. town. He's big and he's proud. Big Brown. Pray. Some of that was good. Down. Rock to the city like British Shouldn't get it up. Rock to the city like British We're live. What's up, man? We're back, baby. The after show, but later. Can't wait, baby. What's up, dude? It's UFC Radio 2 Bentley. It's Friday, so we got 2 days. We got 2 motherfucking days. Croco 55. Croco 55. What up, big dog? What up, fam? How we doing, fam? You guys good? Boy, I gotta tell you what, I did this today. Your boy is so frustrated. So frustrated. I don't want to get too much into it because I don't want to throw this shot under the bus. It's not what I do. Could I? Of course I could. They morally messed up my truck. I've had my truck in freaking 5 weeks. I new Ram 2500. I haven't had in 5 weeks. So only car that's not in a shop is my Hummer with no AC, no windows. So I'm getting around driving the kiddos. Everybody's hot. I'm so frustrated. You'll figure it out, dude. It's all good. It's all about UFC 250. Because you can't bring me down. You can't bring me down. Yeah, now sponsor. What is this? Mango Fuego. All right, this place. So just watching the podcast, enjoying the live. Love it, man. What up? We live, baby. We'll do it live. Okay, do it live. King Quincy. That's nice. King Quincy. Big Brown, happy UFC weekend. You too, brother. You too. If you're not crunk for this, you're a snowflake. Elmer John. My bad. Last show, big guys. I skipped my questions. From my dumbass didn't realize my questions then went through Wi-Fi. At work, sucks. My bad, brother. Yeah, I get it, brother. Dark Yoga. Did go Bill O'Malley fight absolutely dropped this morning, but other than that, I haven't heard a lot of talk around the fight. I'm really feeling there's a hobby upset. I know I can get it. Did you hear the hobby on Ariel's show? They also look identical twins, yeah. It's hard not to root for that guy. It's hard not to root for that guy. Obviously, his IQ's freaking roof with his brother in Ross. I wouldn't be if he pulled it off. It's just stylistically, like, he can do it. Patrick Martinez, do you think Paramount is ready for the Super Bowl numbies? They get Super Bowl numbies too. So Super Bowl does over 100 million, it's like 140 million just in the United States. I think they're going to do dummy numbers worldwide. Now, Marco Rubio, they just don't go all. He goes, UFC White House will reach over 1 billion views. It's all. Okay, that guy didn't know ball. That'd be insane. Clips up Daily One. Let's go, baby. Love that you're doing live streams. Love from Vancouver. Dude, I love Vancouver. What up, man? Justin Slavic to 2955. Happy Friday. Let's get this weekend going. Right, dude? Right? Let's freaking do it. El Nerd Jock. Happy Friday, my Philip Brown is. We're almost there. I know, dude. If you're not excited for this, you ain't shit. I was listening to Luke Thomas' show, and somebody's like, I'm going to not watch the White House card. Do you think a lot of the people in the same realm as me that I can watch it's going to hurt numbers? Like, God, you got to be such a snowflake to let one of your political views argue the way of this event. You got to be such a cuck. Kaden Trujillo, 3738. Yo, from see your boy Chris D'Elia live tonight. Cannot wait for the fights this weekend. Bunch of cupcakes that I'm watching. Yeah, you'll be so soft not to watch. Dude, what a nice little weekend for you. D'Elia live and UFC for you. Come on, dude. Pete Hernandez, 8631. First car. First was a truck. Brandon Sante 6679. Greeting from up north. State of Wyoming trying to help me. A young girl in BC Canada after getting shot in the head from a mass shooting incident. Is this a one-off or is this something Dana does? That's the thing about Dana. You can hate on my money. There's a lot of stuff like this that goes under the radar. He helps out. I'll give that. The app would be hella dope if Hellcat kills Derek. Yeah, he's gonna do something spicy. I heard the theatrics, like the stuff, the storyboard they have lined up between the fights before the fights after is completely mind-blowing. It's supposed to be really dope. Unless you're American, then you're probably not gonna like it. Tyler Dean, W6F. Love the live streams. As we know, fights can end fast. How do you think they will end the time if the fights are all quick finishes? They shouldn't be. There's definitely a couple fights on there that are going to, go second, third round decisions. I think it's set up that way. That's my only hiccup with this, is since there's only 7 fights and they have all this pageantry and video packages, what's the pacing going to be like? I think that's the one thing that can hurt them. But who knows? You've seen Jeff die Saturday. Jeff's best. Mexico, 7 maybe I kind of like the Sunday night fight for this event. Yeah, me too. Crow 5-5. The setup is way different than I thought it would be. The thing around the octagon is so sick, right? It's turned out way better than I thought. They told me it's gonna be like the claw from freaking Netflix. I was like, dude, I don't want to part of this. Elder Talk. Do you think Tom Aspinall will ever fight the UFC again? It's not looking too bright right now. It's not looking good, my man. Especially with the Eddie Hearn stuff. Again, I was posted this on Twitter. Bisping brought this up. You know, it's like Eddie Hearn and Dana White are in this pissing contest, and the only one that's going to get hurt is Tom Aspinall. He get hurt, he's not going to fight for a long, long time, so it sucks. Clips Hub Daily 1. What's the live streaming schedule? Is it going Tuesdays and Fridays? That's now Tuesdays and Fridays. King Quincy, where's the vet? Yes, sir. Got my kids in back coat. I'm waiting for Sunday. Me too. The vet. Throwing chops over the bus. The vet had issues. The vet had issues, and we didn't run through it. That wasn't the one for me. I'll put it that way. I'm sure I got two different friends that me up saying how stoked they are for these lives. Keep them coming, brother. Oh, I love it, man. Thanks, dude. P.D. Hernandez, 8630. How come UFC don't do fight for the troops anymore? Right? I don't know. It would crush me. I don't know why they don't do that. They definitely keep it corporate. Brandon's on day 6679. Did you ask Callan what the fights are on? Did he remember? No, we didn't find the kid. I was like, what are you doing Sundays? I don't know what's Sunday. I knew it. But he sent me his pics this morning for randomly. I didn't ask for them. He sent me his pics randomly, and he picked all the other dogs. So I'm like, all right, dude. BB Greg, 38-0. Just popped in and say, what up, Bubba? Busy days make it tough to be in here. I get it, dude. I get it. Thanks for even jumping in. You're probably busy as shit doing way more important stuff than this. MZ-Boo-0826. He told me his name. I looked at myself. Why is that Scott Brooker with UFC? Curious why they don't scoop him up if he's so good. Every day I don't see eye to eye. You got two alphas that they both think they're doing great. Patrick Martinez, 2451. What is Jordan Keeper with fights? Flautas. The after show, but later, I haven't seen anyone talk about possible iPhones from God. I'm going to go with iPhones. I saw over 1.5. God, 2 iPhones is a lot. I'll give him 1, but I bet he's cautious of it now. Even if you saw the video of him and Nina Drama, she alluded to like the iPhones. They made a joke out of it. So he's kind of familiar with it. Long Island Jock Shock. Dude, the reason we don't answer your stuff is because it's all weird personal shit. Why do you care what shit makes you do? This isn't for that, pal. Son of a fish just got me a work truck and became a member and needed this today. Love you. Oh, thanks, dude. Jonathan Patterson, 5477. Time to get down with the big Brown. Let's go Brownies. Yeah, what up, dude? It's fucking merch. So what happened to Chandler if something crazy happens? The puppy has to jump to the Ilya Joseph fight. Not to see half Chandler. Let's get past that. He says, I didn't ask for him. Yeah, Brian just randomly sent me his pics and they were awful. They're literally all the dogs. He's Gaethje, he's Lewis, CSO God. He's a weird dude. He's hilarious. Elder Dog. I watched the Keep That Game just see if Callan knew. He did this point. I was laughing so hard. Yeah, that was great. That's Callan. He's busy, dude. He's traveling all around. He has all his kids. Trujillo 3738. How's that baby girl's walking price going? Good, man. I sent my baby girl a month ago. She's doing a lot better, man. There's still a little hitch in her step, but she's in pre-K thing right now to get ready before the actual pre-K. So she's running around. She's doing good, man. Croco 55. I keep seeing ads for GFL. Is that still a thing? Dude, they reached out to me, right? I originally was part of it. We thought it was a real thing, and then it got pulled out. But they reached back out. They're like, we're actually going to do it again. I'm out. I can't be part of it. So it's not good. Patrick Martinez, 2451. Did you see Dylan and Hamza face off? Yes, I did. And Hamza was like, let's just fight really quick. News 52 or 52.9. Joe concerns a-holes make threats to do bad things at the event. Hopefully it won't be the case. Yeah, we get some threats. Even with Social Security there, I pray to God that happens. Dark KO guy says, Chin, you're the MMA pod producing GOAT. Thank you. It's about fourth. Tyler D, W6F. I love going to watch the fight. Would love to experience the live fight. What are your thoughts? Would you ever go to another live fight? Yeah, I would. I would for sure. When I go to the game and stuff, it's maybe around that crowd. If you haven't been to a UFC fight, especially go to when there's a big main event, obviously like a Conor fight in July would be insane, but those ticket prices are insane. But it's the best live event you can go to. There's nothing like it. Dark Hayoka says, Chin, your closest competition is Harry King over with Bisbee. Oh, is he good? I don't watch Bisbee. I don't watch Bisbee show. I see his clips though. He's crushing it. Elder Drive thoughts on how serious of a chance Coker's upcoming MMA organization in 2027 has a shot to survive the next 5-10 years. Really hope it's not another PFL. I don't enjoy watching it. Nobody does, let's be honest. If anyone's gonna pull off against Coker, he said he rated 60 mil. That ain't gonna get you through more than a year. But again, I would not doubt Scott Coker. A lot of his formula has worked, so we'll see. Justin Salvik, 29.55 Cal has that 200 times the parlay. Dude, his parlay is wild. Clips up daily. If you could redo any fight career, which one would it be and why? I don't care. I just had no respect for him. If I win that one, I'll be that Brock Lesnar. That'd been a big day. So yeah, that one for sure. I just underestimated my killing an idiot. Caden Trujillo, 37-38. I saw him tomorrow versus the live Breeze head kick out. Wow. Red D says, why are you watching early? Need a new obsession. Man, if you're into Interview with the Vampire, there's just a spin-off of the Stat show. I just started watching that. It seems a little weird. I'm rewatching Ozark right now. Friends and Family on Apple's great. The second season seems to be the slowest. But I could use a new show. I feel like there's nothing popping right now. After show about later, would you ever do a show again on the network on Fox Sports Radio or ESPN? I don't like the format, commercial short segments. Depends. I don't know. I love doing this. I don't know. That's a good question. That name coming to my ass. There's a lot of better people on this than me, so yeah, ESPN, Fox Sports Radio. I don't think they're gonna have it that way. Trey G-Man 15, welcome to Big Brown Club, big dog. In Zabu 0826, tell me your name again, but like he told me it's easier than you handled it. What's your take on the Ariel DMV from back in the day? They did Ariel dirty. Yeah, I always harp on this. It's a shame that Ariel and Luke Thomas and Pete Z and Chuck Mendenhall, like those guys, they should be the faces, just like Stephen A. Smith is, or Skip Bayless, or any big name on ESPN and Fox Sports, like those guys should be the face of our business. They're not. Albert Jock, you get to guesstimate 1% of guys you find UFC were using PEDs. Also, it's more prevalent in the lower middle or high weight classes back in the day. Man, if I could guesstimate 1% of guys you find UFC on PEDs, I'd say every single one except for Roy Nelson. It's just part of the sport. I'm not throwing shade on him. And the only reason I didn't do it, I couldn't afford it. Abel Camilo 794. Shout out to Chad Brennan. Thanks for more content about the killing. If it's okay, can you do a quick breakdown of your daily workouts? Yep. I wake up at 5. I go to the gym. I start with 225. I do that around 20-25 times. That's just for this morning. So I did 25 times. Around 315, do it 10 times. I burn out on 225 again. That's what I do for chest every day. And then I'll either do pull-ups or deadlift doing that. And I'll do some other back exercises. I do farmer walks because I make my kids start doing those, so I'm trying to get better at those. So yeah. North Pole Racing. Hey, what's up, man? met you in Bellevue, but Camaro had a full camp of fights against Tom got you with one thoughts. Agreed, especially back then. Or Camaro now, I don't know, because of the knees, but back then it was very tough. Just 5 rounds. Kaden Trevino, 37-38. Just ready? So, man, you're one of the best that made me a person I saw now. Give him a ham listed. Well, shop. Let's get up there, snack for the MC watch party. Chicken wings fan. I'm a chips and salsa fan. I like the spicy flaming Cheetos, the lime ones. It's okay to eat fat on UFC Freedom 250. Can we slow down the tad, Chin, or no? Josh Toma, love Big Dog Trade, G-Man 15. What's up, man? Big fan for a while now. Remember, if you're watching, what's your thoughts on Ozark ending? Very mid-tier for you as me. Not a fan of who was killed off and who wasn't. Yeah, I didn't mind it though, especially in this day and age. Most of the finales kind of suck. I didn't mind it. That show's so good, man. I'm on season 3 right now. It's so good. It's the 3rd time I'm watching. It's so damn good. Jonathan Patterson, 54, so he's a person instant. You feel the big shots when you're there. You feel the energy. It's almost like this tribal, it's intense. Most UFC would chill with the same price of mark up for the fans. They got you to where you want Dana. I know. I don't think it's Dana doing it. I think you got the suits involved. They're all about price gouging and profit. MZO0826. So if Arrow and Luke can't go to the press conferences, are any of those questions unreal then, or are they just scripted questions? They're not scripted, but it's similar to the White House briefings where they only let in people who are going to toss up friendly questions. They're not going to, ask about fighter pay or EDs or this or counter accusations or this or that, So it's all by design. It's all by design. Tyler King, W6F. I'm a boy at 13 in travel ball. What are your thoughts for high school? Simply travel ball or switch to high school? Or both, my son dream except for the MLB. Good luck, brother. You've already done most that most parents are able to handle, because I think it's 85% of kids quit baseball at the age of 13. That's why it gets super serious, right? The mound gets further back, the bases get further back. I would switch to high school. Love ball. I would switch to high school is good. That's what I would do. Sam, sorry, you do something. I know. I'm not a shock jock, right? You're not getting any good gas because you went from the great state of California to Storage Unit in Texas. I think it's the least of our problems, brother. I think it's the least of our problems. Brennan decided 6679. Since you train with Heather and Huron, do you see the body that you got to program community sports jiu-jitsu? Yes. If I was still in California and my kids were doing jiu-jitsu, that's where I would say. Heather and Huron, the kid programs by far the best I've ever seen. By far. You're going to have to worry about any of that weird shit. AB Flacco, welcome, big dog. Big Ben 42. Beats 805, love you too, Jim. Maria G says, thank you, Matt, jalapeno peppers. Not mad at those. Big Ben 42, what up? You ever asked Roger for pro commentating tips? No, let's do my thing, man. Jimmy Smith, when I was doing in the cage interviews, he gave me great tips for that. He said, these are the 3 things you're always going to ask, and then just go from there. Nerd Talk, you can only do one upper body, one lower body exercise for the rest of your life. What would you choose and why? I believe we're on just straight lifts, big dog. Upper body, bench. I swear by bench. Lower body, deadlift. If you say bench and deadlift, you can jack. Drew Casabet, Wanga 32. Josh O'Keefe just said on Embedded that he signed an 8-fight contract. Win or lose. Also, what do you think he got paid for the contract? $500K a fight? I was up for Palm Springs, too. I love Palm Springs. One of my favorite hotels. I doubt he's at $500K a fight, right? Because he just got kind of on the scene. I mean, he's maybe 500 win, show and win. Maybe he's at like 250, maybe. Josh Tillman, I wish he decided an 8-fight contract because he's 1 or 2 away from a title shot. She signed a 3-fight contract. But Here we go. Josh Hope, I've been a huge fan for years. Thank you guys for keeping me company on the road for all these years. You got it, brother. You're a truck driver? Love me some truck drivers. My uncle and grandma were truck drivers, and my uncle still is. Cannon Tribune, both 37, 38. Do you think guys like MMA Guru are good for the sport? I know I'm not supposed to, but that guy cracks me up. Yeah, I think, listen, everyone has their own flavor. So MMA Guru brings a lot of value. I think what he does isn't some of the stuff I do, but what he does is some of the stuff, what I do is some of the stuff Ariel does, or what Luke does, or Pizza Carroll, or Chuck Mendenhall, or, all these guys. So the boys in the back, everyone's different. So there's a lane for it. I don't hate on MMA Guru. I like the guy. Chris X Moisier, headed to work. I'll listen here in a bit to this, but I was the dude a while back about the red war hat question. Is it safe for us to wear for the weekend? Hell yeah, dude. Because anybody that doesn't know what that is doesn't know ball. Alright? I still rock mine. Patrick Martinez 2451. Do you still think you do giveaways? I might go drops in my closet. Could use some big shirts. How about some brownies drop? I know. We should do some brownies merch. Some big round breakdown club. Any ideas, send them, man. We can figure that out. The giveaways, that last one really pissed me off when the guy took it and flipped it the next day. I put so much work in that fucking truck, and those giveaways are so much work. I know you guys see like these commercials, but I'm shooting like 20 commercials a week. For that last one was like 14 weeks, dude. So I don't know. I love doing them, and it's fun, but that really doesn't matter. That show up later. I like The Crash. Any other cool crime about serial stuff that you recommend? Any of the Netflix stuff, like the Untold Tapes, I love those. Trying to think right now. There's nothing new serial killer popping right now. Serial killers are not popping right now. For all the Ted Bundy on these tapes, the Night Stalker doc on Netflix, my favorite. I'll watch them over and over in a second. Agree. Read Maria G's. Name is Ed. Is George Francis going to be the biggest what-if fight? George Francis, Tony versus Khabib to me is a bigger what-if because it was actually scheduled 4 times, I think. DC versus Brock, no. GSP versus Silva, like average sellers, but GSP versus Silva was a big one because there's a lot of traction there, and then Dana kiboshed it. I'm gonna say Tony versus Khabib because they were actually like days away from fighting, getting hurt, not making weight. It's a great question, Big Ben 42. Do you know what percentage fighters make off their official merch? No. I know Sugar alluded to it. He's like, hey, man, I sold like millions of dollars of merch and got a fraction of it. So that'd be something you want to negotiate, especially like if I'm Peloton, if I'm these big names, buddy, there's good money there. Beats 805. Go to Monterey with the lady and my 2 kids this weekend. Is it the Monterey car show? I thought that was in August. I've always wanted to go. Those cars are so fancy, though, it kind of puts you off, right? Because you walk around like, I can't buy any of this. So that bothers me. But there's some good car shows in Texas. Blue 0826. I don't like how they kind of control the narrative by not letting real questions come in. That's what made press conference unique, and now it's just watered down interviews at most. Yeah, it's this weird, like, cupcake shit. It's not good. It's not good, and it hurts the sport. It's not good. Where were we at? Man, I see it. Cannon Tribune 37 today. Would you recommend me put my daughter in jiu-jitsu depending on the gym, of course? Yep. Absolutely. Just depend on the gym. When it comes to little girls in jiu-jitsu, it depends on the gym. North Pole Racing used to have your Ferrari. No, I sold. I had 3 Ferraris. I sold all 3 of them. All. I should have the CTS V, dude. Those are sick. Picked up 2024 G80 and flooded. What's your favorite car you ever owned? Oh man, my GT2 RS by far. That's the one that's my Eleanor that I'll never get back because they're like $800 now. Drew Castle, last one for me. Chitty the man. Tomcat MMA, big man in the show, my guy. My question is, do your sons and their friends relate to a top level UFC fighter? How about the baseball dad? I'm sure they'd be a little starstruck. Yeah, the kids ask that all the time. The dads know for the most part. Yeah, everyone's cool. Everyone's great. Everyone's super polite. Especially, you know, you get the big UFC weekend coming up, so they ask me a lot of questions, which I don't mind answering. I love it. I love that they're into it. I also feel like they want to be in my team, right? Because, like, I have friends at Bruce Bowles, right? He's got some hats made for them that only they got. Also, my boy at Jackson Beer sent chains for the whole All-Star team. So these kids get hooked up. So I think they like me being part of the team. The Beats 805, Parlay 1, Gaethje, money line. Yeah. John Pierre, under 2.5. Man, these are tough, buddy. Garcia Lopez, under 1.5. Yeah, I don't like that. Parlay 2, Chandler, money line. It's not that bad. Nickel, money line, not that bad. Robbie O'Malley, under 2.5. I don't like that. But Pierre, money line. Yeah, I like some of those. God, betting's fucking tough, dude. Good luck, though. Let me know how you do it. Trey G-Man 15 from Pennsylvania, playing on 10 in UFC 330 in Philly. Outside his own character, you think could be on the card, hoping for Jan Brock 2. Piper Imabov. Up here, but Joe Piper Imabov. That'd be fun. Can you imagine if Islam Gary, Jan Brock 2, and Piper Imabov, like all on the same card? Long Island Shock Talk, when's the commercial shot coming out? Dude, they told me mid-June, so I don't get paid until it comes out, so hopefully soon. But they told me mid-June, I think. I gotta look at the contract. I know it was around like June 15th or June 20th, so hopefully soon. Hopefully it's not late. But again, I'll shoot my part, and then see what happens. You know, I can't control that. Should be cool, though. I'm also not like a main character. Your boy's in it. El Nerdrop, now you have a deep love for baseball because your boys, do you wish you would have maybe played for it yourself growing up? I played all the way to 8th grade. Yeah, I wish I stuck with it. I played lacrosse. I love lacrosse. Lacrosse is actually big out here, but yeah, I do wish I played baseball. It's such a good sport. El Torito, 94 friend. What happened to Justin Gaethje legs 3 leg kicks in a row? I think people are sleeping on the leg kicks. The only thing there is, I'm sure Ilya's team is aware of the leg kicks, especially done any research on Gaethje, and that was his thing, especially at World Series of Fighting. He won fights with leg kicks, so I'd assume they have a pretty nasty counter for it. Because remember, when you kick it, you're on one leg, it's hard to get out of the way. So, yeah, you can do it. Why Court 90? Do you and I assume Calvin talk about doing lift point shoot or just his pod? I don't know what you mean, brother. Reword it. Second question. You scroll up to. We're on the very last one before the green bar. There you go. How do you fight between Carlos Ulberg and Potan with Pitt play out? That's a great fight. Probably favorite Potan in that. Drew Casablanca 30. How many nicks can you take an octagon privates? How many can you kid or top 3 gas out? Will it be a challenge? Also, you have no injuries and you're in your prime. Hilarious. I'm not really injuries now, man. My knee's a little wonky, but I'm all right. God, Nick Simmons? I'll say 10 of them. Those first 5 are getting freaking flatline, but after that, they're strong. DT9HM. Part of me is scared Potan gets limited to a 50-pound hammer. I'm agree. He doesn't hit pretty hard. He's been taking like heavyweight punches well since all the. Yeah, you gotta assume him coming out at 253 only. It's a little under that. Him coming at 253, his chin's gonna be a little better. Not let's back down, but to your point, you get big clip by Izzy. I just don't see Don sitting there and throwing exchanges. You know, I think he's be on his bike and moving and trying to make my decision. And Austin, I'm 17 touching craziest locker room story from football. We had, when I was, I think it was a junior at USC Colorado, we had a homeless guy come in and he looked like a zombie. Straight up looked like a zombie, had like blood all over him, and he came in the locker room and was straight up trying to bite people like a zombie. He's trying to bite people, and I was the only white dude. These boys are from 5th Ward in Houston, the ghetto in Louisiana, like these black dudes did not play, they all jumped him, and AIDS, and they were so freaked out, but they stomped this fucking zombie so bad. He was like trying to fight him and bite him, so I hope that guy's still doing it. I'll be back, JB6791. Different big family, help me head back on again. Yeah, I love that. Which is, I just do a ton of gas. I just do this. It's easier with my scheduling. It's just easy. Dave Chevron, AB, Dave Wiggin in the UK just sat down for a tea with the killers before we go to cricket training in the UK. Sick. My 11-year-old son is being watched by Lancaster County. There's no better feeling. Oh, dude, I can't imagine. Give me. Awesome. Shout out to your son, man. DC was asked about Alex winning 3 titles compared to long title runs. You did mention that before Conor went up. A lot of champions didn't want to go up, and that's why title runs were so long. Thoughts? Yeah, I'm with DC on this. I think the hardest thing to do isn't moving up. I think the hardest thing to do is what John Jones did, what Izzy did for a long time, what Anderson did for a long time, is defending your title, because the word's out. There's no secrets on how you're fighting. Guys have a blueprint on how to beat you. So it's constantly defending your title from new up-and-coming contenders. It's by far the hardest thing to do in sports. It's impressive with, Alex jumping all over the place, but I think it's more impressive guys like Mike that's going these long runs is way harder. Andres Figueroa, 95th of 74. Shirts would be nice. I know, let's figure it out. Yeah, let's do it together. Let's figure it out. We'll do it together. L. Burjock, church with merch back. I want to think white hat and the white purple jersey with pinstripe. Your logo used to have in your store, but I can't find the store anymore. Yeah, your voice slacking. I can only do so much, but yeah, we'll figure something out. If you guys want it, I'll figure it out. I promise. I don't have any good artists, though, so if you guys know anybody, if you have any recommendations, let's do it. And AI shit doesn't work on merch. It just doesn't. Weird T, I was watching the Turbo Steve Doc this morning. It's on Netflix. Insane story. Just not a serial killer, but crazy lady. I get down with crazy ladies. Did you watch the chipmunk one? That shit was wild. That lady was in a relationship with a chimpanzee. I can't get enough of it. As long as somebody dies, I'm into the doc. But whenever there's like some petty crime, some shit, yeah. Oh, did you think I got a notice on my phone? That's how weird that was. I got a notice on my phone that Nancy Cuthbert, they think they found her mom is buried on the border of Mexico. Breaking news. The beats 805. You can pump on how many of my body cam videos have your podcast in the background when I'm driving code. Code 3, much love, brother. What up, dude? Got a cop on her hands. Better do the lower words work, my man. See, this is why I don't know how this live show works. So it says Logan Durham 4409 received a gift membership.
Yeah, so see that Shiz's little band?
Yeah,
He's just a member that Shino gave up, gave 5 people free memberships.
damn, that's cool.
It's just cool to get a shout out to Shiz's little band.
That's cool. Keep going. Yeah, I don't know how it works. The Holy Road. Oh, there we go. The Holy Goalie 111. Big fan from Scotland. Been watching since this and TVK since the start. Can't wait. We got Scotland at the World Cup Saturday 2 a.m. Then Sunday White House, dude. What a nice weekend for you. What a nice little weekend for you. Yeah, man, with the World Cup, I got these guys doing construction in my house, and they're all Mexican, and yesterday they just left. I'm like, where the fuck are you going? They're like, oh, Mexico plays the World Cup. And like, zero compromise. They're like, nah, man, it ain't happening. I was like, nah, I get it. You do your thing, dude. American plays, but Soccer's not that big. I get that World Cup. El Nerd Rock, shout out to Shiz Little Bam for gifting memberships. Let's go. I don't know how that works. You guys just gift memberships, you just give them to people. The Holy Goalie 111 also be after now looking for a show to watch. 60B series to set the 90s London. Kind of like Bobland, trust me. Cool, aren't they? Say less. Andrew Raya 2564. Would you ever mess with the import card? I have a manual 370Z myself. Yeah, me and my brother, especially my brother, love Nissan GTRs. I would love a Godzilla. My kids love them. I would love a Godzilla. Dude, I got issues on my Facebook Marketplace. It's like for an hour every morning just searching for stuff that I can't afford right now. Hell, Nerd Talk, why haven't they announced Waylay versus Dirt? It was clear where there was two little for flight, which is Valentina, so what's the whole music? Also, does Dirt even touch that belt if Waylay never moved up? Probably not. I'm glad she's the champ. She's a great champ. For 2 point, probably not. I don't know why they're not announced that. Yeah, wait a minute. Any nerd moves on Dirt. I'm surprised they put her on the White House. There's no women on the White House card. I don't think that was like on purpose. I just don't think things lined up. They were trying to do the Kayla Harrison fight, Amanda Nunes. So when people are like, oh, Trump and Dana didn't want women on the card, it's like, hey, dumbass. Kayla Harrison was supposed to be on there, but she had surgery. Patrick Martinez, 2451. Idea for brown lace trout. Use a brown trout for a graphic. I know Jim could dig this. Just a big brown trout. Just a big brown trout. Yeah. Keaton Trujillo, 3738. You see Ilya still being a champ at 55 at the end of the year. I have a weird feeling it's going to be Armin. That's by far his toughest test. By far. Always the new ones here. Dash Cole, 8812. Welcome to the club, big dog. Beef, Famo, F5193. What up, man? Keep going, big dog. Yep, no. That one I would almost just kick him out. That's the same one Homegirl was telling me about. Big Ben, what do you? How's Chin doing? Good, thank you. He's been hooking up his Cybertruck. Things are pretty dope for Cybertruck. Abe Valcio 794. My son is 4 and seems to be like baseball. When I took him to the park, practice seems to be get bored fast. I suggest how to push him, but not far where he doesn't want to do it. Make it fun. Play a game with him, where he thinks it's a game, but he's getting better at baseball. Just make it fun for him, especially at 4, dude. It's not that serious. Make it fun. He'll love it. Calvin El Joe, are you for the family in the World Cup? I know your wife's side of Mexico. Are you excited about Mexico being the first game? Yeah, they're super proud. I think the World Cup, it's cool. North Pole Racing, did you ever see the video of Sam Alvey made defending you and talking you up when an actor tried to roast your Bruce Lee comments? No, he didn't. I love Sam Alvey, but he's great. One actor tried to roast my Bruce Lee comments. Probably some actor I could beat up. That's usually how it goes. The Lawyer 6475, what does the current UFC like every division looks like? You throw Prime Jones, Prime DC, Prime Death in the mix. Would they still be the big three of this era? Not even close. All 3 of them would be champs right now. Let's say you just took to pick any 3 of them, they're your dominating champs, defending champions. Multiple times. King Quincy, I listen to the old JRE Funky Lands all the time. You have the best one-liners to listen and talk about baseball, then compared now, it's a complete 180. Is that good or bad? Is that a compliment or a bad thing, man? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, like I was talking to Joe the other day, it's like I don't have that many interesting things to say these days. All I do is coach kids' sports and talk fighting and cars. Outside that, I don't really offer too much, man. I'm just getting older. Growing up, man. I'm sorry, dude. Elder Dog, why do you think they continue to do tough when no one really watches it anymore? Aren't they just wasting money producing at this point? But I think because they did that $1.1 billion deal every year, that's in the contract. They have to produce so many shows, like spin-off shows. So that's why you keep seeing this watered-down version of Tough. It's such a shame, especially not Tough to me. It's sacred, right? That's how I got my start. It's a shell of what it used to be. It's a shame. MMA. Hell yeah, I've been listening since the box days. Love the shows. Thank you, my man. Or you lady. Name is Ed. Is there any fighter from the 2000s that you think could hang with the fighters now? Bring them in their prime. I'd say probably GSP. I'm sure the obvious Jesse Jones, but aside from him, I would say almost all of them. The game hasn't advanced that much. And especially back then, guys were more specialists, so I think they would have a lot of success. A lot of success. Dash Gold 8812. I lost my first son. My wife was 14 weeks pregnant, had miscarriage. I had my son's whole life went and out. Talking about Benjamin dying. I lost her, cracking up. One of your bids, they're helping a lot. Thank you, brother. My girl also had a miscarriage, and it is so traumatic. I'm so sorry, my man. I would say this though: don't stop. And it's easier said than done, especially it's your wife's decision. But don't let that discourage you. It happens. That like I was like, how could this happen to us? But then you look at the odds of that happening, it's very high. So don't stop it. It's gonna be the best thing you ever do. It's gonna make it that much more special. And I believe things happen for a reason. So who knows? Who knows when that happened? But don't stop, brother. El Rito 94, this food truck diaries. I know. I just got an offer to bring him back. Just got an offer from Big Dog to bring food truck diaries back. Again, it's just a scheduling thing. I told you guys this. It's like anything that's gonna take me away from my current schedule is gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. If I can knock out like I don't know, 8 in 2 days, so you have like a season of it, I'd be down to do. But if I'm traveling every week, there's no way. Yeah, I just got an offer. Thank you, coach. Put up the bottom there. That's Smitty22. Welcome to Big Round Club, Big Dog. Welcome. ALC156 is Jim getting replaced after buying the Cybertruck? I'm a diesel tech who is also crappy at Google and I can chin it up. Just mention Jim is best with rhythm fishing videos. Jim's been busy. He doesn't need to make more fishing videos. Dude, you're a diesel tech? Yeah, I could use you, bro. Oh, I want to get into what happened when I checked on the Beats 805. I know some of my bets are tough bets, going 50 each parlay. Oh, dude. You don't think Sugar gets the finish on 2.5? It's a great matchup from Cream, but Zahani is so tough. But it's not that bad, brother. Especially if you're just putting 50 on it. Fire away, man. God, I hope you win. Tomcat MMA, when you were in your prime, that was peak heavyweight division. I know. There's no way this current roster division can even touch your generation. What are your thoughts on that? Yeah, there's maybe 2 or 3 guys, maybe 4 who are in the top 15 out of today's rankings. Other than that, those guys would be warm-up platforms. It just is what it is. Drew Casablanca 30, don't stop these lives. I think that like actual human beings. Don't stop these lives. Legit good boy for the drills. And you can see right now, thanks for answering questions. Go on the pod does this. Really? Luke Thomas does this though, right? Luke Thomas live chats are big boys. I guess he does a little like politics talk too. But actually, I like hearing this political shit. It's way different than what I'm getting out here. So I love it. Justy Lee MMA. Question for Jim. When is the grill coming out? I'm ready to buy one.
It's on pause. Thank you for carrying it out. I'll keep you posted.
Oh, yeah. I totally forgot about that, Jesse.
I can show you the grill too.
You have the grill?
It's down, but there's like a couple of ones. I'll keep you posted.
Sick. I forgot about the grill, dude. 3R Garcia. What up, big round, big fan? Quick question. What's the reason for having the fights on Saturday night? Working oil and gas station, have to be up at 4 a.m. Ooh, I know, dude. A lot of people got to work on Monday. You know, in other places, I think in Ireland, it's like get me at 4 a.m. or 2 a.m., so it's tough. Sunday, Trump's birthday. And that's where this gets weird, right? But again, it's his show, it's his house, so he's like, yeah, I'm gonna have my birthday. I'll tell you it's Flag Day, it's because Trump's birthday. I like the Sunday nights, I'm down for it. Big G, Ernest and Case for sure, right? Kate Trivia 3738. Did you play college ball with anyone that went to have a crazy NFL career? Oh yeah. I think my senior year, out of the graduating class of like 28, 17 of us either had had a chance to go pro or did go pro. So Lawrence Vickers, who's my roommate, he was the captain of our team, but then he was the captain of the Dallas Cowboys and Cleveland Browns. He's an HVAC fullback. Mason Crosby, all-time leading scorer at Green Bay. Joe Klatt, who's the face of college football commentating. Joe Kloffenstein, my best friend. He played several years. He was the first pick in the second round for the St. Louis Rams at the time. Went to the Buffalo Bills. We got a ton of guys. The biggest one was probably Mason Crosby, all-time leading scorer at Green Bay. That's a big one. Lawrence Vickers was badass. Brian Elu was a linebacker from Chicago Bears. Oh man, yeah, we had a ton. Columbus from Cherry Creek from Colorado was the starting left tackle for the Washington Redskins. I can keep going. We have had so many guys. Quinn Sepnewski went to the Ravens. Terrence Wheatley was a starting quarterback here at the individual in the Super Bowl. Keep up in my head. Jordan Dizon went to the Detroit Lions. I'll think of some others. That show up later. That's my ass off. As long as somebody dies, I'll get to the dock. Same dude, that's a huge selling point for me. Yeah, I need some real shit, man. If I'm gonna watch it, here's the thing, this might be crazy. I would pay extra if they would stop blurring out the bodies. Give me the gory details, man. You know, isn't there like like an 80 history raw or something, or 80 history black, where I can pay extra and see the dead bodies? Is that weird? Ian Muldoon, 2406. Hey, love the dad chat. Father two young boys. One has a much harder life than the other. Medical wives. Took some comfort listening to describe how you do it for your girl. Much love, brother. Dude, you're fighting a good fight. There's a reason why that. That boy has those issues and you're the dad. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, thank God you're his dad. You have to figure out, but I'm so sorry. Guy Productions had the same reaction to Mango Fuego, tickled my nostril hairs. I know it's intense. El Nerd Doctor, you watching the U.S. First Paraguay World Cup game tonight? Maybe. You know, I was practiced, I think 7:30, so we'll see. We usually want to go to this restaurant where we can play and stuff. He has a game at 9 a.m. You got to be able to feel at 8 a.m. It's an hour away. I'm having the AC right now. Yeah, it's a good time, man. It's Caliber 5982. What's up, boys? I called off work for the event. For the UFC 250 event? Not this. live chat, dude. This thing's not that good. Army Van JB6791. 6 o'clock tonight's game time. USA plays tonight. Gotcha. How are the jerseys? Are the US jerseys better than the UFC 250 Freedom jerseys? You know what is like though? Is the ring card outfits. Have you guys seen those? Somebody put effort into those. And then the fight kits. And then if you're the hobby, if you're Poeton, Cyril Khan, Billy Jabari, why are they wearing the US colors? The fuck is this? Get our colors off. These colors don't run, Bubba. But they sure as fuck run for people not from here. So go ahead and wear your own shit. Where's the person that, and if they're going to wear the colors, you gotta toss a Brazilian flag on the sleeve, you gotta toss a Canadian flag on the sleeve, you gotta mix it up. It just can't all be the US gear. That's so weird to me. So weird. Can you imagine the Olympics? Everyone just hats wearing USA gear. I'm like, what the fuck? It's weird, right? Those US jerseys have been lit. Autotime production. Don't think Hogan is too codependent. Watching outside give him any attention hurt to see. No, he's just setting it up. He's setting it up. He knows if he gets past Derek Lewis, that could be it for him, especially with Tom Aspinall being out for who knows how long. Is that rain, Jim? Silo 79.4. For sure, we do something old English. We're going to break down the front. We do the South State on the side seat, and your wing pickup on the back, and old English front. That'd be dope. Somebody make it. That's Smitty 22. My son is 3.5 years old. Is in BJ Day, loves it and doing well. 3.5. Good for you, man. He watches me in the back, doing the workout, imitates me. Yep. Dad set the example. Don't tell him how to do it. Show him. How do I teach him aggression and passion as he grows up in a positive way? Make it fun. Make it fun, and then just naturally go towards it. Especially if they see you having fun, or if you're in shape, like, yo, that's what I want to do. El Torito 94, she's fine, Robinson. All right. The Holy Goalie 111. I'm also obsessed with Yellowstone, Duck Ranch, Landman, Tulsa King, Marshalls. Dealership is the go. Dealership is amazing. You know, he bought that 6666 ranch out here so he can shoot all his stuff and then charge Paramount rent for shooting at his land. It's pretty dope. I haven't started Duck Ranch yet, though. But I've seen all those others. Marshalls, too. I was too interested in that. Duck Ranch, is it good? Oh, here we go. 1 90. Yeah, that was freaking flipping. 1 90. Sorry about the last question. On the first line, we talked about doing campaign spot. Did you guys talk about doing a lip run shoot or just pod? Oh, lip run shoot. I know what you're saying, brother. Sorry, man. That's on me. Yeah, no, we're doing lip run shoot. Excalibur 5092. How does the Armin Olivia rematch go? I thought Charles won last night. I don't think he won, but if that fight was 2 more rounds, he'd be in trouble. I bet Armin's going to kind of sew up those kind of holes they have in his game the last time against Charles, because he did dominate the first round. I would assume Armin gets it done. Joseph Robin 2955. Isn't it nuts that Armin fought Islam in the past? Can you imagine the numbers that would pull nowadays? Man, I think you'd be surprised. I think Armin needs to get. He needs to stop streaming and start fighting. You know, enough's enough. I'm all with the streaming and build your brand, but you gotta fight, dude. And not just in wrestling matches in the RAF. He needs to fight. But if he beats Ilya and then fights Armin, that would be good numbies. But I still think the overall casuals, like the young kids with the streamers, they know who he is. But to get the real fans on board, he needs to fight. 1 90. Sorry about the last question. On the first line, we talked about doing campaign spot. Did you guys talk about doing a lip run shoot or just pod? Oh, lip run shoot. I know what you're saying, brother. Sorry, man. That's on me. Yeah, no, we're doing lip run shoot. Excalibur 5092. How does the Armin Olivia match go? most of my energy went into a fight with? Is it just concussions from smart talk about a lot, or was it any nagging injury that he had before? I've always had a meniscus issue with this knee. Going to that Travis Brown fight, my neck was so fucked. And then when I shot in and he sprawled, literally my neck hit the ground, that was trouble. But I'm okay. Nothing too bad though. Nothing too bad though. Try P1933. Join just say, what's up, man? Been a fan since Fox days. Any chance Mikey fans come back? Yeah, maybe. We're gonna find a crew to do it with. And then also the time. Gavin L. Ocho, are you gonna go to kickboxing? There's an 8-man tournament tomorrow. I know the guy who helped train Cyril Gahn is in it, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna go kickboxing. I don't follow it super close, but I think Patrick Martinez, 2451. Did you see a guy kill Tommy using your New Orleans story about the homeless guy whipping out the python? No. But I don't know if that's my story. I assume in New Orleans, those homeless dudes put those big wieners out. To me. Holy Grail, the Holy Goalie 111. Also, look out for the Sean Ware, the Butcher. He's just signed a deal with BKFC from Scotland. He's going to be the next light heavyweight champion team. Love it. I love me some BKFC. Auto-guided production. Do you want help with the pre-post production on the Dallas One Mind to Drive? Would love to help out. Pre-post production as far as what, brother? Do we need help, Jim? You seem to figure it out, though, Jim. So far, so good. Jesse, I am a man. Sorry, dude. You know, Jesse can go either way, dude. Elder, I definitely 45-minute lift in, 3-mile run, and enjoying the live stream with Sean, Channing the Brownies. Love this. Love you guys. Thanks for the only members. Membership live on YouTube. I do appreciate it, brother. DD Cool B1. Brother, the US better set of Honeydew, Shinkawa, and Alex, Poton. Ooh, probably Poton these days. The Beats 805, my pop stream with Higgs and Gracie. So I used to have to go to Gracie University from Ventura due to the OG loyalty. Love it here. I teach a lot of my partners using Gracie combatives. Yeah, they're the best. The best. You feel like the history when watching. They're the best. King Quincy, good thing, brother. Talk about whatever. I'll be listening. Thanks, dude. DJ Ambo 8665. Long time listener, first time caller. What up? Name is Ed. I'm sure you get this lot. Bring back the fight companion. Rampage, Roderick, Sylvan, the lid. You better not be wearing a lab coat. Or you better be wearing a lab coat. When I turn around, you better be wearing a lab coat. Yeah, those were fun. Lefty and Paul. Proton has the best cap kick in the game. Do you think Gahn is going to be dancing around the octagon for round 1? Yes. And for 2, 3, 4, 5. But hopefully Proton can land that leg kick and slow him down and finish him off from left side. Caden Dravero, 3738. Do you think the UFC could have blossomed into the same thing as today without force responder? Yes and no. I think that catapulted them into like the fast lane, but eventually I think they would have got there. Not taking away to anything from force and stuff with Bonner, but yeah. Calvin L. Ocho, do you think Rico Van Merwin would have done? How do you think Rico would have done the UFC if he did sign? Clearly that motherfucker can figure shit out. His boxing was insane. He'd be a problem. Just like Kipper's all-time heavyweight. Dark, if you can't get into it after you're trucked to Kelly's way, the pros and cons talk about it, versus not talk about it, then make a final decision. Listen, there's no like contractual thing where I can't talk about it. It's a mom and pop shop, and they tried their best. They royally fucked my truck up on that for 5 weeks. I had to send it to this big boy diesel shop out in Fort Worth to get fixed. And when you do poor work like that, they have to go through everything. So who knows what else they touch. So I've had my truck for 5 weeks. Complete disaster. I'm sure some people would cause a ruckus, try to throw their business under the bus. It's just not what I do. It's just what I do. Abe Valcio 794. Watching the T-Pack game, Josh Johnson saw the heart. You are doing fight demands. You, Josh, and Cal would be sick from McGregor versus Holloway. Yeah, you think? You think? I don't know. Another thing is Cal's never here on the weekends. because his other family is in California and he's on the road nonstop, so that's the thing. He's never here. They're just a nightmare dealing with 4 people. A nightmare. I don't miss those days. I'm pretty stress free these days. I kind of want to keep it that way. If it was like 4 for sure guys, I would do it. But I do it broken. Once every 3 months. That checks the box for me, so we're all right, man. And if Ruthie 7694, 7698, these names are crazy, dude. But that's YouTube. I know the White House card is massive as is, but can you imagine if Strickland was Hamza was pushed back from this card and we had a championship triple headliner, 2 American fighting? Dude, you think how big of a star Strickland would be if you beat Hamza at the White House? That'd be sick. I wish I had it. TJ Gambo 8665. I'm a 2-stripe white belt and I'm starting to get burned out. It's just how to get over it. How many days are you doing? Let me know how many days you're doing, and then take a step back. Or do you get ready for Worlds? No, it's not that serious, man. Okay, take a week off and go back. Find the fire. Tyler Dean, W6F. Do you think Trump will have some sort of speech? 1000%. It's his birthday. It's all about it. Maria G, been an MMA fan for 20 years now, such a degenerate that I took Monday off. Yay, love it. You're a real one. Elder dropped. I get jury to me on Monday. I don't even care about it because the flight's on Sunday. About to be here's the thing though, dude. The jury duty, I've never got asked to do it. Would it be sick if you had like a dope ass case? Like if you had like a real murder case? That would be fun. I've always wanted to do it. That'd be cool. Just like a big time murder case, that'd be sick. Like double homicide, serial killer case. If you get like some bullshit, that would suck. DD Cool LB1. How long do you play lacrosse for? From my freshman year to my sophomore year in college. You should have a sticker now. I don't, but my oldest, because some of his buddies are into it, he was like, Dad, you remember lacrosse? I was like, yeah, I have. Yeah, I have. I have my picture up at my high school because I was first all conference by far. I love lacrosse. Love lacrosse, especially if I've ever been in lacrosse. We ran so much. Lacrosse is a great fucking game. Name is Ed. USA plays at 6 p.m. Pacific time, so it's 8 for me today, by the way. I'll definitely watch it. I'll watch it. Wine Court 90. How many fridge cigs are you ripping daily? I'm at 3 to 5 a day. I'd say 10 to 12 for me. If you're referring to guy killings. SW Yatner, somebody say what? 360. Shout out from UK. Congrats on the live. We need to get some more fight companions. Man, you guys want fight companions, huh? It just takes away my Saturday nights. That's it. But we'll figure it out. The Holy Goalie 111. Scotland got Haiti and Morocco and Boston, Brazil in the World Cup in Miami. First World Cup in 20 years. I'm 31. Watch out for the Scotland fans are on the national anthem. Give me goosebumps. Yeah, that's why I love it. I love it. My country pride, I love it. I didn't give me a fucking best jersey. Ego G5. Do you think Travis is gonna try to jump over high at the stadium, or is that shit? You're talking about Travis Persona. I know when they announce it, he does a backflip, he builds fireworks and shit. It's gonna be cool. Big Man 42. I bet the video package on the event are gonna be sick. War clips and shit. Yes. Storming Normandy and shit. It's gonna be sick. Auto Guided Productions. The blue fight gloves are weird to see, right? But remember, those were dead red. So it's not. Been around long enough, you've seen it before. Calvin L. Ocho. They're definitely better than the Freedom Gear. The US jerseys, I assume. Now, I've seen some of the UFC Freedom Gear, like the shirts and stuff, are dope. They have this dope hat, but the kids just aren't in on that. Migos G53. I fucked up by typing the kill hit me. But do you think Travis is going to try to jump the arena, or is that shit too high? Way too high. He's going to do something crazy. It'll be fireworks, bad flicks, it'll be sick. Brandon Sante 6679. Did you get a chance to hear the JRE with Devon Blair talk about his buddy in Iraq and Possess? Let's get that guy on the podcast for some stories. I didn't hear about that. Is he the arm wrestler? I'm like halfway through. Yeah, no, I haven't heard about it. And he was talking about like in Afghanistan, there's like giants. And I'm not saying he's lying. Do we believe all of it? Giants in Afghanistan, his buddy being possessed. I'm all for it. I hope it's real. Get him on the podcast. The thing is Brian will entertain me. Like, if you start talking about being possessed or getting checked out, or just call bullshit, that doesn't make for a fun show. Excalibur 5982. I saw your comedy show on Naples 4 to 6 years ago. Had a great time. Can't believe how fast time has gone. I know, dude. Right? We're getting old, brother. Elder Drop. What's one fight you wish you would have played out differently? So we would have found out who was the better fighter, but instead they ended way too soon. I will always be Aldo versus Connor. Still mad at Aldo. Yeah, Aldo versus Connor would be the one. Masvidal, then Askren. Good job again. Okay. No one heard. The name is that best nickname MMA. The Natural, the Iceman, On the Beach, Bad Boys, the Hybrid, Rampage, Uncle Creepy, Axe Murder is my thing. Axe Murder is also my thing. By far. The Hybrid's weak. Because then Prius came out, it's called the Hybrid, and sucked. Right there, I've had it. Imzabu0826. What's your favorite fast food place and item? Burger King, Whopper cheese ketchup bowl. The name is that, bro. The best thing that came out of high school was someone who was on the Catch a Predator. Not a good look. Hilarious. Hilarious. What happened to that show? Dude, fuck Viking Man Food Truck Baggage. Bring back the Catch a Predator. The Holy Goalie 111. That ranch is sick. I'll check it out. Because I love Yellowstone. King Trivia 3738. How often are you going to do the same these streams? It's nice to have someone who actually knows MMA to talk. Every Tuesday, Friday is the plan, man. Every Tuesday, Friday. So as long as you guys want, every Tuesday, Friday. Shane Sutton 7061. I think streamers aren't as big for the young generation as people think. So who's watching them, brother? Who's watching them? You know, I feel like they're big. But are they? I don't know. Somebody's paying them, right? So I don't know. Maybe you're right. I literally don't know. That's how you know I'm getting older. I don't know. Gamma, FCR. Secure 20 pounds of frozen wings and making homemade salsa and chips. Yes. Yes, girl. Just signed up our own party at our house rather than spending money at DC hotel deal. Yeah, that's the Good Castle Market 32. No AC in summer. Boy, your kids getting hard early. An hour-long trip. You know, my wife would make me rent a car just for the AC. I don't think she's so weird that I don't have an AC. She don't stand foot in that number. But yeah, like Basia's game early in the morning. The mornings are kind of cool. As long as I'm on the highway where you have the air blowing, Mother Nature's are AC. The kids are cool because they're in the back. They have a good time. It's loud. And then I always go to they love gas stations, so I always go to the gas station and get some cold drinks. So they're cool. At the _Snowda, basketball is overrated. I don't agree with that. I think because, especially these days, is who's overrated these days. And also, we don't know. Like, I poke in the fucking eye. Are you basing off this one round with Cyril Gahn where, you know, Cyril had some success because he would starch him? So, my thing is, we don't know if he's overrated or underrated. We don't know at this point. We don't know. Rudy Garcia, 6902. Remember when you, Chan, and Brian couldn't stop laughing at the lady get burned by the wiener nuts? What is it? It's so sad, but it's so funny. Yeah, dude, I totally forgot about that. Gemma CR, deal with the 86,000 fans at Fantas. Yeah, fuck that. Wolfie and Paula, if KG wins, will you and Brian get on TFK? Brian out that favorites fight out there and shit? I don't know. And if he wins, he's going at such a different level. Even though I started MMA with him and helped him when he was very, very young in the game, I don't know if he's coming on TFK. And also, when we have my food truck, he thinks I took like personal shots at him because I told him he's reckless. So, yeah, weird, but I love him. RB Van, JB6791. Hey, Brent, asked you during your last live about Prater. You said you and Chin stopped. I stopped, Chin didn't. Was it difficult for you guys to stop? This is awesome, by the way. Thanks, dude. Thanks for watching. Love the question. It wasn't hard for me. I got issues, though. I can stop shit cold turkey. Like, I stopped Adderall cold turkey. I stopped alcohol cold turkey. Random cold turkey, and I don't even think about it. I stopped, and I move the fuck on. Chin still dabbling Graham? I can't remember the last time. When's the last time you see me do that powder stuff? It's been a long time. Yeah, we do that at home at night, maybe. No, I don't know. Yeah, it's been a long time. Oh, good for you, Chip. For me, yeah. And I did it every day, too, so it's not that hard. So it's just deeper down. The Holy Goalie 111. A Conor loves Sean Weir because he said he's not here to take parties, here to take over one fix like that. Taylor Dean, W6F, we need Chris D'Elia back on T-K when he's in town. I know he comes here too, I think in October. We'll definitely try to make that happen. El Torito 94, and we think early stages Kane beats right now Gable Stevenson. Yes, I think Stevenson's getting too much hype even with the shallow heavyweight division. Agree, there's a lot to find out about Gable Stevenson. Kane was a different animal. Kane was a bigger prospect than Gable Stevenson. There was like legendary stories even before Kane got to us. If you remember, he fought on O-Dog. Remember that? The show again. Elder Doc, if you had unlimited resources to make the absolute best MMA lab of all time, which fighter, past and present, would you pick? Given not just Luke career, but overall life story, mine is Francis. That'd be good. Francis, an interesting story. Tell you what, Darren Till would be an interesting story. Darren Till would be interesting. At least his story's still being told. We need someone like, you know what I do? Sean Strickland. Sean Strickland. It'd be a splash of American History X.